brother Tsunade would later care for deeply, had finally been born. Isn't he adorable? Tsunade grinned, clearly thrilled to show off her newborn brother. Orochimaru nodded slowly, offering a small smile. Yeah, he's cute. In truth, Orochimaru didn't particularly care for babies. He wasn't someone who felt a special affection for children. Still, seeing Tsunade this happy made him play along. After all, this was Tsunade's family. Tsunade, however, was too caught up in her joy to notice Orochimaru's lukewarm response. Seeing him agree, she smiled even wider and continued to fawn over little Nawaki. Meanwhile, back at the hospital reception, a conversation was unfolding between a white-haired boy and the hospital staff. Is there any way I can buy one of those new recovery potions? My friend is badly injured, the boy pleaded, his desperation clear. I'm sorry, but they've all been sold out. The production process is complicated, so only about 10 can be made per day. Right now, the soonest you can reserve one is in 2 weeks. 2 weeks? My friend needs it now. The boy's voice was filled with frustration and panic. Isn't there any other way? The hospital staff shook their heads sympathetically. I'm sorry, but these potions are in high demand. Most of the people who buy them are using them to treat severe injuries. You could try reserving one, but it won't be available for a while. The white-haired boy sighed in defeat. Hatake Tsukumo had hoped to save his injured companion, but it seemed like the potion wouldn't be available in time. Shoulders slumped, he turned away from the counter, walking toward the hospital exit. Before he could leave, though, a voice stopped him in his tracks. You need a recovery potion? Tsukumo turned to see a pale-skinned boy around his age, dressed in ninja gear, with golden vertical pupils. The boy was looking at him curiously. Why yeah, Tsukumo stammered. My friend's been seriously hurt, and I thought that potion would help. But I guess it's sold out everywhere. Without saying a word, the pale boy reached into his robe and pulled out a vial of the recovery potion. He handed it to Tsukumo with an air of nonchalance. Here, take this. Tsukumo's eyes widened. Wait, what? Why are you? You need it more than I do. Just take it. Tsukumo stood there, stunned, before quickly fumbling for his wallet. I can't just take it for free. Here's 60,000 ryo. The boy waved him off. Keep your money. I don't need it right now. Just make sure your friend gets better. Before Tsukumo could argue further, the boy turned and walked away. Wait. Tsukumo called after him, chasing him down the hallway. Why did you give this to me? I told you, I don't need it, the boy replied, not slowing down. But still. I can't take it for nothing. Here, please, take the money. Tsukumo shoved the ryo into the boy's hand. My name's Hatake Tsukumo. What's yours? The pale boy paused, glancing at the money before pocketing it with a small smile. Orochimaru. Orochimaru, huh? I'll remember that. But I have to go now. My friend's waiting. Tsukumo said before rushing back to the inpatient ward. Orochimaru stood there for a moment, watching Tsukumo disappear down the hall, feeling the weight of the 60,000 ryo in his hand. Hatake Tsukumo. Orochimaru whispered to himself, a faint smirk appearing on his face. The encounter had been unexpected. After visiting Nawaki, Orochimaru had overheard Tsukumo's conversation with the staff. Deciding on the spot, Orochimaru had chosen to offer a favor, even if it might seem insignificant in the grand scheme of things. After all, who could predict how Tsukumo's future would unfold now that Orochimaru was here, altering the course of history? As night fell and the sky grew dark, Orochimaru took a deep breath, looking out toward the village. His work here today was done. He had helped Tsukumo, and even visited Nawaki. With a shrug, Orochimaru turned and headed home, his thoughts already drifting toward what lay ahead. A good night's sleep was in order. Chapter 58, Chapter 58. 783 words. Orochimaru had made significant scientific progress, at least by Konoha standards. However, he wasn't ready to reveal all of his discoveries just yet. He preferred to keep the more significant results to himself, saving them for the right time or for his own future use. Occasionally, he'd share a minor invention, but nothing that could truly jeopardize his long-term plans. He knew that his destiny was uncertain. If he were to ever leave the village, he would need powerful tools to protect himself. His research had been slow, and the path to scientific breakthroughs was long and grueling. When he thought about how quickly someone like Naruto Uzumaki grew in power from a rookie genin to someone who could stand against a goddess like Kaguya in just 5 years, Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. By comparison, Orochimaru had spent the past 3 years in Konoha, and while his progress was impressive, it was only scratching the surface of what he knew he could achieve. He understood that science and technology would eventually give him power far beyond that of any ninja. Still, the time required for such research, and the isolation that came with it, weighed heavily on him. He remembered that in the original story, during his later years, he had a loyal and capable subordinate Kabuto Yakushi who shared his passion for scientific research. But Kabuto wouldn't be born for at least another 20 years, so for now, Orochimaru was on his own. He knew he needed subordinates if he was to make significant progress. Someone to share the burden of research and carry out tasks for him. He spent hours that night pondering possible candidates, but by the time he reached the middle of the night, he had come to a disheartening conclusion: there was no one suitable. Some were skilled, but lacked the knowledge he needed. Others had the right status or potential, but their abilities fell short. In the end, Orochimaru decided he would have to wait. Timing, as always, was crucial. The next morning, Orochimaru made his way to the Hokage's office, ready to take on another mission. His experiments were currently in a phase where the cells were still growing, so he had some free time. He figured it would be useful to complete a few more missions, broaden his experience, and see more of the world beyond Konoha. However, when he arrived, Hiruzen had some unexpected news for him. Orochimaru, given your current abilities, only B-level and above missions are suitable for your growth. But to put your potential employers at ease, you'll need to pass a test. A test? Orochimaru's golden eyes narrowed slightly. The Chunin exam? Exactly. For Orochimaru and his team, C and D-level missions were of little interest. They were mostly menial tasks, far below their abilities. But higher-level missions often came with skeptical employers, people who doubted the capabilities of such young ninjas. Orochimaru recalled the trouble they'd had with Bak, the merchant who had doubted their skills due to their age. Hiruzen had taken that into account, deciding that it was time for Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya to take the Chunin exam. Once they were promoted to Chunin and donned the official vest, no one would question their competence again. Understood, Orochimaru nodded. We'll take the exam. To him, the Chunin exam was merely a formality. After being in this world for so long, Orochimaru had come to understand that the Chunin exam was quite different from the one depicted in the original story. What most people knew was the politically motivated, inter-village version of the Chunin exam, a grand spectacle designed to showcase military power and foster relations between nations. That version only took place once every few years, and only invited participants from allied or neutral countries. The real Chunin exam, however, was much simpler. It was held every 6 months and was strictly an internal affair, only for Konoha's own ninjas. Any genin whose Jonin sensei deemed them ready could participate, regardless of age or background. Some, like Kakashi Hatake, were promoted at an extremely young age, while others, like Might Dai, remained genin well into their 30s or 40s. At the training grounds, when Jiraiya heard about the Chunin exam, he was bursting with excitement. All right. I, Jiraiya-sama, will give it my all for the Chunin exam, he shouted enthusiastically. Tsunade rolled her eyes, her head full of frustration at Jiraiya's antics. That idiot is always so overenthusiastic. Orochimaru watched Jiraiya with a contemplative look. He couldn't help but wonder where Jiraiya's boundless energy came from. Was it pure willpower, or did this guy have some kind of hidden stimulant? Chapter 59. 734 words. Although Konoha is enjoying a relatively peaceful period, the war only ended less than a year ago. Diplomacy with neighboring countries isn't as friendly or stable as it would be during more peaceful times, like in the 60th year of Konoha. Because of this, the upcoming Chunin exam will only have participants from within Konoha itself. The Chunin exam was scheduled to take place in half a month, and during that time Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade focused on their training in preparation. At the training grounds, Orochimaru was sparring with Jiraiya while Tsunade sat off to the side, watching the battle with an amused expression. Every time Jiraiya was knocked back, Orochimaru would calmly offer advice. "You're already stronger than most genin," Orochimaru said as Jiraiya was sent flying once again. "You don't need to push yourself this hard." "Ugh, you're my goal," Jiraiya replied, panting as he lay sprawled out on the grass, struggling to catch his breath. "Come on, Orochimaru," Jiraiya said determinedly, despite his exhaustion. "I figured out how to break your illusions. This time, you won't get me." Tsunade walked over, shaking her head at Jiraiya's stubbornness. "Jiraiya, I think you should rest. Your chakra's almost completely depleted. If you push any harder, you'll just hurt yourself." Chakra is the combination of physical and spiritual energy. It's drawn from the 130 trillion cells in a ninja's body, used to perform ninjutsu and stored within their body for use. Once a portion of chakra is expended, a ninja can recover it by resting or taking special pills. However, when a ninja's chakra reserves run completely dry, their body is pushed to its limits. Overexertion in such a state can be dangerous. The body starts to draw from its remaining reserves of physical and mental energy, potentially causing mental and physical breakdowns that could even lead to sudden death. In most cases, ninjas are careful to save some chakra for emergencies to avoid these dire consequences. When chakra runs out completely, exhaustion sets in. It's a dangerous state, especially during combat, where fatigue can leave a ninja vulnerable. If a ninja still tries to use ninjutsu by overexerting their chakra, it's akin to borrowing against their life force. Pushing too far, like Kakashi did during the Great Ninja War, could result in death. Tsunade's concern wasn't unfounded, and Jiraiya's situation wasn't ideal. She knew that if he continued, it would be dangerous. "Hey, Tsunade, are you worried about me?" Jiraiya perked up, his eyes lighting up at the possibility. "What?" "Don't flatter yourself," Tsunade responded with a roll of her eyes. "I just don't want to be stuck with dead weight during the Chunin exam." Jiraiya sighed dramatically and flopped back onto the ground, staring at the sky. "I knew it, but you're right. I'll rest up and recover my chakra." "Hey, Orochimaru. You've been using more ninjutsu than me, but you don't seem tired at all. What's your secret?" It had taken Jiraiya this long to realize that something was unusual about Orochimaru's chakra reserves. Given the intensity of their training, he should have been tired by now too. But Orochimaru seemed fine, his movements precise and deliberate as always. Jiraiya had never noticed before because they had never trained this hard. But after pushing himself to his limit, he finally realized that Orochimaru's chakra capacity was far beyond his own. Orochimaru responded calmly, "I have more chakra than you." This stunned Jiraiya. But ever since Orochimaru had undergone his physical enhancements, particularly using the gene enhancement serum, his body had grown far stronger. Now, his chakra capacity had more than doubled. "More chakra than me." Jiraiya blinked in disbelief before slumping back to the ground, staring up at the sky in defeat. "I can't believe this. How can this be happening? I've trained so hard, and now I can't even compare to you in terms of chakra? I'm not accepting this. This isn't fair." Jiraiya shouted dramatically, using the last of his energy. "You don't have to accept it," Tsunade chimed in, delivering a well-timed jab. "Orochimaru is a genius, and you're just a weakling." That hit Jiraiya hard, causing even more mental damage than Orochimaru's sparring had caused physically. At that moment, he felt something inside him shatter as he stared up at the sky, letting out a frustrated scream. "I am not the guy who just gives up. Chapter 60, Chapter 60. 1141 words. Time flies. As everyone focused on their training, half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and the Chunin exams were about to begin. In Konoha, the Chunin exam wasn't anything new. The villagers and ninjas had become quite used to it, since it happened twice a year like clockwork. Most of them had grown tired of watching the semi-annual selection process. Only those ninjas who didn't have any missions or were simply bored would bother to watch. Of course, the daily tasks for many ninjas were mundane and tedious, so this event was a bit of excitement. During the Chunin exams, they could enjoy the added thrill of gambling on the outcome. The gambling aspect injected some fun into an otherwise ordinary part of village life. "Oh? There are so many people this time," Jiraiya said, surprised as they arrived at the waiting room for the Chunin selection. The classroom was massive, yet it was still packed with a large crowd. It was far more crowded than Jiraiya had expected. There had to be several hundred people there, a stark contrast to the 100 or 200 participants he remembered hearing about in the original story. Orochimaru wasn't surprised in the least. He had already predicted this outcome. The gap between the real world and his memories was something he had come to terms with. After all, think of the Fourth Great Ninja War, where the allied shinobi forces numbered around 80,000. Given the distribution among the 5 major nations, Konoha being the most powerful had contributed at least 20,000 ninjas. Even after suffering heavy casualties from previous wars, they still managed to field such a large force. With that in mind, Orochimaru estimated that Konoha, in its current state, likely had a total ninja population of around 30,000. Out of those 30,000 ninjas, how many were Jounin? How many Chunin? How many were still Genin? Jounin were the elite, the strongest fighters in the village. They made up the smallest percentage of the ninja population, less than 1/10. Chunin and Special Jounin made up the bulk of the forces, about half. Genin, the lowest rank, accounted for roughly 30% of the total ninjas. In other words, out of 30,000 ninjas, Konoha likely had close to 10,000 Genin. Even if only a small fraction of them signed up for the Chunin exams, that still left 1,000 or 2,000 participants in total. That's why the classroom they entered now had hundreds of people crowded inside. The ages of the participants varied widely. Some were children around Orochimaru's age, while others were in their 20s or even uncles in their 40s. This didn't surprise Orochimaru at all. In this world, it wasn't unusual to see such a wide age range for the Chunin exams. After all, while every ninja might start out as a Genin at the same age, not everyone advanced to Chunin at the same pace. For some, it took years. For others, like Kakashi in the future, it could happen at a very young age. For some unfortunate ninjas, they might remain Genin their entire lives, unable to advance beyond that level, even into their 40s or 50s. The Chunin exams were a place where these gaps became especially visible. As Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade entered the room, they drew attention from several participants. A few older Genin near the door smirked and exchanged mocking comments. "Haha, looks like there's a lot of kids this year who aren't afraid of dying," one of them snickered. Yeah, they should know that during peacetime, there's no rush to take the Chunin exam. But look at them, they're still eager to sign up. They probably don't realize how much harder the Chunin exam has gotten over the years. These brats will figure it out once they get a taste of the real thing. There's always some clueless kids who think they can make it, but they'll only understand once they've been taught a bloody lesson. Their taunts were directed at Orochimaru and his team. However, most of the other Genin, especially those further away in the room, were too focused on their own preparations to pay attention. "These guys don't look too weak," Tsunade said, calmly assessing the group. Jiraiya, however, was more interested in something else. "Hey, look over there," he said, pointing excitedly to a corner of the room. "That white-haired guy was there the other day." Orochimaru and Tsunade followed Jiraiya's gaze and saw a white-haired boy deep in conversation with a group of his companions. It was none other than Hatake Sakumo, the boy they had encountered before. As Sakumo noticed the three of them entering the classroom, he paused, said something to his companions, and then made his way over to them. "Hey, he's coming over," Jiraiya said nervously, swallowing hard. "Orochimaru, do you think he heard me call him white-haired dude? What if he's mad and wants to beat me up?" Jiraiya's reaction was as comedic as ever. His thought process always seemed to work differently than most people's. They hadn't even started the exam yet, no one would get into a fight at this stage. Sakumo reached them, and before Jiraiya could panic any further, he smiled at Orochimaru and said, "Oh, Orochimaru, we meet again." "Indeed," Orochimaru replied, nodding. "Thanks again for your help last time," Sakumo said, bowing slightly. "You're welcome," Orochimaru said simply. Tsunade and Jiraiya, who had been watching the exchange, were both surprised. "Wait, you two know each other?" Tsunade asked. "Yeah, when did that happen?" Jiraiya added. "How come I didn't know about this?" Sakumo chuckled softly and recounted the story of how he and Orochimaru had met at the hospital. At the moment, Sakumo was still only an 11-year-old boy, and his demeanor was much shyer and more reserved compared to the future legend he would become. Much like how Naruto met Neji during the Chunin exams in the original series, this was just the beginning of the story for Sakumo. "Oh, I see," Jiraiya said, breaking into a wide grin. "I'm Jiraiya, by the way. I'm this guy's teammate. Maybe we'll run into each other during the exam." "Haha, if we do, go easy on me," Sakumo said with a smile. "Don't worry, I won't go too hard on you," Jiraiya began to boast, but before he could finish, Tsunade smacked him on the head. "Tsunade? What was that for?" Jiraiya groaned, clutching his head in pain. "Why'd you hit me? Do you even need to ask?" Tsunade sighed in exasperation. "You're bragging again. You always do this." "Bragging? I'm not bragging. I'm just saying." Tsunade cut him off again, grabbing him by the ear. "Come with me, you idiot." As she dragged Jiraiya away, Orochimaru and Sakumo exchanged an amused glance. Chapter 61, Chapter 61. 919 words. Tsunade dragged Jiraiya away, the anger on her face showing no signs of fading. After all, she and Orochimaru had already seen Sakumo's strength. If Sakumo were to use his sword, Jiraiya wouldn't stand a chance against him. Yet, here was Jiraiya, shamelessly claiming that he wouldn't go too hard on the guy? So shameless. This guy really had no filter when he spoke. Orochimaru wasn't the least bit surprised by this. It was no wonder that Tsunade never liked Jiraiya when they were kids. He wasn't just an idiot, he was carefree, loved to brag, and often acted without thinking. What woman would ever be interested in a man who was frivolous, lacked strength, and boasted all the time? Even if a woman were blind, wouldn't she at least go for someone handsome? In Tsunade's eyes, the only real advantage Jiraiya had was that he was always full of energy and constantly tried to improve himself. Beyond that, there wasn't much to say. "Haha, Orochimaru, your friend is quite interesting." Sakumo chuckled, watching as Tsunade dragged Jiraiya away. "He's always like that," Orochimaru replied, unfazed. "Well, I won't take up any more of your time. My teammates are waiting for me." "See you during the exam," Sakumo said with a friendly nod. Orochimaru gave a slight nod in return, watching as Sakumo walked back to his team. He noticed that Sakumo's teammates looked somewhat weak. Could it be that Sakumo was being held back by them? Damn it, Orochimaru's here too. In another corner of the classroom, a boy in a black shirt muttered unhappily. On his shirt, the emblem of the Uchiha clan, the red and white fan, was prominently displayed. "Orochimaru? That's the kid who beat you up, right?" Another young man next to him, wearing the same Uchiha emblem, asked. "Yeah. It was ridiculous. He's a freak. He was able to create shadow clones before we even graduated," the first boy complained. "And not just any clones, he could make shadow clones. I still can't even do that. Every ninja has their own strengths." Just because he knows shadow clones doesn't mean much, the other Uchiha consoled him. The fact that he can use them just means he has a lot of chakra. It doesn't guarantee victory. That's true. Ninja battles aren't won just because of some clones. Even so, this guy. Don't worry, the second Uchiha said confidently. If you run into him during the exam, I'll help you get your revenge. You will? You're that confident? The first Uchiha asked, surprised. Well, of course, he replied smugly. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya found a quiet corner of the classroom and waited for the first part of the exam to start. The room was buzzing with activity, and the voices of the other examinees filled the air. Some were discussing exam strategies, others were talking about ninjutsu or missions, and a few were even gossiping about girls. The room was chaotic, a whirlwind of conversation. After what seemed like forever, the classroom door swung open, and a uniformed Konoha examiner entered, his presence immediately silencing the room. I am your proctor for this part of the Chunin exams. My name is Nakagawa, the examiner introduced himself sternly. He wasted no time, quickly explaining the details of the first exam. It was a written test, but unlike the one from the original story, this wasn't some elaborate test of cheating skills. It was a real written exam, designed to test a ninja's knowledge of battlefield strategy, mission leadership, how to handle enemies, and how to make decisions during emergencies. The war had ended less than a year ago, and Konoha wasn't sure when another conflict might break out. As a result, the village had adjusted the exam content to focus heavily on skills that would be useful in times of war. The test would last for an hour, and any incorrect answers would result in elimination. The passing score was 60 out of 100, but that wasn't all. For a team to advance to the next round, all 3 members had to pass. Once Nakagawa finished explaining the rules, he instructed everyone to find their assigned seats, and the exam began. Compared to the elaborate cheating scheme from the original show, this kind of written exam was straightforward. For many ninjas, it wasn't particularly difficult. But of course, there were always some who weren't so academically inclined. For instance, Jiraiya. Less than 10 years old, with a carefree attitude and a lack of attention to theory, Jiraiya struggled with these kinds of tests. Traps, strategies, battlefield tactics, he barely knew anything about them. His usual approach to problems was simple: if there's an enemy, charge straight at them. Damn it. How am I supposed to answer this? I don't remember the teacher going over this in class. Jiraiya stared at the test paper, feeling increasingly frustrated. He scratched his head, glancing over at Orochimaru, who was calmly answering questions, and then at Tsunade, who was equally focused. What? They're just flying through this. Orochimaru, already anticipating Jiraiya's struggles, had discreetly sent an invisible fly to land on Jiraiya's shoulder. He'll probably score around 40 or 50 points on his own, better than Naruto did in the original timeline when he handed in a blank test. But I'd better help him cheat a little, just in case, Orochimaru thought. Alright, projection. Orochimaru muttered under his breath, ready to send Jiraiya the answers without raising any suspicion. Chapter 62, Chapter 62. 965 words. Invisible flies have 2 main functions, scanning and projection. Orochimaru utilized these 2 functions with remarkable precision. One fly was responsible for scanning Jiraiya's test paper, transmitting the data to Orochimaru, while the second fly projected the answers back onto Jiraiya's paper. This might seem like common technology in modern times, but in this world, it was an invaluable and near untraceable tool. As the faint light from the fly projected answers onto Jiraiya's test paper, he couldn't help but let out a startled yelp, nearly falling off his chair. What the hell is that? Bang bang. The examiner smacked his desk with a pointer, glaring at Jiraiya. You there. Quiet down, or you'll be disqualified. Jiraiya, still wide-eyed and flustered, tried to explain, but just now there was something on my paper. What's going on with you? Another examiner came over, looking puzzled. Realizing that every student in the room was now staring at him, Jiraiya quickly waved his hands and stammered, "And nothing. It's fine. Haha, just, had a moment." Though often clueless, Jiraiya wasn't completely dense. He realized that whatever had happened, drawing attention to it would only make things worse. After a brief moment of panic, he gathered himself. The examiner gave him one last suspicious look before walking away, and Jiraiya exhaled in relief. Whoever was helping him, they clearly had a plan in mind. As Jiraiya calmed down, the faint light from the invisible fly once again shone on his paper. This time, Jiraiya remained composed, realizing that this was his chance to pass the exam. The light was so dim that it went unnoticed by anyone else in the room, and Orochimaru had been careful to position it outside the examiner's line of sight. Jiraiya, despite his earlier confusion, now copied the answers with surprising speed and efficiency. Once they left the exam room, Jiraiya was still deep in thought, puzzling over what had happened. During the written test, someone had definitely been helping him, but who? He couldn't just let this go. As a young and curious ninja, he had to figure it out. But given the time constraints and the exam environment, he hadn't had the chance to investigate further. "Orochimaru, was that you back there?" Jiraiya asked, looking skeptical. "HM? What are you talking about?" Orochimaru replied, his expression blank. "Never mind." Jiraiya muttered, even more confused. He was sure that the only people capable of helping him were his two teammates, Orochimaru and Tsunade. Tsunade was a medical ninjutsu specialist, and her skills weren't particularly suited to something like this. But Orochimaru? He was always experimenting with strange techniques and abilities. It had to be him. But the more he looked at Orochimaru's calm demeanor, the more confused he became. Was it really him? Seriously, was it you? Jiraiya pressed on. Orochimaru, seeing no point in continuing the charade, finally said, "Are you talking about giving you the answers?" The bluntness of Orochimaru's statement caught Jiraiya off guard. His eyes widened in shock. "So, it was you. How did you do it?" Jiraiya exclaimed, utterly astonished. "You just transmitted the answers onto my paper. What kind of ninjutsu is that?" Before Orochimaru could answer, Tsunade appeared beside them, having overheard part of the conversation. "What are you two whispering about?" she asked suspiciously. Unable to contain his excitement, Jiraiya immediately filled Tsunade in on everything that had happened during the test, going into great detail about the mysterious answers appearing on his paper. Tsunade, equally astonished, turned to Orochimaru. "That's incredible. I was worried Jiraiya would fail, but now." "Orochimaru, how did you pull it off?" Orochimaru, calm as ever, replied, "It's just a little gadget I've been working on." "Gadget? What kind of gadget?" Tsunade asked, her curiosity piqued. "How can something like that transmit answers?" "Yeah, Orochimaru. Show us how it works." Jiraiya added, his excitement growing. They were still kids, after all. Their curiosity was boundless. The idea of some new invention that could project answers during an exam was too tempting for them to ignore. Orochimaru smirked. "Alright, I'll show you, but you need to keep this a secret." Both Tsunade and Jiraiya nodded eagerly, promising to keep their mouths shut. Without hesitation, Orochimaru held out his hand, and there it was, a small, seemingly ordinary fly perched on his palm. "Here. This is the gadget. EW. That's just a fly. How gross." Tsunade recoiled, taking a step back. Jiraiya, on the other hand, squinted in disbelief. "Come on, there's no way an ordinary fly could do that. This isn't just a normal fly, right?" Orochimaru nodded. "You're right. It's a new species I discovered. It can record what it sees and project it elsewhere." This, of course, was a half-truth. The invisible fly was a highly sophisticated mechanical device, but to any onlooker, it appeared completely natural. Orochimaru had planned for this scenario from the beginning. The fly was indistinguishable from a real insect unless examined up close. It can do that? Jiraiya asked, thoroughly impressed. That's amazing. Yeah, seriously, Orochimaru. You always come up with the weirdest, coolest things, Tsunade added, though she still kept her distance from the fly. How does it work? Jiraiya asked, still fascinated. Orochimaru casually explained the basics, demonstrating how the fly scanned the environment and projected images. He had crafted the story carefully. In a world filled with strange and unique abilities, such as the Yamanaka clan's mind control or the Aburame clan's insect manipulation, something like this could easily be passed off as a newly discovered creature. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade were fully convinced. Even seasoned ninjas had come across countless species of bugs, many with bizarre powers. A fly that could scan and project didn't seem out of the ordinary at all. Chapter 63, Chapter 63. 929 words. It seemed that Orochimaru's conjecture was confirmed when Tsunade and Jiraiya simply stared at the flies in his hand, curiosity apparent on their faces without a trace of incomprehension or confusion. Amazing, there's really something like this? Tsunade remarked, her eyes wide in wonder. Yeah, it's incredible. Jiraiya added, equally astonished. It's nothing special, Orochimaru replied, casually retrieving the flies. I originally captured them for fun, but I didn't expect they'd come in handy during the exam. Really? Tsunade said with a slight smirk. That's surprising coming from you. Not as surprising as Jiraiya needing your help, Tsunade teased, turning toward Jiraiya. If you paid more attention in class, you wouldn't have needed Orochimaru to bail you out. Hey, it's not my fault. I just can't focus during class. The teacher's too boring. Jiraiya grumbled, scratching his head in frustration. To him, falling asleep in class was beyond his control. Why couldn't anyone else see that? But, as expected of children, their interest in the flies waned quickly. Once the initial novelty wore off, neither Jiraiya nor Tsunade seemed particularly invested in understanding the deeper purpose behind Orochimaru's creation. In their eyes, scanning and projecting images or turning invisible might be fascinating for a moment, but not revolutionary. After all, in the world of ninja, invisibility wasn't unheard of. Many in the Konoha intelligence department used similar techniques to gather information, and animals with camouflage abilities were not uncommon. Even Jiraiya, as he matured, would eventually learn his own stealth techniques. So, once the excitement subsided, they moved on to other thoughts. Later that afternoon, the second part of the Chunin exam resumed. When the written test results were posted, hundreds of participants were eliminated. While it wasn't surprising that a few teams didn't make it, the sheer number of eliminations caught many off guard. Orochimaru couldn't help but notice two familiar names among the eliminated, Might Dai and Hiriko. Orochimaru was well aware of their potential or lack thereof. He knew Might Dai, the so-called eternal genin, would never rise above his current rank. As for Hiriko, though he had a unique talent, becoming a Chunin would be a long, difficult journey for him. At this point, Orochimaru couldn't think of a better way to describe Hiriko's participation in the exam other than just making up the numbers. But he didn't dwell on it too long. His own team had passed easily, and the focus now shifted to the next round. Orochimaru had expected the infamous Forest of Death test, where teams would battle for heaven and earth scrolls, but instead, they were presented with something entirely different. The second round of the exam will be a team battle? Orochimaru mused. Yeah, Tsunade confirmed. There are 2 rounds, and if you lose, you're eliminated. Only a quarter of the ninjas will make it to the final exam. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes in thought. This was different from what he remembered, but it made sense given the large number of participants. If the exam followed the format of the original series, the selection process would drag on forever. This faster, more brutal format, where teams could be eliminated through direct combat, was a more efficient way to reduce the numbers. It wasn't exactly fair, but in the ninja world, fairness was often a luxury. That works. It'll save us time, Orochimaru commented. He was confident that his team could crush the competition. There was no need to worry. The second round of the Chunin exam took place across various training grounds and school arenas, each overseen by multiple examiners. Orochimaru's team was assigned to Group A, with Jiraiya volunteering to draw their lot. Ha ha ha. We're in Group A, and our examiner is Teacher Yura. Jiraiya announced, his usual enthusiasm bubbling to the surface. Teacher Yura? Tsunade echoed. That means we're at the training grounds. And so, the trio made their way to the training grounds. When they arrived, Orochimaru was unsurprised to find many familiar faces. Various clans were well represented, with members of the Hyuga, Aburame, Inuzuka, Uchiha, and the Ino-Shikacho trio all participating. As was typical in Konoha, the large clans had many members taking part in the Chunin exam, each hoping to carry on their family legacy. Though Orochimaru recognized many of the clan names, he didn't know the individuals themselves. To him, they were simply other competitors. Currently, a match was taking place on the field. One team, consisting of a pineapple-headed boy, a chubby red-haired boy, and a blonde-haired kid, faced off against three nameless Konoha ninjas. It didn't take long for the battle to turn in favor of the trio from the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans. In a flash of seals and chakra, the Nara boy's shadow imitation technique captured his opponents, while the Akimichi boy used the multi-size jutsu to overwhelm them. The Yamanaka clan member finished things off by taking control of the last enemy with his mind transfer jutsu. Ugh! I can't move, one of the captured genin exclaimed in horror as his own kunai was turned against him by his teammate under the Yamanaka's control. The match is over, the examiner called, stepping in to stop the fight before it turned deadly. The winner is Group A, Team Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka. After the results were announced, the next match was called. The next match, Group A's Team Inuzuka vs Group B's Team Tyrannosuke. Prepare yourselves. In a blur of motion, the Inuzuka team 3 ninja and a large dog leapt onto the field, ready to fight. Chapter 64, Chapter 64. 813 words. The three participants entering the field now were around the same age as the previous group, about 12 or 13 years old. One had 2 sharp canine teeth and wore face paint, crouching low to the ground with one hand pressed against it. The other 2, standing behind him, were easily identifiable. One wore sunglasses, while the other had pale, pupil-less eyes. There was no need for Orochimaru to wonder which clans they came from. It was obvious from their appearance that they were from the Inuzuka, Hyuga, and Aburame clans. These were members of some of the most prestigious families in Konoha, and seeing them enter the competition as a team didn't surprise Orochimaru in the least. After all, ever since the village was established, the larger clans had always maintained strong connections through teamwork. As the three of them entered the field, the opposing team, led by a boy named Tyrannosuke, visibly faltered. They glanced at each other, clearly nervous. "Damn it, why did we have to run into them?" one muttered, his voice tinged with frustration. "Maybe we should just quit and come back for the next exam," another suggested, sounding defeated. "I don't see another option. We're way outmatched here," the third chimed in. Finally, they resigned themselves to their fate. "Teacher, we forfeit." Team Tyrannosuke forfeits. "The winners are Inuzuka's team from Group A," the examiner announced. Inuzuka, who had been gearing up to show off his skills, was taken aback. "What? They gave up?" "We're probably just too strong," the boy in sunglasses, Shingo, said calmly. Inuzuka grinned. "Haha, guess you're right." The matches moved quickly, with team after team entering the battlefield. Soon, it was Uchiha's turn, and as they prepared, it became clear that they hadn't noticed Orochimaru and his teammates in the crowd. All of Uchiha's focus was on their upcoming battle. Unlike the Uchiha, who came from a prestigious clan, his teammates were 2 civilian ninjas. One was a classmate named Tenzo, and the other was a slightly older girl. Their opponents were clearly more experienced and older, but that didn't matter. The fight was one-sided from the start. The Uchiha's team dominated their opponents with superior strength, easily overpowering them. Watching the match, Orochimaru couldn't help but reflect on how much of an advantage ninjas from prestigious clans had over civilians. They had access to superior training resources, guidance from family members, and the inheritance of powerful techniques. For a civilian ninja, even the strongest effort often paled in comparison to these advantages. It was even more apparent with clans like Aburame, Hyuga, and the Ino Shikacho trio, whose members were already stronger than average and often teamed up. A civilian ninja facing them in battle would simply have to chalk it up to bad luck. The winners are Uchiha's team from Group A, the examiner announced. The next match will be between Team C from Group A and Team D from Group B. In Konoha village, high above the training grounds, Hiruzen, the third Hokage, stood on the rooftop of the academy, gazing toward the matches with a quiet intensity. From his vantage point, he could see the entire training area. Despite knowing his disciples' abilities well, Hiruzen still felt the need to be present. As their teacher, he wanted to witness their progress firsthand. If they succeeded, he could be proud of their accomplishments. If they faltered, he could pinpoint the areas they needed to work on for the future. Standing behind him were 3 other elders of Konoha, observing alongside him. "Hiruzen, your disciples are up next," said one elder with a chuckle. "You seem a bit tense." "You worried about them, old friend?" teased another elder, this one named Mito, who stood beside him with a smile. Hiruzen laughed heartily in response. "I'm not worried, just excited. I know what they're capable of." He had every reason to be confident. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya were among the most promising young ninjas in the village. Even if they went up against the best from the other clans, he was certain they wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Danzo, who stood off to the side, remained quiet. While Sarutobi was looking forward to the performance of all 3, Danzo's interest was solely focused on Orochimaru. Back at the training grounds, the next match was announced with the familiar sound of the examiner's whistle. Winner, Team D from Group B. And now, for the next match. Team Orochimaru from Group A versus Team Sasuke from Group B. Please prepare yourselves. Finally, it's our turn. Jiraiya exclaimed, pumping his fists with excitement. His whole body practically buzzed with energy. Tsunade, rolling her shoulders in preparation, seemed just as eager but with more control. "One opponent each, let's wrap this up quickly," she said confidently, as Orochimaru led the way onto the battlefield. Chapter 65, Chapter 65. 1065 words. Orochimaru and his team gained their fame during the Second Shinobi World War. But before that, they were relatively unknown, even to most of the ninjas within Konoha. Back then, few people knew them or that they were the disciples of the third Hokage. It was similar to how, during the original series, Namikaze Minato became known only after his exploits against the IWA ninjas, despite being extremely powerful. In large clans like the Uchiha and Hyuga, many members didn't even know their own relatives, so it wasn't surprising that Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya were also relatively unknown at the time. As Orochimaru's team faced off against their opponents, many of the onlookers thought the match was uninteresting. In their minds, civilian ninjas, especially ones as young as Orochimaru and his teammates, couldn't possibly put on an exciting fight. "These 3 kids are way too young, aren't they?" one spectator murmured. "They look like they just graduated," another added. "Ugh, this match is going to be boring." "It's gonna be a complete mismatch," a third person complained. "Yeah, probably a complete crush." Inside the training ground, Orochimaru's team and Sasuke's team were already in position, ready to fight. "Get into position." "Ready." "Begin," shouted the examiner. Boom. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, it was over. The examiner blinked in confusion, as did most of the spectators. No one could comprehend what had just happened. What just happened? I blinked and missed it. Can someone tell me what happened? The truth was, the crowd was right about one thing: this match was indeed a crushing defeat. But it wasn't Orochimaru's team that was defeated. It was Sasuke's. Tsunade had knocked out one of her opponents with a single punch, Jiraiya had subdued another with his bare hands, and Orochimaru stood behind the last one, calmly holding a kunai to the young man's neck. The entire match had lasted less than 10 seconds. The crowd was stunned. Amazing! How did they move so fast? All the spectators had heard was the examiner shouting begin, and within moments, Orochimaru and his team had decimated their opponents. The only thing Sasuke's team managed to do was throw a couple of shuriken in a panic. But those were meaningless against the speed and power of Orochimaru's team. Even among genin, most couldn't perform the body flicker technique as efficiently as Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. The three of them had already mastered it to a degree that far outpaced their peers. In fact, even the slowest of the trio, Jiraiya, was faster than an average genin. There had been no contest in the battle from the start. "These brats are much stronger than I thought," one of the spectators said in amazement. "Yeah, did you see that? Their body flicker technique was way faster than Sasuke's team. Wait, do you recognize that girl? The one who knocked out her opponent with a single punch. Huh? Who is she?" "She's from the Senju clan." "What? The Senju clan? No wonder. Wait, how do you know this?" "I heard it from my dad once." "Ah, that explains it." With the crushing victory, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya had caught the attention of some of the more experienced ninjas in the crowd, especially the teams from the large clans. It was clear to everyone that Orochimaru's team was not to be underestimated. The next day, the matches continued. This time, their opponents managed to last for about 30 seconds. But it was still a decisive victory for Orochimaru's team. By the third day, the team battle portion of the exam had concluded. Out of the initial 1 to 2,000 participants, only around 200 remained. That left about 80 teams moving on to the next stage of the exam. The remaining teams were taken to Konoha's infamous Forest of Death. The forest spanned a radius of 10 kilometers, with 44 locked entrances. A river bisected the area, and in the center stood a tower. The rules for this round were similar to the ones described in the original series. Each team was given either a heaven or earth scroll, and their goal was to survive for 5 days while collecting a matching scroll from another team. Once they had both scrolls, they had to reach the central tower safely. This portion of the exam was designed to test not just the team's combat abilities but also their survival skills and strategic thinking. As Orochimaru stared at the heaven scroll his team had been assigned, a smirk crept onto his face. In the original timeline, he had been the main antagonist of this very exam. How ironic that he was now just a participant. "Orochimaru, what's the plan?" Jiraiya asked, eager to jump into action. "We'll just head straight in," Orochimaru replied calmly. "What? You're just going to rush in? Isn't that going to lead to a lot of unnecessary fights?" Jiraiya questioned, a little baffled by the strategy. "It doesn't matter," Orochimaru answered, completely unfazed. "The level of opponents here isn't worth wasting tactics on." Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged glances, speechless. While Orochimaru's assessment was brutally honest, wasn't it a bit arrogant to disregard tactics altogether? Still, they had no time to argue, as the gates to the Forest of Death had already been opened. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ninjas dashed into the forest in groups. The 80 teams were split between the 44 gates, with a 10-minute interval between each team entering. Orochimaru's group was part of the second wave. Less than 5 minutes after entering the forest, they encountered another Konoha team that had entered earlier. The 3 male ninjas, likely close to 20 years old, stepped forward with smug expressions. "We noticed you kids earlier," one of them said. "Let's avoid any unnecessary fighting. Just hand over your scroll." Orochimaru chuckled darkly. "You seem confident enough to show yourselves without any caution. If we weren't confident in beating some brats like you, we wouldn't be here competing, now would we?" one of the older ninjas sneered. "I see. As soon as he finished speaking, Orochimaru's hands moved in a blur, forming seals. Boom! With a loud crash, the ground beneath one of the Konoha ninjas erupted, and a massive khaki-colored python shot out from the earth, swallowing the man whole before he even had time to react. Chapter 66, Chapter 66. 1,217 words. The sudden attack stunned not just the Konoha ninjas who were unfamiliar with Orochimaru's methods, but also his own teammates, Tsunade and Jiraiya, who barely had time to process what was happening. This is... what? Jiraiya muttered, eyes wide. A snake, a giant snake. Damn it, don't just stand there. We have to save him. Tsunade shouted, her voice trembling slightly, though she tried to stay composed. The giant python Orochimaru summoned was massive, thicker than a group of people linked arm in arm, and as large as the two snakes he would later use in the Forest of Death in the original series. Its blood-red tongue flickered, and its enormous, cold, vertical pupils sent chills down the spines of anyone who dared to meet its gaze. It was similar to the fear Sasuke had felt when encountering Orochimaru's snakes for the first time, paralyzing him in fear. But the two remaining Konoha ninjas were slightly older and more experienced than Sasuke had been, and, driven by their instinct to save their teammate, they charged toward the massive beast. However, despite their courage, their genin-level skills were no match for Orochimaru's serpent. The giant python reared its colossal head and then smashed it down with brutal force. Boom! One of the Konoha ninjas screamed as the earth trembled beneath the weight of the snake's attack. The ground cracked, debris flew into the air, and dust clouded the area, mingling with the echo of the impact and the cry of their companion. The deadly potential of the Chunin exams was never a joke. People often died during these exams, especially in the infamous Forest of Death. If not for the very real risk of death, there would be no point to the waiver that participants were required to sign beforehand. Death was an ever-present reality in the exams, separating those with the fortitude to become Chunin from those too weak to face the pressures of battle. Many genin never advanced because they lacked the resolve to confront life-and-death situations like this. Orochimaru understood this. But Tsunade and Jiraiya, still young and relatively inexperienced, hadn't fully accepted the brutal nature of the exams. Orochimaru, stop it! Tsunade yelled, her voice shaky as she saw what was unfolding before her eyes. What are you doing, Orochimaru? Just take the scroll and leave them alone. Jiraiya shouted, alarmed by the unnecessary violence. They were both only 10 years old, still innocent in many ways, and couldn't stand the sight of fellow Konoha ninjas being brutalized, even in an exam meant to push people to their limits. At their level, becoming a Chunin just means they'll die sooner on the battlefield. Orochimaru replied coldly, indifferent to the suffering of their opponents. But they're from our village. Tsunade argued, her voice desperate. Yeah, Orochimaru. They're our comrades. You can't just kill them. Jiraiya added, equally horrified. Orochimaru frowned slightly at Tsunade's protest. This is the Chunin exam, he said matter-of-factly, as though that excused the bloodshed. You can't do that. Even in the Chunin exams, there are limits. Tsunade cried, now grabbing his arm, her eyes welling up with tears. Please, stop this. Orochimaru paused, taken aback by Tsunade's reaction. Her trembling grip on his arm, her tear-filled eyes, and the way she was practically pleading with him caught him off guard. He hadn't expected her to react so emotionally. Fine, Orochimaru sighed after a moment, sounding slightly annoyed. He released his hold on the situation, walking over toward the giant python, which still loomed over the injured Konoha ninjas. The two remaining ninjas weren't dead. One had been severely injured by the python's headbutt, and the other was frozen in fear, unable to move. The one still holding a kunai was shaking so badly that he could barely keep a grip on his weapon. Orochimaru ignored them for now and turned to the giant snake. Open your mouth, he ordered. Hiss. The giant python, still under Orochimaru's command, obeyed. It opened its massive, gaping maw, revealing its sharp fangs dripping with saliva. Orochimaru extended his arm, and from his sleeve, smaller pythons slithered out, entering the larger snake's mouth to retrieve the swallowed ninja. Moments later, the unconscious Konoha ninja, covered in saliva and trembling uncontrollably, was dragged out of the python's throat by the smaller snakes. He was alive but in a state of shock. With a dismissive wave of his hand, the khaki-colored python dissolved into a puff of white smoke, disappearing from sight. Whoosh! At that same moment, Tsunade and Jiraiya rushed over to check on the injured ninja. Tsunade knelt down beside the Konoha ninja, quickly assessing his condition. "Tsunade, how is he?" Jiraiya asked, still shaken by what had just transpired. After a brief examination, Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. "He'll live. It's not life-threatening." "That's a relief," Jiraiya muttered as he collapsed to the ground, the adrenaline finally wearing off. "Damn it, Orochimaru, why are you so bloodthirsty? Do you have any idea how terrifying that was?" Tsunade looked up from her patient, her face filled with concern. "Orochimaru, what's going on with you?" "They only asked to see the scroll." "Why did you try to kill them?" Orochimaru, who had been watching the scene with an unreadable expression, suddenly frowned, his mind whirling. "They're right," he realized. "They didn't provoke me enough to justify trying to kill them. So why did I feel such bloodlust?" For a brief moment, Orochimaru was disturbed by his own actions. Normally, he was methodical and detached, but this time, it was as if something inside him had snapped. Could it be the Sharingan, he wondered. But he quickly dismissed the thought. With his strengthened body, he was confident that he could withstand the influence of the three-tomo Sharingan. It shouldn't have been powerful enough to affect him like this. Then what could it be? He clenched his fist. Is it possible? Am I losing control? The idea that he could be losing control of his own mind, that some hidden impulse was driving him toward unnecessary violence, was deeply unsettling. I'm sorry, Orochimaru said quietly, his voice betraying a rare moment of vulnerability. He sat down on the ground, crossing his legs and closing his eyes. Orochimaru? Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged puzzled looks. What was going on with him? Orochimaru was not the type to apologize easily, nor was he the type to lose control. Yet here he was, clearly disturbed by something they couldn't understand. I need to figure this out, Orochimaru said, more to himself than to them. He had always been in control, ruthless, calculated, and intelligent. But if something was happening to him, he had to get to the bottom of it. Was it some hidden flaw in the Sharingan's power, or had something within him truly changed? Orochimaru closed his eyes and entered his own consciousness. The space inside his mind was dark and eerie. Water dripped from the unseen ceiling, creating shallow pools at his feet. He could feel the oppressive weight of something lurking in the shadows, but it was difficult to pinpoint its source. He opened his eyes within the space of his consciousness, activating his Sharingan. As the world around him came into sharper focus. Chapter 67, 1168 words. The Sharingan has a unique ability beyond its basic functions of enhanced perception, copying, and hypnosis. That ability is night vision. In dark environments, it can see far more clearly than ordinary eyes. As soon as Orochimaru activated his Sharingan, the space within his consciousness seemed to brighten significantly. However, this effect only applied to the immediate area around him. He proceeded slowly, his red eyes scanning every corner of the conscious space. The space seemed vast and desolate, with only the endless expanse of water beneath his feet reflecting the dim light. There was no Ninetales sealed inside him, so there was no iron cage or anything resembling one. Could I have guessed wrong? Orochimaru muttered to himself, growing uncertain as he observed the empty space around him. Yet, after a moment of reflection, he remained steadfast in his conviction. His mind wouldn't be influenced for no reason. Since there was interference, the Sharingan wasn't the cause. That meant something was indeed wrong within his consciousness space. It was similar to how Naruto had been influenced by the Ninetales. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Orochimaru suddenly halted. he saw a shadowy figure. The figure was seated on a dark, indistinct step. Noticing Orochimaru's gaze upon him, the figure grinned. "Ah, so you've noticed me so soon?" The figure's voice was low, dripping with mockery. "As I suspected." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. "Are you the original Orochimaru?" "No. No, the original will of Orochimaru is long gone." "So then, are you another part of me?" "No. I'm not some mere other personality." "Then, what are you?" Orochimaru's voice grew colder. "I am the darkness buried deep in your heart." "The darkness in my heart?" Orochimaru's eyes flashed with recognition, but his expression remained icy. "Yes, I am you. I am the dark side of your soul, the part you can't escape." After speaking, the shadow slowly stood up, moving toward Orochimaru with a deliberate pace. As it approached, its form became clearer. It was a boy, identical in appearance and attire to Orochimaru. But there was one stark difference. While Orochimaru's Sharingan glowed with red pupils, this boy's eyes were pitch black, devoid of any light. Seeing this mirror image of himself, Orochimaru's brows furrowed. At that moment, he recalled a scene from Naruto's story, the time on Turtle Island when Naruto stood before the Waterfall of Truth, facing his darker self. This was exactly like that moment. Could this apparition be a manifestation of his own image? "It's impressive that you managed to notice my presence so quickly." Orochimaru's expression remained indifferent as he asked, "Are you the reason I've been feeling so much bloodlust lately?" "Of course. Why deny it? You've sworn long ago never to be good, haven't you? Your goal is to conquer the ninja world, after all. So what if it is? So, what does the life and death of others matter to us? We should hate this world, wipe out all the shinobi, kill them all, every last one of them." But before the dark Orochimaru could finish, his voice was abruptly cut off. His eyes widened in shock as he felt the cold grip of a pale hand tightening around his throat, and a multitude of serpents coiling around his body, restricting his movements. Orochimaru's lips curled into a sneer as he strangled his doppelganger. "You shouldn't exist in the first place. How is this possible? Why couldn't I anticipate your moves? I am you." "That's where you're wrong." Orochimaru's grip tightened further. "My darkness doesn't need to be concealed. I kill when I want to, and I certainly don't need you to teach me how. Although I don't know why you've appeared in my consciousness, one body only needs one mind. Now, disappear." With a final, forceful squeeze, Orochimaru crushed his other self's neck. Outside, Orochimaru's real body, seated in a meditative position, suddenly jolted, his brows knitting together as a look of pain crossed his face. "Orochimaru, what's going on with you?" Tsunade, who had been watching him, immediately rushed over, alarmed. Jiraiya, standing nearby on guard, was equally surprised and confused. What on earth was happening to him all of a sudden? "Ha, ha." Orochimaru raised his hand, pressing it against his forehead as he panted heavily. "I'm fine." It was hard to believe that after vanquishing his inner darkness, his spiritual power had retaliated against him. But, somehow, he felt much better now. It was a sensation that was hard to describe or even explain, but it just felt great. "Are you really all right?" Tsunade asked, still worried. Orochimaru exhaled deeply, feeling the weight lifting from his mind, then responded nonchalantly, "Yeah, just a brief disorder in my chakra." "A chakra disruption?" Tsunade raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Were you caught in some kind of genjutsu?" "I'm not sure, but it's irrelevant now." While speaking, Orochimaru's mind had mostly returned to normal, regaining about 70 to 80% of its clarity. "We should focus on their scrolls." "I already checked." "They have the same heaven scroll as us," Jiraiya chimed in, finally breaking his silence. Orochimaru rose slowly, resting his hands on his knees, his face expressionless. "The heaven scroll, huh? In that case, destroy it." "Destroy it?" Tsunade looked taken aback. "But, if you do that, another team won't be able to complete the exam." What does that matter to us? Orochimaru replied coldly. Aren't you being a little too soft? The world of shinobi is inherently brutal. If they fail, it's simply because they weren't strong enough. Having dealt with his inner self, Orochimaru found his thoughts clearer than ever before. His murderous intent had receded, replaced with a heightened sense of clarity. Perhaps, you're right, Tsunade mused, her tone softening. To advance to Chunin, one should rely on their own strength, not the mercy of others. But... She paused, looking Orochimaru directly in the eye. Can you promise me one thing, Orochimaru? Please, stop killing people on sight. The way you were earlier, it was terrifying. Orochimaru met her gaze without flinching. Even in the world of shinobi, there are reasons for killing. On the battlefield, sure, there's justification. Assassination missions? Fine. But in everyday situations, you can't just kill without a reason. Tsunade's voice grew more resolute. Even in the Chunin exams, where we're fighting for scrolls, there's no need to kill. After all, we're from the same village, aren't we? Orochimaru inhaled deeply, considering her words for a moment. Don't worry. It won't happen again. Satisfied with his response, Tsunade nodded and smiled. Alright, let's keep moving and find our next target. Yeah, let's go, Orochimaru said, starting to walk forward once more. Tsunade and Jiraiya followed closely behind, relieved that the tension had subsided. None of them noticed the flicker in Orochimaru's eyes as he briefly glanced towards several large trees in the distance. Behind those trees, a few figures trembled in fear, trying their best to remain hidden. Chapter 68, Chapter 68. 1176 words. What's up with this guy? Behind a large tree, a young man with a pineapple-shaped haircut whispered in terror, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. He pressed his back firmly against the tree, trying to steady himself, but the fear was overwhelming. Behind two other trees stood two more figures, a chubby red-haired boy and a skinny blonde. Their expressions mirrored his own fear, their bodies stiff with terror. These three were none other than Ino Shikacho, the team from Konoha consisting of members from the renowned Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. After entering the forest, they found themselves uncomfortably close to Orochimaru's group. Out of sheer curiosity, they had approached the area after hearing the commotion caused by the giant snake. What they had witnessed next had shaken them to the core. They saw Orochimaru summoning a python with his hidden shadow snake hands technique, using it to retrieve a Konoha ninja swallowed whole. The sheer size and terror of the python had left an indelible mark on them, casting a shadow of dread over their hearts. They couldn't comprehend how a 10-year-old boy could possess so much chakra to summon such a massive creature. Horrifying. That guy. Yeah, there's no way we can compete with him. The red-haired Akimichi and the thin Yamanaka slumped to the ground, speaking one after the other. The fear in their voices was palpable. Though they were from notable families and considered talented, the Ino Shikacho trio wasn't known for raw destructive power. Against a fearsome summoning beast like Orochimaru's, they were completely outmatched. If Orochimaru had turned his attention toward them, they would have no choice but to hand over their scroll and hope for mercy. Thank goodness he doesn't seem interested in us. Nara Shikafu, the boy with the pineapple haircut, breathed a sigh of relief. If he was, we'd be doomed. What now, Shikafu? The red-haired Akimichi asked, his voice trembling. We'll stay hidden here a little longer, wait for them to get further away. Seriously, though. What kind of monster has so much chakra for such a summoning technique? Who knows? Shikafu muttered quietly. Meanwhile, back with Orochimaru's group. After confirming that Orochimaru had fully recovered, Jiraiya turned his attention to the enormous python that had appeared earlier. How do you have so much more chakra than me, Orochimaru? Jiraiya asked, his eyes still wide with disbelief. It was common knowledge that the larger the summoned creature, the more chakra it consumed. If Jiraiya tried to summon a toad of the same size as the python, it would likely drain all his chakra reserves. No ninja in their right mind would waste all their chakra on a single summoning. So, Jiraiya reasoned that Orochimaru must have used far less chakra than expected for that giant snake. Is it strange? Orochimaru smirked slightly. Of course it's strange. Jiraiya responded, almost exasperated. Your training clearly doesn't focus on building up chakra reserves, so how do you have so much more than me? It doesn't make sense. Exactly. Even I'm surprised, Tsunade chimed in, backing Jiraiya up. Orochimaru didn't belong to any special bloodline, nor had he undergone any unique chakra-enhancing training. And yet, his chakra reserves far surpassed Jiraiya's, who regularly trained on his own. It was a baffling situation. Faced with their questioning, Orochimaru let out a helpless sigh. Well, it seems the secret can't be kept any longer. Secret? What do you mean? Tsunade asked. It's nothing too complicated. It's simply the result of my latest research. Though it's still in the experimental phase. Research? What are you talking about? Are you saying you found a way to increase your chakra reserves? Jiraiya and Tsunade were both stunned. To them, the idea that there could be a method besides rigorous training to increase chakra seemed absurd. Exactly, Orochimaru nodded, nonchalant. The Dliadid serum he had been working on was a future breakthrough he planned to reveal, so there was no harm in letting them know a bit early. What? That's impossible. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade exclaimed at the same time, their disbelief evident. But as the words left their mouths, they quickly realized how foolish they sounded. Orochimaru's chakra had increased far beyond normal limits, something that couldn't be explained by training alone. How is it impossible? Orochimaru replied calmly. Do you really think training is the only path to strength? Tsunade fell silent. Jiraiya clenched his teeth but also stayed quiet. For as long as they could remember, they had believed in the principle that hard work and training were the only ways to become stronger. But Orochimaru had shattered that belief right before their eyes. Over the years, they had slowly come to accept the various miracles Orochimaru had accomplished. He began researching human genetics at the age of 6 and later developed the highly popular Super Recovery Potion. Now, hearing that he was working on a way to increase chakra reserves didn't seem so far-fetched after all. You really are a monster, Jiraiya muttered, finally giving up his resistance to the idea. However, there was still a sense of discomfort festering in his heart. After all, the foundation of a ninja's strength had always been rigorous training and discipline. But now, Orochimaru was suggesting that scientific research could provide shortcuts to that power. This upended everything they had ever believed. The most disheartening thing for a person is when a belief they've held their entire life suddenly crumbles before them. It was like how ancient people believed the earth was flat, only to later be told it was round. The collapse of such a belief would feel like the ground falling out from under their feet. And now, both Jiraiya and Tsunade were feeling that same collapse. Their deeply rooted belief that strength could only be earned through hard work was being questioned. Could it be possible that there really was another way to gain power? Would their entire understanding of the ninja world be turned upside down? Monster? Heh, Orochimaru chuckled softly, noticing the troubled expressions on their faces. This isn't that big of a deal. Besides, don't think of it as unfair. The world was never fair to begin with. For example, Tsunade, your abilities already surpassed others the moment you were born. And as time passes, that gap only widens. Is that fair to the other ninjas? That is indeed unfair, Jiraiya mumbled, almost in a daze. Alright. You win, Tsunade said with a sigh, admitting defeat. But does this research of yours really have that great of an effect? Can it really change a person's physique and increase their chakra reserves? And what about side effects? At the mention of side effects, Jiraiya also grew more skeptical. It was well known that every powerful medicine came with equally powerful side effects. Could this new invention really be safe? Orochimaru answered calmly, I'll explain everything to you later. Huh? Why later? Tsunade asked, confused. Because we have company, Orochimaru said, his eyes narrowing as he sensed an approaching presence. Chapter 69, 1057 words. Company? Tsunade was stunned for a moment upon hearing Orochimaru's words, but quickly recovered and stood up, drawing a kunai along with Jiraiya. The two of them immediately took up defensive stances, ready for anything. Where's the enemy? Show yourself. Jiraiya-sama has already spotted you. Jiraiya yelled, his eyes scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. Orochimaru, noticing their reaction, chuckled softly. Don't worry. The enemy isn't here just yet. What? Tsunade groaned, relaxing her stance in exasperation. Can't you just say everything in one go? Yeah, you got us all worked up for nothing, Jiraiya added with a sigh. It was clear that this exam wasn't much of a challenge for the three of them. They didn't underestimate their enemies, but they only took things seriously when a worthy opponent appeared. Jiraiya, despite his usual carefree and idiotic behavior, was no fool when it mattered. He was just as dependable as anyone else in critical moments. Oh, by the way, Orochimaru, Tsunade suddenly remembered something. Didn't you say earlier there was a ninja team trailing behind us? She and Jiraiya had been so focused on Orochimaru's massive summoning jutsu earlier that they hadn't even noticed the presence of anyone nearby. Yes, Orochimaru confirmed, his expression unreadable. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. So, since you knew they were back there, why didn't you take their scroll? That seems pretty out of character for you. Want to know why? Orochimaru replied calmly. Tsunade nodded eagerly, curious about his reasoning. It's simple. I was in a good mood after dealing with something, so I decided to let them be. In a good mood? Tsunade's face turned dark with disbelief. What if you stay in a good mood all the time and no one shows up to challenge us? What if we fail the mission? Orochimaru smirked, not bothering to answer directly. Do you think that's possible? His response left Tsunade momentarily speechless. In this forest, filled with ambitious ninjas looking to pass the Chunin exams, it was impossible to avoid confrontation for long. Someone would always come looking for a fight. Jiraiya chuckled and shrugged. Tsunade, I've got to say, your question was a bit dumb. People always say big breasts mean a small brain, but how do you explain your flat chest being this brainless? You weren't always like this, were you? He rubbed his chin in mock contemplation, pretending to ponder the meaning of life. Tsunade's eyes immediately twitched with fury, her fists clenching as veins bulged on her forehead. Jiraiya, you're looking to die, aren't you? Whoa, calm down. Jiraiya waved his hands frantically as he backed away, realizing he had poked the bear. There's an enemy nearby, remember? Let's not cause a scene. But Tsunade wasn't having it. She stormed toward Jiraiya, ready to deliver a punishing blow. Just as Tsunade was about to strike, an unfamiliar voice suddenly rang out. Oh, is this the Chunin exam, or are you just playing house? Who's there? Tsunade stopped mid-charge, her frustration now directed at the unknown voice. Orochimaru stood up as well, a cold gleam in his eyes. A moment later. Whoosh! Whoosh! 3 figures dropped from the trees, landing strategically on the ground to form a triangle around Orochimaru and his team. Seeing the 3 teenagers appear, Orochimaru remained completely unfazed. He had expected this. Every time he stopped to rest, he released a swarm of small invisible flies to monitor the surrounding area. Combined with his keen perception abilities, he had known about these 3 for a while now. The trio looked to be about 13 years old, and judging by the emblem on their clothes, the one leading them belonged to the Uchiha clan. So, you're Orochimaru? The lead Uchiha boy asked, his eyes narrowing as he sized him up. Orochimaru's response was nonchalant, almost dismissive. Do we really need introductions before fighting? Tsunade had to stifle a laugh at Orochimaru's bluntness, and even Jiraiya was momentarily caught off guard. This wasn't the Orochimaru they were used to. He usually wasn't one for banter. Uchiha Dan, the leader of the trio, frowned at Orochimaru's arrogance. you've got some nerve, kid. Do you even know who you're talking to? Uchiha Danon was a member of the prestigious Uchiha clan and was well aware of his own abilities. At 13, he was confident in his strength, even more so after hearing about Orochimaru's reputation. Dan's competitive spirit, typical of the Uchiha, flared up when he thought about how much praise Orochimaru had been receiving. Genius? Dan scoffed. No matter how talented Orochimaru might be, he wasn't from the Uchiha clan. To someone like Dan, no one could compare to the might of his own bloodline. Do you really think you're strong, kid? One of Dan's teammates taunted. You're just an orphan with no parents. What's there to be so arrogant about? Their taunt struck a chord. They had clearly done their homework, knowing enough about Orochimaru's background to use it against him. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's expression darkened. Tsunade and Jiraiya were both startled as well. Having been together for so long, they knew better than anyone that Orochimaru's parents had passed away when he was young. But as teammates, they never brought it up, understanding how sensitive a subject it was for him. Jiraiya still remembered the menacing aura Orochimaru had exuded the first time someone mentioned his parents. If Tsunade hadn't stepped in back then, Jiraiya was convinced Orochimaru would have done something drastic. However, this time seemed different. Orochimaru remained calm, his eyes locked onto the Uchiha boy. Tell me your name. Uchiha Dan, he responded proudly, puffing out his chest. Typical of the Uchiha clan, always full of arrogance. Orochimaru's lips curled into a thin smile. You're overconfident. Don't overestimate your abilities. Dan's face twisted in anger, and he quickly reached for the sword strapped to his back. With a swift motion, Dan unsheathed his blade, and his two teammates followed suit, drawing their kunai. It was clear that they had no intention of negotiating for the scroll. They wanted to take Orochimaru down first. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Orochimaru's figure vanished from sight. So fast. Dan gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. He barely had time to react before Orochimaru reappeared right in front of him. Chapter 70, 1115 words. Although Uchiha Dan had previously seen Orochimaru and his teammates in action, and had some understanding of their body flicker techniques, witnessing it firsthand in battle was a completely different experience. Fortunately for him, he reacted quickly. Defense was often easier than offense, especially if he could avoid his opponent's initial burst of speed. He believed that if he could just hold off that first strike, the rest of the battle would fall into place. But something was off. When he prepared to defend himself, he realized Orochimaru wasn't coming for him. Instead, Orochimaru had changed targets, attacking his teammates. In his hand, at some point, a kunai had appeared. No, murderous intent. Dan thought in horror. Murderous intent was a specific type of aura, one that only appeared in those who had taken a life before. Did this kid know this monster already kill someone? Dan's thoughts raced, but he had no time to dwell on them. He knew that if he didn't act now, his teammate would be dead in seconds. In Konoha village, killing a fellow ninja was tantamount to betraying the village, but the Chunin exam was different. Here, the rules were crueler. Fatalities were allowed. For Dan, it wasn't that he cared so much for his teammate's life, but he knew that if his teammate died, their team would be eliminated from the exam. He had to act. Whoosh! Dan quickly used his own teleportation technique, throwing himself between Orochimaru and his teammate at the last moment. Don't underestimate me, he shouted, his ninja sword meeting Orochimaru's kunai in a loud metallic clash. Clang! The sheer force of the collision shocked Dan. Orochimaru's strength was unreal. How is he not just fast, but also this strong? Realizing he couldn't hold back anymore, Dan's eyes flashed with determination. Using Orochimaru's force, he pushed off and pulled his teammate back to safety, distancing them from Orochimaru's immediate range. As they retreated, Dan's dark eyes morphed into a deep scarlet Sharingan. Latent Shadow Snake Hand. Orochimaru's voice rang out, and in an instant, countless snakes shot from his hands, heading straight for the retreating Dan. With his Sharingan now activated, Dan's vision slowed the world around him. The snakes appeared to move in slow motion. He twisted his body in unnatural ways, narrowly dodging the snapping jaws of the serpents. However, while Dan managed to evade the attack, his teammate wasn't as lucky. "Nanny," the teammate gasped. The fangs of multiple snakes dug into his skin. He felt the crushing force of their bodies wrapping around him, and before he could even react, he was pulled violently toward Orochimaru. "Orochimaru!" Tsunade and Jiraiya shouted in unison, fearing the worst. But what Orochimaru did next caused them to exhale in relief. Instead of plunging the kunai into the trapped boy's heart, Orochimaru simply clenched his fist and delivered a brutal punch to his face. Bang! The punch sent the boy flying like a cannonball. Boom! The ground tore apart in his wake as he skidded over 10 meters, creating a deep trench, dust and debris filling the air. His body finally crashed into a distant tree with a loud thud. Orochimaru's strength, while not something he had trained excessively, was formidable. His naturally enhanced physique ensured that anyone struck by him would feel it deeply. Amazing! Dan's remaining teammate muttered, too stunned to move. Not only was Orochimaru fast, but his raw strength was terrifying. "Don't just stand there, you idiot!" Dan barked, snapping his teammate out of his daze. However, by the time the teammate came to his senses, it was too late. The ground beneath him had turned into a swamp. "Earth release, swamp of the underworld!" Jiraiya called out, grinning mischievously. "Hey, you can't be caught daydreaming in the middle of a battle," Jiraiya teased. The trapped ninja struggled, but the more he tried to free himself, the deeper he sank into the mire. Before he could come up with a plan to escape, a shadow loomed over him. "Here comes a punch!" Tsunade shouted gleefully as she leaped into the air, bringing her fist down toward the helpless ninja. He raised his arms in a desperate attempt to block, but with his feet stuck in the swamp, there was no way he could withstand Tsunade's monstrous strength. Bang! Her punch connected, sending him flying out of the swamp and crashing into the ground like a ragdoll, following the fate of his other teammate. Just like that, what had started as a 3v3 battle quickly became a 3v1. "Finally willing to join the fight, huh?" Orochimaru said with a smirk, his eyes shifting toward Jiraiya and Tsunade. The two of them hadn't lifted a finger since entering the Forest of Death, and now it seemed they were finally getting involved. "As long as you're not killing anyone, I'm happy to step in," Tsunade responded with a grin. She stepped across the swamp, chakra concentrated in her feet to prevent herself from sinking. She then clapped her hands playfully. As Orochimaru's teammates, both she and Jiraiya knew that once Orochimaru's latent shadow snake hand took hold, it would only take a kunai to finish off the enemy. But instead, Orochimaru had held back and delivered a punch. That, in Tsunade's eyes, confirmed that Orochimaru was still the teammate she trusted, someone who wasn't killing needlessly. "Afraid I'll kill someone?" Orochimaru asked, his tone calm. "It's fine to kill enemies, but they're from our village, and this is just an exam." Tsunade didn't finish her sentence, but she trusted that Orochimaru understood her point. "I see," Orochimaru replied, his tone indicating he had no problem with that. "Damn it! Are you all just going to ignore me?" Dan shouted angrily, realizing that the trio had been chatting leisurely while completely disregarding him. The Uchiha clan prided themselves on their innate talents and spiritual power. To be ignored like this, especially by 3 kids younger than him, was unbearable. "What's wrong?" Jiraiya taunted, crossing his arms with a smirk. "You still think you can take on all 3 of us by yourself?" Dan's fists tightened in anger. He knew better than anyone that the odds were against him now. With his 2 teammates down, and the combat prowess the trio had displayed, he didn't stand a chance. Realizing his predicament, he made a quick decision. "As much as I hate to admit it, I don't have a choice," he said through gritted teeth. "Take the scroll and let us leave." He slowly reached into his pouch and placed the scroll carefully on the ground. The word, Earth, was clearly inscribed on the scroll. Chapter 71, Chapter 71. 637 words. Seeing the scroll that Dan placed on the ground, Tsunade and Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The scroll they held was the Heaven Scroll, and now, with the Earth Scroll in hand, their mission was effectively complete. All that was left was to head to the central tower. It was still the first day of the exam, and the prospect of being the first team to reach the central tower filled them with a sense of pride. However, Dan was clearly not happy about the situation. Even though he was unwilling, what choice did he have? He underestimated Orochimaru and paid the price for it. The same mistake had almost gotten 3 Konoha ninjas killed earlier, and now it had left 2 of his teammates severely injured. All of this was the cost of his own arrogance, and he couldn't blame anyone else. Faced with Orochimaru's overwhelming strength, Dan had no choice but to offer the Earth Scroll as a way to guarantee his own safety. He hoped that by handing over the scroll, he could leave and perhaps find another team to steal the scrolls from, securing his team's passage through the exam. Tsunade coming from the Senju clan, she had always harbored a certain disdain for the Uchiha. The relationship between the two clans had always been strained. Though they shared the same village, there was always an undercurrent of animosity. And during moments like these, even if it wasn't an open conflict, there was no love lost between them. If Orochimaru was making things difficult for an Uchiha, she saw no reason to intervene. Orochimaru's lips curled into a sly grin. Alright, get moving. It seems the Uchihas aren't as impressive as they think. You bastard. Dan snarled, his fury barely contained. His pride as an Uchiha lay in tatters after being forced to surrender the Earth Scroll, and now this civilian-born ninja was humiliating his clan? It was unthinkable. The arrogance of the Uchiha would never permit such an insult. You'll pay for this, Orochimaru. Dan shouted, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. His Sharingan eyes flared to life, his blood boiling with rage. Orochimaru remained unfazed, his cold eyes locking onto Dan's. You want to fight? Fine. But this will be your last mistake. Without looking back, Orochimaru made a subtle gesture to Jiraiya and Tsunade, signaling them to stay out of the fight. He wanted to handle this alone. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged uneasy glances but knew better than to interfere. When Orochimaru faced a single opponent, he never allowed anyone else to step in. This was his fight, and he intended to finish it. Deep within the Forest of Death, another group of 3 led by a boy from the Inuzuka clan was on the move, leaping from branch to branch with their Ninken alongside them. Hold on for a moment. Inuzuka Zen ordered, raising a hand to halt his team's advance. What's up? Ryuichi from the Hyuga clan asked. I heard something up ahead. Ryuichi, can you use your Byakugan to check it out? Got it. With that, Ryuichi activated his Byakugan. The veins around his eyes bulged as his vision expanded, cutting through the dense forest in front of them like a knife through butter. It's them. Ryuichi said, surprised. Who? Zen asked, his interest piqued. The trio from the exam room, the ones with Orochimaru, Senju Tsunade, and Jiraiya. Orochimaru? Interesting. Who are they fighting? They're up against Uchiha Dan's team, Ryuichi answered. Zen's eyes lit up at the mention of Uchiha Dan. Uchiha Dan? Now that's a surprise. If they end up weakening each other, we can swoop in and take the spoils. Let's move. Wait, Zen. Ryuichi stopped him, his voice tense. What's wrong? The fight's already over. Chapter 72, Chapter 72. 1060 words. When he heard that the battle was over, Zen was initially stunned, then quickly grew excited. It's finished? Haha, tell me, which team won? Orochimaru's team, Hyuga. Ryuichi replied, still observing the scene ahead with a solemn expression. Really? Zen's eyes lit up, completely ignoring the serious tone in Ryuichi's voice. This Orochimaru is something else. He even defeated Uchiha Dan? But I bet it was a close call, right? Their chakra must be nearly depleted by now. This is the perfect time to swoop in and take their scroll. Let's go, Shingo, Ryuichi. Don't bother, Zen, Ryuichi said, his voice firm and serious. Zen paused, puzzled. What do you mean? Ryuichi continued, his face grave. Their battle wasn't even close. It was a complete and utter one-sided slaughter, just like their earlier fights. Uchiha Dan's team didn't stand a chance. They didn't even manage to fight back. He let that sink in for a moment before adding, and as for their chakra, there's no sign of exhaustion. They look as fresh as ever. What? Inuzuka Zen couldn't believe his ears. Not even a chance to fight back? But Uchiha Dan is a prodigy. How is that possible? Zen knew Dan personally. They had trained together, and he had witnessed the boy's talents firsthand. During the team competition earlier, Dan's squad had crushed their opponents without much effort. When two powerful teams clashed, Zen had expected sparks to fly, with one side barely managing to scrape out a victory. The idea that Dan's team had been completely overpowered didn't make any sense to him. Buzz. At that moment, a large insect flew back from the jungle, landing obediently on the outstretched finger of Shingo Aburame, who wore dark sunglasses. After a brief moment, Shingo nodded decisively. They're too strong for us, Shingo stated plainly. We don't stand a chance. It's best if we retreat. Zen looked between his two teammates, their serious expressions telling him all he needed to know. He trusted their judgment after all, they were a tracking team. While Zen's Inuzuka clan dog was the best at tracking scents, it was Ryuichi's Byakugan and Shingo's insects that could sense the true strength of their targets. Still, Zen's curiosity wasn't satisfied. What? We've come this far, can't we just go and take a quick look from a distance? Zen asked, still hesitant to completely give up on their mission. Shingo thought it over, then calmly replied, we can observe from a distance. But we shouldn't engage them. If we don't get too close, we should be fine. I agree, Ryuichi added. They've likely already gathered their scrolls. We'll be safe if we keep our distance. Zen, feeling relieved that he wouldn't be missing out entirely, grinned and said, well then, what are we waiting for? Let's go. With that, the trio nodded to each other and silently headed toward the scene of the battle. Meanwhile, Dan lay on the ground, clutching his chest in pain and confusion. He couldn't wrap his mind around what had just happened. He had seen Orochimaru's movements clearly, yet his body hadn't been able to react fast enough to avoid the attacks. And some of the techniques Orochimaru used, Dan couldn't even comprehend them with his Sharingan. How was that possible? Orochimaru stood over him, his expression calm but cold. Even though you possess the Sharingan, having only one Tomo makes you far too weak. Forget it, let's go. With that, Orochimaru motioned for Tsunade and Jiraiya to follow him, ignoring Dan, who remained on the ground in pain and disbelief. The battle had been swift and simple. Orochimaru had relied on his superior speed, using basic ninjutsu that didn't require hand seals to confuse and overwhelm him. In the original series, Granny Chiyo had advised that to defeat the Sharingan, one must either avoid fighting head-on or neutralize its power somehow. But Orochimaru, even without such advice, had many ways to handle the Uchiha's famed dojutsu. There were various techniques to counter the Sharingan, blinding the opponent's sight. Using a technique like the hidden mist jutsu could obscure the battlefield, rendering the Sharingan's sight advantage useless. Absolute speed, techniques like the Flying Thunder God, the Eight Gates, or the Raikage's lightning armor moved so fast that even the Sharingan couldn't keep up. Tailed Beast Chakra, the erratic and immense chakra of a tailed beast couldn't be predicted by the Sharingan. Orochimaru didn't need these methods, though. Instead, he had used a simpler tactic, overwhelming speed. He had moved so fast that Dan's eyes could see his attacks, but his body couldn't keep up. Using basic techniques like the hidden shadow snake hands, Orochimaru had easily disoriented and defeated him, making the battle a breeze. Truthfully, Orochimaru didn't even need to go to such lengths. If he had wanted to, he could have simply activated his Sharingan. With his 3-tomo Sharingan pitted against Dan's single tomo, he could have won just by locking eyes with the boy. But Orochimaru preferred to keep his Sharingan a secret for now, not revealing it unless absolutely necessary. As Orochimaru picked up the scrolls, Tsunade smiled and asked, "Well, the primary objective is complete. Should we head straight to the central tower now?" Orochimaru shook his head. "No need to rush. I have something interesting in mind." "Interesting? Like what?" Jiraiya asked, intrigued. Orochimaru shared his plan, and as he explained it, Jiraiya's eyes lit up with excitement. "Oh, I like this plan. Haha, this is going to be fun." "What about you, Tsunade?" Orochimaru asked. Tsunade smiled sweetly. "You're my boyfriend, aren't you?" "Of course, I'll go along with it." Hearing the word boyfriend, Jiraiya, who had been excited just moments earlier, suddenly looked like he'd been forced to swallow something bitter. But Orochimaru, showing no reaction to the term, simply continued on. "Alright, then let's get started," Orochimaru said. He pulled out a kunai, slicing his thumb open and smearing the blood across his hand before forming a series of hand seals. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram. Summoning jutsu. With a loud bang, a huge cloud of white smoke filled the clearing. As the smoke began to clear, the massive form of the giant python from earlier reappeared in front of him. The plan was now in motion. Chapter 73, 933 words. The giant python that Orochimaru had summoned was the same one from before, massive and terrifying. Its body was as thick as several people clasping hands together, and its eyes, bigger than a human head, gleamed with a predatory gleam. Orochimaru, however, didn't seem to notice anything unusual. With a calm leap, he jumped onto the snake's head and waved casually to Tsunade and Jiraiya. "Come on up." Whoosh. Tsunade and Jiraiya followed suit, landing behind Orochimaru. Despite the snake's size and ferocity, neither of them flinched. They had long grown accustomed to Orochimaru's summons and had learned to trust his decisions. "Are you calling this big snake again? You sure you have enough chakra to keep it going?" Tsunade asked skeptically, still marveling at the size of the creature. "I wouldn't do anything I wasn't sure of," Orochimaru replied, his tone nonchalant as ever. With a flick of his wrist, he signaled the giant python to move. "Let's go," Orochimaru said. "Yes, master," the giant python hissed in reply before slithering forward, crashing through the underbrush, uprooting trees, and trampling down everything in its path as it moved deeper into the forest. From their hidden spot, Inuzuka Zen, Hyuga Ryuichi, and Aburame Shingo watched the massive snake and its riders with wide-eyed disbelief. Even Uchiha Dan, still recovering from his defeat, could only watch in stunned silence as Orochimaru and his team disappeared into the woods on the giant python. This is insane," Zen whispered, unable to tear his eyes away from the sight. "How does he have this much chakra?" The three of them exchanged glances, each seeing the same thing reflected in each other's eyes: fear. "What kind of monster is he?" Shingo muttered. Zen subconsciously glanced down at his own companion, the small yellow dog named Kiku. The Inuzuka clan were known for their bond with their canine companions, and the dogs they raised were battle-hardened and courageous. Yet now, Kiku was trembling uncontrollably at his feet, visibly terrified by the presence of Orochimaru's snake. Zen quickly bent down, patting Kiku's head to soothe him. It's okay. Zen, take a look," Ryuichi suddenly said, his tone sharp. "What's wrong?" "Look at the direction they're headed." Zen looked up, confused. "Isn't that the way to the central tower?" Ryuichi shook his head. "No. The direction they're going in, it's not towards the central tower." Inside the tower at the center of the Forest of Death, the third Hokage stood on the lower floor, listening to the examiner's reports on the past few days of the Chunin selection exam. Surrounding him were a handful of Konoha Jounin, with ANBU members hidden in the shadows, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. "Today is the 5th day," the Hokage mused aloud, his brow furrowing as he glanced at the 4 teams standing before him. Only 4 teams have completed their mission so far? The third Hokage found this odd. Of the 80 teams that had entered the Forest of Death, even if half were eliminated, there should still be at least 20 teams that had succeeded by now. Yet here stood only 4, and what was more concerning was that his own disciples Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya were not among them. It didn't make sense. He knew better than anyone the strength of his students. For them not to have completed the mission yet was not only unusual, it was a little embarrassing, considering their potential. The Hokage's gaze swept across the 4 teams present. The first to arrive had been Hatake Tsukumo's team, who had reached the tower on the 2nd day. Following them, Zen's team had arrived on the 3rd day, and then Nara Shikaku team on the 4th day. Uchiha Dan's team had only just made it in that morning. The Hokage glanced over at the examiners. What about the other teams? The examiner stepped forward and spoke respectfully. Many have either been eliminated due to injury or lack of scrolls, Hokage-sama. As for the rest... Boom! A sudden explosion shook the ground, interrupting the examiner mid-sentence. What was that? The Hokage snapped, his hand immediately resting on the hilt of his staff. Enemy attack, one of the Jounin called out, springing into action. Protect Lord Hokage, shouted another as 2 ANBU operatives appeared at the 3rd Hokage's side, weapons drawn. 2 more ANBU darted outside the tower to investigate the disturbance. The examiners quickly moved to shield the remaining candidates, urging them into defensive positions. Help me. Please, just save me. A Konoha ninja, his face streaked with dirt and panic, was fleeing desperately through the jungle. His clothes were torn, and his movements were frantic as he stumbled through the underbrush. Behind him, a giant python slithered after him, its enormous body crashing through the trees as it pursued him relentlessly. That's... The 2 ANBU who had rushed out of the tower door spotted the giant snake immediately, their eyes widening in disbelief. How is there such a monster in the Forest of Death? One of them asked, stunned. We need to take it down, the other ANBU said, already preparing to engage. Wait. Look closely at its head, the first ANBU warned, stopping his companion just in time. The second ANBU glanced up, eyes narrowing as he followed the warning. On top of the giant snake's head lay a figure, one they hadn't noticed at first. As the snake moved closer, it became clearer. Someone was riding the snake. The 2 ANBU operatives exchanged looks of shock, disbelief in their eyes. Chapter 74, Chapter 74. 1152 words. Ha ha ha, why are you running? If you hand over the scroll, everything will be fine. Jiraiya laughed, his voice carrying across the dense trees as his figure blurred in pursuit of the fleeing ninja. Damn it, are you kidding me? The panicked genin cursed, sprinting through the underbrush. But it was too late. Whoosh! 2 kunai with explosive tags flew past him, embedding into the ground just ahead. The ninja barely had time to gasp before the blast threw him through the air. Boom! When the dust settled, the unfortunate ninja lay unconscious, and Jiraiya calmly dropped next to him, untying the scroll from the man's waist and adding it to his collection. With a smirk, he inspected his belt, now hanging heavy with 3 or 4 scrolls. Heh, done. Oh wait, when did we get here? Jiraiya said, finally noticing the massive central tower looming ahead. His carefree expression shifted to confusion as he saw the 3rd Hokage, ANBU, and several examiners standing in front of the tower, all of them staring at him and the giant python behind him in stunned silence. The 2 ANBU members who had rushed outside the tower just moments earlier were the most surprised of all. What's going on? Could they be the reason the other teams have failed to complete their missions? One of them muttered, still shocked at the sight of the enormous snake and the nonchalant boy riding it. Meanwhile, the 3rd Hokage blinked in disbelief. He had just stepped out to address the examiners, only to be greeted by the sight of his young disciple casually riding a massive python through the Forest of Death. But after a few moments of surprise, he chuckled. Orochimaru, he mused, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of pride and curiosity. Has his chakra really grown strong enough to summon a beast of this size? Clearly, this snake wasn't a wild beast from the forest of death, it was a summoned creature. Unbeknownst to the others, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya could have completed their mission and reached the central tower on the first day. However, thanks to Orochimaru's suggestion, they decided to make things a bit more entertaining. The plan? Collect as many other team scrolls as possible within the 5-day exam period. With Orochimaru's strategic mind, Jiraiya's enthusiasm for any thrilling challenge, and Tsunade's mischievous agreement, the three of them embarked on an absolute rampage through the forest. Using Orochimaru's invisible flies for detection and the sheer intimidation factor of his summoned giant python, they minimized their chakra expenditure, only using it when absolutely necessary. Any team that dared resist quickly learned the consequences. Those who put up a fight were met with brute force, but in the end, resistance only resulted in defeat and occasionally a bit of pain. While teams like Tsukumo's had entered the tower early, avoiding any confrontation with Orochimaru, others hadn't been so lucky. The Narashikawa team and Inuzuka Zen's team had guessed at Orochimaru's intentions and wisely hurried to secure a scroll and enter the tower as fast as possible. Meanwhile, Uchiha Dan's team had survived by sheer luck, managing to avoid Orochimaru's rampage throughout the exam. Now that the exams were nearing their conclusion, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya arrived at the tower, standing triumphantly before the third Hokage, ANBU, examiners, and the remaining teams. With a wave of his hand, Orochimaru dismissed his massive python, which disappeared in a puff of smoke. The three stood at the foot of the tower, their expressions telling vastly different stories. Orochimaru looked indifferent as always, Jiraiya's face was painted with pride, and Tsunade offered an awkward smile, unsure how to explain their actions. The third Hokage's lips twitched as his gaze shifted to the ground in front of them, where a pile of scrolls 50, maybe even 60 lay in a heap. The sheer number was staggering, far more than what was needed for the exam. They stole 50 or 60 scrolls? That means they robbed at least 10 teams a day. The ANBU agents behind their masks could hardly contain their disbelief. This is unreal. Lord Hokage's disciples really are something else. They didn't just complete the mission, they overachieved in the most ridiculous way possible. In every Chunin exam, completing the mission was the main goal. But this was the first time anyone had seen a team go above and beyond like this. Teams normally fought tooth and nail to gather just one pair of heaven and earth scrolls, and yet Orochimaru's team had gathered more than half of the total scrolls available in the entire exam. Inuzuka Zen and Narashikawa's teams, though they had wisely predicted this outcome, were still stunned when they saw it unfold before them. They realized that if they hadn't rushed to the tower when they did, they too would have been swept up in Orochimaru's trail of destruction. As for Hatake Tsukumo, he could only stand there, amazed. How is this even possible, he thought. How did Orochimaru's team manage to rob 50 or 60 teams? Is that even within the rules of the exam? Tsukumo was no stranger to the challenges of the Chunin exams, but this was on a different level. The sheer logistics of it were mind-boggling. Even though he knew Orochimaru was strong, the thought of taking down that many teams in such a short time seemed impossible. What he didn't know was that it was all thanks to Orochimaru's giant python. The summoned beast provided the perfect advantage, allowing them to rest while it protected them and helped locate other teams. Its size and power meant that no team of genin stood a chance against it. In the end, they didn't just defeat teams, they completely dominated them. Now that it was over, the truth of the situation became clear to the Hokage and the others. The scroll shortage, the panic among the other teams, and the sheer chaos in the forest were all caused by Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya running rampant. The third Hokage shook his head, smiling wryly. This is unexpected, to say the least. Hokage-sama, what should we do? An examiner asked nervously, unsure how to handle this unprecedented situation. They've gathered nearly all the scrolls. How should we proceed? The third Hokage glanced at his students, his smile growing wider. He looked at the jounin and examiners gathered around him. This situation is indeed unusual, he said thoughtfully. But I'd like to hear your opinions. What should be done about this? The examiner fidgeted, unsure of what to say. But after a brief pause, he spoke up. Well, I think they should be promoted to Chunin directly. There's no need for them to participate in the rest of the selections. The third Hokage nodded, considering the idea. After all, when students exceed all expectations, there's little point in continuing the formalities. Chapter 75, 1145 words. The one who spoke was a jonin named Yusha, standing next to the third Hokage. Do we really need them to take the subsequent exams? Can't we just promote them directly? Indeed, what Orochimaru and his teammates accomplished was beyond impressive. Even someone of his own caliber couldn't have done better. So, he believed there was no harm in promoting them directly. It's truly incredible they managed to achieve such feats. I agree with Yusha, said another examiner, nodding in approval. As an examiner, he was fully aware that Orochimaru and his team were not just ordinary participants, they were disciples of the Hokage. Whether it was because of their extraordinary performance or their special status, he had no reason to object. The third Hokage looked around at the other jonin. What about the rest of you? They exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement. Seconded. No one had any objections to Orochimaru and his teammates' direct promotion. The jonin, the examiners, and even their fellow participants like Sakumo all felt the same. Their performance was so extraordinary that no one could muster any resistance or dissatisfaction. Thus, with unanimous agreement, the Chunin exams ended for Orochimaru and his two teammates. They had successfully advanced to Chunin rank. However, the trio wasn't in any rush to leave. Instead, they went to the second floor of the central tower to rest and watch the remaining matches. Tsunade stretched lazily after reaching the second floor. I can't believe we're getting treated like this after such a tough fight. It's a bit surprising, honestly. It just shows how unbeatable the great Jiraiya-sama is. I'm simply too strong. Jiraiya boasted, grinning. Please, if we're talking about who contributed the most, it's obviously Orochimaru. What did you even do? Tsunade shot back, not holding back in her mockery. To be honest, with Orochimaru's skills and my beauty, we could have won even with a pig on our team. What? Are you calling me a pig? You said it yourself, not me. Damn it, you flat-chested woman. Jiraiya. You're asking for it. Let's see how you like my fists. Bang. Before Jiraiya could react, Tsunade had already knocked him flat with a powerful punch. Seeing the familiar scene unfold, Orochimaru could only shake his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. These two never seemed to run out of energy, even after spending 4 days straight in the forest of death. Somehow, they still had the stamina to argue and fight like this. Alright, Tsunade, enough. Let's sit down and rest, Orochimaru said calmly. Okay, Orochimaru. Tsunade immediately dropped her aggressive demeanor, her expression softening into a smile as she obediently took Orochimaru's arm. The sight of them together resembled that of a young couple. Though Tsunade had always been known for her violent tendencies, it seemed Orochimaru was an exception. Now, she seemed to truly regard him as her boyfriend, her eyes filled with affection and tenderness whenever she looked at him. It was quite amusing, given that they were only 10 years old. Meanwhile, due to the commotion caused by Orochimaru and his teammates, the entire Chunin exam was affected. After they settled in the rest area on the second floor, other teams began arriving as well. The third Hokage and the examiners were still discussing how to proceed with the remaining candidates. Most of the scrolls had ended up in the hands of Orochimaru and his team, so only 12 teams had managed to advance. The debate was whether or not to hold the next round of selections for these 12 teams. After all, surviving and collecting scrolls from 70 competing teams was a clear testament to their combat abilities. However, after much discussion, the consensus was that the role of a Chunin was no trivial matter. These candidates would soon be leading missions on the battlefield, so their personal combat skills needed to be evaluated thoroughly. Thus, the decision was made to proceed with a 1v1 elimination battle for the remaining 12 teams. As for Orochimaru and his teammates, they had no concerns about the exam anymore. They had already completed their portion. The only thing that caught Orochimaru's interest was a particular candidate, Uchiha Dan. The Uchiha clan, despite their dangerous reputation, were undoubtedly a clan of geniuses. Their natural mental strength allowed them to learn and execute ninjutsu faster than most of their peers. Among the Uchiha participants were Uchiha Dan, Uchiha Aki, Uchiha Retsu, and Uchiha Shu. Although Uchiha Shu was too young and had failed to pass the Forest of Death, the others had successfully advanced. Surprisingly, Uchiha Dan also managed to advance. Despite Orochimaru having taken his scroll on the very first day, Dan had still found a way to succeed. Even with his teammates injured, he had managed to recover and stand out from the 70 teams. That alone spoke volumes about his talent. But Uchiha Dan would never forget the shadow Orochimaru cast over him during the exam. Not only had Orochimaru injured his teammates in an instant, but he had also tortured him even with his Sharingan during their fight. For someone as proud and arrogant as Dan, that battle had been a devastating blow to his ego. As the remaining participants continued to compete, the Chunin exam slowly drew to a close. However, due to the overwhelming dominance of Orochimaru's team, very few candidates ended up being promoted this time around. Aside from Hatake Tsukumo and a few members of prominent clans, most of the civilian ninja had been eliminated. In the end, it could be said that this Chunin selection exam was something of a failure. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, dressed in his ceremonial robes, sat behind his desk with a calm expression, his hands resting under his chin. He looked at his 3 disciples intently. "Tell me, whose idea was this?" Though he was undeniably proud of their accomplishments, the third Hokage couldn't help but feel that their actions had been a bit reckless. One of them had to have been the mastermind behind this outrageous stunt. "It was my idea," Orochimaru admitted without hesitation. "Oh?" The third Hokage had expected this answer, yet he was still slightly surprised. In his mind, Orochimaru had always been the most composed and strategic of the 3. If anything, he thought Jiraiya would have been the one to come up with something so impulsive, followed by Tsunade. But on closer reflection, he realized his initial judgment was wrong. With Jiraiya and Tsunade's current skill levels, they wouldn't have been able to pull off something this extreme without Orochimaru's leadership. However, that led to another question: why would someone as calculated as Orochimaru propose such a bold move? It didn't make sense. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and looked directly at his disciple. "Explain your reasons, Orochimaru." Chapter 76, Chapter 76. 1193 words. The third Hokage's expression turned slightly more serious. Although they wouldn't be punished for what they had done, there was no way he could praise them either. If he did, they might pull something even more reckless in the future. As Hokage, it was his responsibility to fully understand the situation. Hearing Hiruzen's question, Orochimaru responded calmly, "There wasn't any grand reason. I just wanted to test our limits." "Limits?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "Haha, I see. So, how was your test?" "The opponents were too weak to push us to our limits," Orochimaru replied matter-of-factly, without a hint of arrogance, just pure truth. Indeed, among this generation of genin, apart from Hatake Tsukumo, no one was truly on the level to be considered a threat to Orochimaru and his team. Not in Izuku's squad, nor the Nara clans. Even the members of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans weren't enough to challenge them. This wasn't pride speaking, just cold, hard facts. Maybe Orochimaru could face the Uchiha and Hyuga combined without even needing the Sharingan. At most, it would be troublesome, but the gap in chakra, strength, speed, and overall ability was too wide. Even with their special abilities, they wouldn't be able to make up for it. After all, not every genin from a prestigious clan could become one of Konoha's elite shinobi. The opponents were too weak, huh? Hiruzen mused, intrigued by Orochimaru's straightforward answer. "Haha, for you, that's probably true. There aren't many genin in this exam who could truly challenge you. But on that note, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. Orochimaru, with your current chakra reserves, are you really able to summon a creature of that size? Yes, sensei, Orochimaru confirmed, his voice calm and confident. But as far as I remember, you've mainly focused on physical training. Hiruzen started, trailing off as he tried to piece things together. I'm aware of that, sensei, Orochimaru acknowledged. Before the third Hokage could probe further, Jiraiya, ever the talkative one, interjected eagerly. Teacher? I know the answer, he said, clearly excited to chime in. When Orochimaru revealed the serum to Jiraiya and Tsunade, he knew exactly what he was doing. The third Hokage raised an eyebrow. Oh? You know? Then tell me. This guy, Jiraiya began, pointing at Orochimaru, has been conducting some sort of experiment. It's similar to the super recovery potion he developed before, but this one's designed to increase the amount of chakra. But it's still in the experimental phase. Don't you think it's unfair, teacher? I work so hard, and here he is, messing with experiments. The third Hokage allowed Jiraiya to ramble, giving him permission to speak freely, while Orochimaru and Tsunade stood quietly by. They didn't feel the need to interrupt. After all, Jiraiya often enjoyed the sound of his own voice. As he continued, the more animated he became, until he started bragging about his own bravery in the Chunin exams. However, Hiruzen barely registered anything Jiraiya said after hearing the words increase the amount of chakra. Increase chakra? Was that even possible? A ninja's chakra capacity was typically determined by their training, physique, and innate abilities. Could Orochimaru have found a way to artificially enhance it? He had to be secretly practicing something on his own, right? But Orochimaru and Tsunade didn't seem the type to lie, and neither was Jiraiya, even if he was a bit of a loudmouth. This could be real. Thinking of this, Hiruzen made up his mind. Tsunade, Jiraiya, you two may leave for now. What? Jiraiya froze, clearly caught off guard by the sudden dismissal. But sensei, I haven't finished talking yet. Idiot. If the Hokage tells you to leave, then leave. Why are you still babbling? Tsunade grabbed Jiraiya by the collar and dragged him out of the room, her expression full of disdain. Clearly, she understood that the third Hokage wanted to speak privately with Orochimaru. How could Jiraiya be so dense at such a crucial moment? As the door closed behind them, Hiruzen turned his attention fully back to Orochimaru. Over the years, this disciple had surprised him time and time again. Recently, the shocks had only increased. First, Orochimaru developed a powerful recovery potion. Then, he dominated the Chunin exams, single-handedly defeating more than 50 teams. And now, he was conducting experiments to increase chakra reserves? Was this boy really only 10 years old? Orochimaru, Hiruzen asked, his voice low and careful, is what Jiraiya said true? Yes, sensei, Orochimaru replied without hesitation. But the project is still in its experimental stages. Hiruzen felt a surge of astonishment. Orochimaru had no reason to lie to him, and yet, increasing chakra reserves? Even in an experimental phase, it was an incredible feat. Orochimaru, for his part, saw nothing remarkable about it. After all, he was using Konoha's resources for his research, so it was only natural for him to contribute something back in return. It was a fair trade. However, since his recovery potion had only been completed 6 months ago, he didn't plan on revealing this new experiment soon. For now, he would simply mention that it was experimental. After all, he was the sole person running the tests. The progress of the experiment was entirely up to him. Hearing Orochimaru's straightforward answer, Hiruzen couldn't help but be amazed. His disciple had no reason to lie, but the sheer scope of what he was attempting was mind-boggling. Was Orochimaru some kind of monster? Under normal circumstances, a 10-year-old ninja, unless they possessed a special physique, would struggle to release even a few C-rank jutsu. Even Jiraiya and Tsunade, despite their talent, had chakra reserves far exceeding those of their peers, but even then, they had to undergo intense training to summon their creatures. Yet here was Orochimaru, casually summoning massive snakes without any special training to increase his chakra reserves. Could he really be telling the truth? It's incredible, even if it's still in the experimental phase, Hiruzen said, finally managing to suppress his surprise. But, are you using your own body as a test subject? Hiruzen was quick to grasp the key issue. If the project was still in the experimental stage, then Orochimaru must have been using himself as the guinea pig to test the effects. That idea didn't sit well with him. After all, Orochimaru was his most gifted disciple. What if the experiment went wrong and harmed him? I didn't have any suitable test subjects, Orochimaru replied calmly, stating the truth. In reality, with the help of his system, he didn't need any other test subjects. But it was true that most of his research was human-focused. The recovery potion could be tested on injured animals, but when it came to altering physique or chakra, animals could only provide limited feedback. The real results would only come from human trials. So, technically, Orochimaru wasn't lying. However, Hiruzen's concern deepened. His disciple was extraordinarily talented, but what if these experiments damaged his body? You're being reckless, Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone grew sharp. Do you understand what could happen if this drug has side effects? Chapter 77, Chapter 77. 1121 words. Hiruzen's tone was filled with reprimand as he continued his lecture. If this kind of drug can alter the body's constitution, any side effects could be catastrophic for the experimental subjects. He paused, looking Orochimaru in the eye as he listed the potential dangers. It could cause anything from rapid aging and permanent disability to even death by complete cellular collapse. Don't you care about your own life, Orochimaru? There was genuine concern behind his words. Hiruzen was more than just angry, he was worried. If Orochimaru recklessly damaged himself with these experiments, it would be a great loss not only to him but also to Konoha as a whole. Hiruzen had high hopes for Orochimaru. He was, after all, his most talented disciple. I understand, sensei, Orochimaru responded, his voice calm, though inwardly, he regretted revealing too much too soon. The matter of his chakra volume had slipped out unintentionally when they were with Tsunade earlier. He hadn't planned on discussing it until his research was further along. However, now that the issue had been raised, he had no choice but to face the consequences. Despite his calm demeanor, Orochimaru knew he had to acknowledge Hiruzen's concerns. I'm confident in my research, and I don't foresee any problems arising. Hiruzen, visibly upset, pressed further. There shouldn't be any problems? That's not good enough. If something does go wrong, it will be too late to undo the damage. With a deep breath, Hiruzen calmed himself slightly. All right, you may go now. I'll think about this matter carefully. But remember this, Orochimaru, never experiment on yourself again. Understood? Yes, sensei, Orochimaru replied with a slight nod, then turned and left the office. Watching his disciple leave, Hiruzen's expression remained thoughtful. Orochimaru had always been an exceptional talent, but his recent actions had been surprising even for someone as gifted as him. Developing recovery potions, defeating over 50 teams in the Chunin exams, and now increasing chakra reserves through experimental means? His growth was astonishing, but it also raised concerns. With this in mind, Hiruzen quickly convened a high-level meeting with Konoha's top brass to discuss the matter. Elsewhere in Konoha Hospital, a middle-aged man stood by the bedside of his son, who was bandaged head to toe. Son, did you fail the Chunin selection exam? The man asked cautiously. The young man on the bed looked utterly defeated. Don't even bring it up, Dad. I encountered a monster during the exam. This huge snake came out of nowhere, summoned by some guy during a battle between my team and another. He stole both our scrolls. He clenched his fists in frustration. It's totally unfair. I don't even know why someone like that was allowed to participate in the Chunin exams. The middle-aged man blinked in surprise. A giant snake, you say? Yeah. My team was hiding in what we thought was a perfect spot, but somehow those three found us. 3 people and a snake. It was impossible to fight back or run away. They were too strong. The injured ninja on the beds nearby also chimed in with their own frustrations. They broke all the rules. It's bad enough to steal one scroll, but they took both ours and the other team's. Completely ruthless. That snake was massive. It had thick skin and was ridiculously tough. There was nothing we could do to stop it. Yeah, and with the snake on their side, those 3 were unbeatable in the jungle. No one stood a chance. The topic seemed to be on everyone's lips. Every Konoha ninja who had taken part in the Forest of Death during this exam was discussing the same name, Orochimaru. At Konoha's barbecue restaurant, 5 people gathered around a table, toasting and celebrating. Although they weren't drinking alcohol, the mood was lively. The group consisted of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Hatake Tsukumo, and a young man named Hirako. Hatake Tsukumo, having successfully passed the Chunin exam, had met up with the others to celebrate, while Hirako had come specifically to congratulate Orochimaru and his team. Hirako, who hadn't yet studied forbidden arts, was a rather handsome young man, with silver-white hair and gentle features. However, his eyes held a quiet envy toward Orochimaru and the others, a reflection of his deep-seated inferiority complex. T/N, I made some changes about Hirako. I was calling him Bairu before, reread chapter 36, sorry for the inconvenience. Orochimaru, I've known you were strong from the beginning, Tsukumo said with a smile, but I didn't realize you were this strong. If I get the chance, I'd love to spar with you sometime. Orochimaru smiled faintly. There will be a chance. Jiraiya, grinning, interrupted, come on, we're here to celebrate. Let's not talk about fighting. Let's get more barbecue. Agreed. Tsunade said, already piling meat onto the grill. The sizzling sound of beef filled the air, and the group continued their light-hearted conversation. Despite his usual aloofness, Orochimaru found himself enjoying the atmosphere more than expected. Jiraiya's antics and Tsunade's sharp remarks helped create a lively environment. After eating their fill, the group talked about going to the bathhouse to relax. Tsukumo politely excused himself, saying he had other matters to attend to, leaving the others to continue their evening without him. The 3 of them, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, entered the bathhouse one by one. Tsunade, however, decided not to join them in the women's section since it was empty and she didn't feel like going alone. Instead, she waited outside. As he leaned back into the hot water, Orochimaru closed his eyes, enjoying the warmth. It was rare for him to feel truly relaxed, but there was no denying that a hot bath had its benefits. This does feel nice, he muttered to himself. Still, even as he enjoyed the moment, his mind wandered back to his experiments. It's time to start accumulating more funds, Orochimaru murmured. In this world, money was still a powerful tool. While missions helped with income, they weren't enough to fuel the kind of research he envisioned. Orochimaru understood that not everything could be solved through raw strength. Sometimes, financial resources were far more effective. With a clear plan in mind, he began to think of ways to secure more resources for his future experiments. The next morning, Konoha held a small promotion ceremony for the ninja who had successfully advanced to Chunin. The event wasn't extravagant, just a simple gathering at the training grounds where Hiruzen gave a speech and handed out the Chunin vests and ninja uniforms. From that moment on, Orochimaru and his teammates were officially promoted to Chunin, and their journey of completing missions as higher-ranked shinobi had begun. Chapter 78, Chapter 78. 1,158 words. In the 21st year of Konoha, Orochimaru successfully completed cell transplantation. In the 22nd year, he achieved cell division. By the 23rd year, Orochimaru developed the biological genetic evolution fluid. In just 3 years, Orochimaru had made breakthroughs in 3 cutting-edge technologies, all while completing missions that took him to various countries surrounding the Land of Fire. Although he hadn't explored every detail about these smaller nations, his travels gave him enough insight to understand their general structure and resources. During this period, Konoha was relatively peaceful. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya Konoha's rising stars had little to occupy them beyond the occasional mission. When they weren't out on assignments, they each focused on their respective areas of interest. For Orochimaru, it was scientific research. Tsunade immersed herself in medical ninjutsu, while Jiraiya delved into the mysteries of senjutsu. Occasionally, the three would get together to share a meal, chat, and relax. Tsunade, in particular, seemed to see these gatherings as something more a chance to deepen her budding romance with Orochimaru. At least, in her mind, that's what it was. Whether Orochimaru shared that sentiment remained an open question. As for Orochimaru's research, cell transplantation and cell division weren't particularly groundbreaking abilities. In the original timeline, Orochimaru had long since mastered these skills. Cell transplantation was self-explanatory, allowing him to transfer cells between different subjects. Cell division, however, was more critical to his future ambitions. In simple terms, cell division is the process by which a single cell divides into two, with the mother cell passing genetic material to the daughter cells. This principle laid the foundation for cloning technology, which would ultimately allow Orochimaru to extend his lifespan and even achieve resurrection. By splitting his own cells, injecting them with chakra, and sealing them into other people's bodies through a curse mark, he ensured that his essence could continue to live on, even after death. However, while cell division was a key step, it alone was insufficient for full cloning or resurrection. Orochimaru still needed additional technological advancements to bring these ideas to fruition. Fortunately, thanks to his system, he didn't need to reinvent the wheel. He could focus his efforts on more pressing experiments. His primary project now was the development of the biological genetic evolution fluid. This substance had similarities to gene fusion fluids but was far more advanced. In addition to enhancing a creature's basic abilities, it could also fuse special genes into its makeup, allowing for new, powerful evolutionary traits. Each dose of the fluid required a year to take full effect, meaning patience was crucial. Orochimaru had already injected himself with several doses, but now, it was time to test it on his summoned creatures. Standing on the open space atop the Hokage rock, Orochimaru contemplated which of his summoned beasts to evolve. Although he hadn't yet visited Ryuchi Cave to learn senjutsu or meet the White Snake Sage, he knew that evolving his current snake summon would be a worthwhile endeavor. Manda might be the obvious choice, Orochimaru mused to himself, but I haven't summoned him yet. I'll hold off on that evolution. Instead, he decided to focus on a smaller, more familiar snake. I'll start with this one and see where it leads. With that, Orochimaru made his decision. He pulled out a test tube filled with a light red fluid and began the summoning ritual. Bang! A puff of white smoke revealed a large flower python, as thick as an adult's calf, coiling before him. Master, the snake hissed, recognizing its summoner immediately. Yes. Orochimaru nodded. He lifted the test tube. Open your mouth. The flower-patterned python, having limited intelligence, obediently followed the command and opened wide. This particular snake had been with Orochimaru since childhood. His parents had raised it as a guardian of sorts, and it had once protected him from danger. Now, as a reward for its loyalty, Orochimaru decided it would be the first to receive the evolutionary fluid. He poured the entire contents of the test tube into the snake's mouth, ensuring not a drop was wasted. Within moments, the potion's effects began to spread through its body. Let the evolution begin, Orochimaru whispered. The python let out a cry of pain as the evolutionary fluid worked its way through its system. It thrashed wildly, slithering across the ground as if in a frenzy. Orochimaru watched calmly, knowing that this violent reaction was part of the process. After a while, the snake finally calmed down and coiled itself at Orochimaru's feet, quietly awaiting further changes. It seems it has adapted to the fluid. Now, it's just a matter of time before the transformation is complete, Orochimaru said, satisfied with the initial results. Orochimaru. Orochimaru. A familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. He looked up to see a young woman running toward him. It was Tsunade, now 13 years old. Though her body had started to show signs of development, the progress was slow, to say the least. Even the smallest bra struggled to fit her figure, much to her frustration. Tsunade had asked Orochimaru many times whether he minded her underwhelming growth. Each time, he patiently reassured her that it didn't bother him in the slightest. He knew that once Tsunade's development completed, she would grow into a woman whose beauty could captivate any man. Hearing his reassurances, Tsunade had long since decided that Orochimaru was the perfect boyfriend, handsome, powerful, and, most importantly, extremely talented. In her eyes, no one in Konoha could compare to him. "Orochimaru, the teacher is looking for you," Tsunade said as she finally reached him, slightly out of breath. "Do you know why?" Orochimaru asked, his tone as calm as ever. "It's something about the recovery potion, but I don't know the specifics," she replied. "I see." Orochimaru glanced at the python, still in the midst of its transformation. "I'll let it evolve slowly." Bang! With a poof of white smoke, the snake disappeared, dismissed back to its realm. Tsunade happily took Orochimaru's arm, and the two of them began walking back toward the village. However, Tsunade's happiness quickly evaporated. As they approached the Hokage rock and prepared to jump down, they noticed something disturbing below. From this angle, they could see several corpses laid out on the roof of the Hokage building. Around the bodies, a group of Konoha jonin stood, speaking in hushed tones to the third Hokage, who looked somber. But what truly froze Tsunade in place was the appearance of the corpses. She couldn't believe her eyes. Her hand slipped from Orochimaru's arm as she broke into a run, sprinting toward the Hokage building. "Tsunade!" Orochimaru called after her, but she didn't stop. As Tsunade reached the rooftop, her worst fears were confirmed. The corpses before her were those of her family members. Seeing Tsunade's pained expression, the third Hokage hesitated for a moment before speaking, his voice filled with guilt. "I'm sorry, Tsunade." Chapter 79, Chapter 79. 1087 words. When Orochimaru arrived at the Hokage building, he saw Tsunade collapsed on her knees, covering her tear-streaked face with her hands, sobbing uncontrollably. Orochimaru's gaze shifted from Tsunade to the 6 or 7 corpses laid out in body bags on the ground. The zippers on the bags were half open, revealing the faces of the deceased. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed as he recognized them immediately. The Senju clan? Among the 7 corpses, 4 were members of the Senju clan. 2 of them, to Orochimaru's dismay, were Tsunade's parents. This realization hit him harder than expected, and it led his mind to race with numerous thoughts. Orochimaru had long known that after the second Hokage's death, the Senju clan had been steadily declining. But this was different. After this incident, only Tsunade, her younger brother Nawaki, and Uzumaki Mito, the widow of the first Hokage, remained. He had always wondered about the mysterious reduction of Senju members in recent years. During the early years of Hiruzen's tenure as Hokage, the Senju clan was still relatively robust, and Tsunade's parents were among the most notable. But now? It seemed as though the Senju had been disappearing one by one. Why was this happening? Orochimaru had once considered the possibility that the third Hokage was behind it. It wasn't unheard of for a ruler to eliminate powerful families that could threaten their position. After all, many within the Senju clan had been dissatisfied when the Hokage title passed to someone outside their lineage. But Orochimaru knew his master well. Hiruzen, despite being pragmatic, didn't seem like the type to coldly eradicate a powerful family like the Senju, especially considering that the second Hokage, Tobirama, had been his teacher. Not to mention, the risks of such an action were too high. Even if Hiruzen wanted to eliminate the Senju clan, he would have faced immense backlash from loyalists within the village Anbu, Jonin, and other influential figures who respected the Senju legacy. Moreover, Danzo, as ruthless as he was, wouldn't take such a risk either. The second Hokage had been both Hiruzen's and Danzo's mentor, and no amount of ambition would lead them to dishonor him by wiping out his clan. Still, the question lingered: if it wasn't the third Hokage or Danzo, then who or what was behind the slow extinction of the Senju? As Orochimaru continued to piece things together in his mind, the third Hokage, who stood nearby, addressed the Konoha Jonin gathered around the bodies. "Do we know who did this?" Hiruzen asked, his voice carrying a weight of grief and authority. "We don't know yet," one of the Jonin responded. "By the time we arrived, they were already gone. There were no survivors." The third Hokage nodded grimly. "I see. You're dismissed." "Understood." The Jonin saluted respectfully and departed. Swish. Several ANBU operatives appeared behind the third Hokage, their presence as silent as shadows. "Investigate," Hiruzen ordered, his voice colder than usual. "Understood," the ANBU responded in unison before vanishing as quickly as they had appeared. Watching this exchange, Orochimaru quietly reaffirmed his initial suspicion Hiruzen hadn't orchestrated this. The shock and sorrow on the third Hokage's face were too genuine to be an act. After the ANBU departed, Hiruzen turned his gaze toward his distraught disciple. "Tsunade," he began, his tone laced with sadness. "We are Shinobi." His words were meant as a reminder, a bitter truth that all ninja had to face. From the moment they chose this path, they had to accept that death was always looming over them. But no amount of training could truly prepare one for the death of loved ones. Though Hiruzen's intention was to console her in his own way, Tsunade was too consumed by grief to listen. She continued to sob, her hands covering her face, her world shattered by the sudden loss of her parents. 3 days later, Konoha Cemetery was draped in a somber atmosphere. 2 new tombstones stood amidst the sea of gravestones, bearing the names of Tsunade's parents. Tsunade knelt before the graves, her tears flowing freely as she wept for the lives that had been stolen from her. Orochimaru and Jiraiya stood silently by her side, offering no words of comfort. In the world of Shinobi, death was all too common, and in situations like this, words often rang hollow. "Orochimaru." Tsunade finally spoke, her voice fragile, barely above a whisper. "I want to be alone for a while." Orochimaru didn't hesitate. "Of course," he said softly. He glanced over at Jiraiya, who nodded in understanding. Together, they left Tsunade to her grief, giving her the space she needed to process the loss in her own way. As they walked away, Jiraiya couldn't help but ask, "Orochimaru, are you really not going to stay and comfort her?" Orochimaru's eyes remained fixed ahead. "Comfort her? What could I possibly say to bring comfort? It's not something that happened to me. I have no right to try." Jiraiya blinked, taken aback by the logic. I guess that kind of makes sense." Just then, an ANBU appeared in front of them, bowing respectfully. "Orochimaru, the Hokage is looking for you." "Understood," Orochimaru replied without missing a beat. "Let's go." In Konoha's secret laboratory, Orochimaru stood before the third Hokage, who was still visibly troubled by the recent deaths. "Orochimaru, how is Tsunade holding up?" Hiruzen asked, genuine concern in his voice. Orochimaru responded slowly, "She's devastated, naturally. Losing both parents will take time to recover from." The third Hokage sighed, his face etched with sorrow. "Let her take all the time she needs. I'll speak to her when the time is right." He paused before shifting the subject. "I called you here to discuss the recovery potion. Is there any progress on solving the issue of it not being able to be used continuously?" Orochimaru's expression remained neutral. "There's no easy fix. The potion does stimulate cell regeneration, but the effect is weak. Human cells follow a natural replacement cycle, and until that cycle completes, the body can't withstand another dose of the potion's effects." Hiruzen nodded, disappointment crossing his features. "I see. So, for now, it will remain limited in its use." "That's correct," Orochimaru confirmed. "We've reached the current limits of what the potion can do, but I'm continuing to explore other possibilities." With a heavy sigh, the third Hokage leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. "Thank you, Orochimaru. We'll make do with what we have for now." Chapter 80. 1033 words. Hiruzen nodded slightly, recalling the events that led up to this moment. A year ago, the recovery potion developed by Orochimaru had shown a peculiar limitation. Though it was remarkably effective, it could only be used twice within a year. After the second use, any subsequent dose would see drastically diminished effects. This wasn't exactly a drawback, but it was certainly a limitation. Hiruzen had hoped that Orochimaru would eventually overcome it, but at the time, Orochimaru mentioned he was working on something new and more powerful. With other pressing matters at hand, Hiruzen had refrained from pushing for immediate results. Instead, he tasked a ninja named Dan with testing it, but the effects remained unchanged. Recently, with all the chaos surrounding Tsunade's parents' deaths, the issue had been delayed. But now that things had somewhat settled, they had finally come to address the matter. Orochimaru's explanation today confirmed that there was no immediate solution. Nevertheless, the current results were still impressive. Being able to use the potion twice within a year was already an incredible achievement. Hiruzen had simply hoped for more. "Teacher, if there's nothing else," Orochimaru said, ready to leave. There is one more thing," Hiruzen interrupted. "The volunteer for the next drug test has been selected." Orochimaru raised an eyebrow slightly but said nothing. He knew what this meant. The village had chosen someone willing to put their life on the line for science, for the sake of Konoha's advancement. It wasn't uncommon. Ninja were trained from a young age to serve their village, and many were willing to become test subjects if it meant Konoha would grow stronger. Their loyalty and willingness to sacrifice were both admirable and unsettling. "Come in," Hiruzen called. The door opened, and an ANBU operative stepped inside. Orochimaru's eyes widened in mild surprise. He recognized this person. It was someone he had worked with before, though not closely. "You're the volunteer this time?" Orochimaru asked. "Yes," the ANBU responded, his voice steady. Orochimaru tilted his head slightly. "May I ask why you volunteered?" "Because I trust you," the ANBU said without hesitation. Orochimaru couldn't help but smirk. "Trust, huh?" It was rare for someone to say something like that to him, especially considering the risks involved in experimental work. "Haha, let's get started, then," Orochimaru said, not wasting any more time. He pulled out a scroll, unfurling it with practiced ease. Bang! A burst of white smoke filled the room, and when it cleared, a light green reagent appeared in his hand. He handed the small vial to the ANBU before addressing him directly. "Fox, as the lead researcher, I must warn you, this process could result in death." "I'm ready," the ANBU operative, known as Fox for his mask, replied calmly. His eyes betrayed no fear, only resolve. Orochimaru admired the loyalty and dedication instilled in Konoha's forces, though a part of him also found it troubling. The ability to make someone willing to die for an experiment, it was a testament to the village's power over its soldiers, a power he found both fascinating and dangerous. He handed the reagent to Fox, who hesitated only for a moment before removing his mask. Beneath it was the face of a man in his 30s, weathered but determined. He stared at the vial for a second, then, without further delay, drank it in one gulp. "To make the effect take hold faster, you'll need to circulate your chakra," Orochimaru instructed. Fox nodded and focused, channeling his chakra throughout his body. At first, nothing seemed to happen, but soon a heat began spreading from his stomach, coursing through his veins like fire. His skin flushed, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead, glistening in the dim light of the room. The sensation was not entirely unpleasant. It was akin to soaking in a hot bath, warmth suffusing every muscle in his body. However, Fox knew better than to relax. He had prepared himself for the possibility of extreme side effects or even death. Meanwhile, Orochimaru turned to Hiruzen. "Teacher, I'll take my leave. You can handle the observation from here." Hiruzen nodded, his eyes still focused on the ANBU operative undergoing the effects of the experiment. "We'll take it from here." "Thank you, Orochimaru." With that, Orochimaru exited the room, leaving the remaining task to the Hokage and his advisors. As soon as he was gone, Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura emerged from an adjoining room, having observed the proceedings silently from the start. They watched closely as Fox sat cross-legged on the floor, meditating as the potion continued to work its way through his system. Sweat dripped down his brow, but beyond that, there were no immediate signs of distress. Danzo was the first to break the silence. "How is he?" 10 minutes had passed, and Fox finally opened his eyes. He looked down at his hands, feeling the surge of chakra now coursing through him. "My chakra, it's increased by about 50%, he reported, his voice tinged with disbelief. 50%? Danzo's usually impassive face briefly betrayed his shock, as did the others in the room. Even Hiruzen couldn't hide his surprise. Fox was an elite chunin, not a jonin, but for a 30-year-old man, whose chakra reserves had long since stabilized, to experience a 50% increase. That was staggering. It was unheard of for an adult ninja to increase their chakra capacity by such a margin, especially after reaching maturity. Hiruzen's mind raced with the implications. If this serum could reliably increase chakra by that amount, it could significantly enhance Konoha's military might. Danzo, ever pragmatic, leaned forward slightly. "Do you feel any discomfort or side effects?" Fox shook his head, wiping the last bit of sweat from his brow. "No. I feel stronger. More energetic. There's no pain, only the heat that spread through my body earlier." Danzo exhaled slowly, clearly still processing what this could mean. If this works on more than just one subject, Konoha's forces could become nearly unstoppable. Hiruzen, though equally impressed, wasn't quite ready to celebrate yet. "We'll need more tests. This could be a unique case. Still, it's promising." "Promising indeed," Danzo muttered, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Chapter 81, 1351 words. Danzo, as a high-ranking official in Konoha, was no stranger to secret medicines that could temporarily enhance a ninja's combat abilities. For instance, the Akimichi clan's famed three-color pills could dramatically boost strength but at great personal cost, often leaving users incapacitated or worse. These pills, despite their power, had extremely short durations and severe side effects, limiting their usefulness in all but the most desperate situations. What made Orochimaru's new drug particularly fascinating to Danzo and the other village leaders was its promise of lasting effects with minimal risks. Increasing chakra capacity permanently without immediate drawbacks could revolutionize Konoha's strength on a scale that the village had never seen before. After hearing Danzo's probing question about side effects, the ANBU operative, Fox, who had volunteered for the experiment, shifted slightly, testing his body's condition. "Danzo-sama, I don't feel any discomfort at the moment," he reported with a tone of surprise. Danzo, narrowing his eyes, pressed further, "And on the contrary?" Fox, still moving his limbs and sensing his chakra flow, responded, "On the contrary, I feel more energized. My body feels much stronger. As though the medicine has revitalized me." Hiruzen, watching the exchange with interest, elaborated, "According to Orochimaru, the medicine increases both physical strength and mental fortitude. It works quickly, and so far, it has shown no signs of side effects. At least none have appeared on him," he added, glancing at Fox, who appeared more surprised by his newfound strength than concerned. "This is simply incredible," Danzo murmured, unable to hide his amazement. Koharu, one of Konoha's council elders, nodded in agreement. "Yes, even though we were informed of this beforehand, seeing the results still feels unbelievable. A child, developing two entirely different but equally revolutionary medicines within just a few years. His talent is remarkable." Hamura, the third elder, who had been silent until now, chimed in, "Perhaps, as Sarutobi suggested earlier, it was the loss of his parents that drove him to develop at such an unprecedented pace." Hiruzen sighed softly. "That may be true, but even so, we must observe this serum's effects over time. If no side effects appear after extended use." He didn't finish the sentence, but everyone in the room knew what he meant. If the serum was truly free of dangerous consequences, the possibilities were limitless. They would mass-produce it, enhancing as many ninjas as possible, permanently boosting Konoha's combat capabilities. Permanent chakra enhancement was nothing short of a miracle in their eyes. The elders exchanged a few knowing glances, all coming to the same conclusion. However, Danzo's gaze lingered on the direction where Orochimaru had left. His thoughts were more complex than those of his peers. He trusted Orochimaru's abilities but was always wary of how immense talent could lead to ambition. Orochimaru could become more than a mere asset to Konoha, he could become a threat. Danzo's mind began to spin with plans of his own, thinking of how this development might shift the balance of power. Meanwhile, at the Senju compound, a different scene was unfolding. Sister, don't be sad. A small, 3-year-old boy with soft brown hair and bright eyes tugged at the sleeve of the girl in front of him, trying to comfort her with his sweet, innocent voice. Tsunade, still dressed in white mourning clothes, slowly lifted her tear-streaked face to look at her younger brother, Nawaki. Her heart tightened, not knowing how to respond. Her little brother was too young to fully understand the weight of their parents' deaths, and she hadn't yet found the courage to explain it to him. Although Tsunade had always embraced the idea that a ninja should be prepared for death, the loss of her parents had shattered her inner strength. For a brief moment, she had felt as though her entire world had collapsed. The once strong and vibrant Tsunade had become a fragile reflection of herself, struggling to maintain composure for her brother's sake. Now, as she looked into Nawaki's wide, innocent eyes, Tsunade's resolve softened. She rubbed his head affectionately, forcing a small smile to hide her inner turmoil. Nawaki. Sister will be fine. You go play by yourself, okay? Can you play with me, sister? Nawaki pleaded, his tiny hand gripping the hem of her clothes with childlike insistence. Tsunade hesitated. Her heart was still heavy with grief, and the thought of playing games seemed out of place. But seeing the hope in Nawaki's eyes, she couldn't bring herself to refuse. Please, sister, let's play hide and seek. You count, and I'll go hide. Nawaki insisted, his voice full of excitement. Hide and seek? Tsunade murmured, feeling a pang of nostalgia. It was such a simple, innocent request in the face of all the pain and loss they had endured. Nawaki nodded eagerly, his face lighting up with anticipation. Yes. You just turn around and count to 10. Then come find me. Tsunade felt conflicted but didn't want to disappoint him. All right. I'll play. Yay. Nawaki cheered and quickly ran off as soon as Tsunade turned her back, counting softly under her breath. But moments after running, Nawaki accidentally bumped into someone and fell to the ground, letting out a small cry of pain. Ouch. It hurts. Hearing her brother's cry, Tsunade's heart skipped a beat. She turned around quickly, her eyes scanning for him. Nawaki. Are you all right? But as her gaze found him, her eyes widened. Standing before them was a familiar figure. Grandmother? Tsunade whispered in surprise. Uzumaki Mido, the widow of the first Hokage, stood before them, her expression both calm and compassionate. The moment Tsunade saw her grandmother, the dam holding back her tears broke, and she rushed forward, collapsing into Mido's arms. Grandmother. Tsunade sobbed, her grief overwhelming her once more. Uzumaki Mido, now one of the few remaining members of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, embraced her granddaughter tightly, offering quiet comfort. Mido, though old and wizened, had been through far more loss than most. She had lived through the Warring States period, witnessed countless deaths, and long ago hardened her heart to the tragedies of life. But even Mido could not hide the sadness that lingered in her heart. She, too, had lost family. Tsunade's parents were her children. Still, having lived through so much death and destruction, she had long learned to brace herself for the inevitable. It was a skill she wished Tsunade would never need, but now, here they were. All right, Tsunade, Mido said softly, patting her granddaughter's back. Don't cry anymore, child. We'll get through this together. The next morning, Orochimaru found himself back in the Hokage's office. Hiruzen had called him to discuss the results of the experiment. After listening to the Hokage's report, Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, surprised by the information. The primary gene enhancement serum had been designed to increase chakra by 50%, but this was the weakened version. Orochimaru had diluted the original formula by 80%, so the expected increase should have been no more than 20%. Yet, somehow, Fox had experienced the full 50% boost. Chakra capacity increased by 50% even with the diluted formula? Orochimaru muttered to himself, his mind racing to figure out the anomaly. Yes, Hiruzen confirmed. And so far, no side effects have been observed. Orochimaru's analytical mind quickly ran through possible explanations. Could it be that each person's reaction to the serum is influenced by their genetic makeup? It would make sense. Those with inherently superior genetics like members of the Uzumaki or Senju clans might experience a diminished effect. But for someone like Fox, who was an elite but not part of any particularly powerful clan, the effects were maximized. The realization clicked. It seems that the stronger the individual's genetic background, the less pronounced the effects of the serum, Orochimaru said, a sly smile tugging at the corner of his lips. For someone like me or members of the Senju or Uzumaki clans, the chakra increase may be lower. But for those with average genetic makeup, the serum works even better. Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. Chapter 82, 1092 words. After conducting research for so long, Orochimaru should have probably known all along that individual genetic factors would influence the effects of the gene-enhancing liquid. But with so many projects on his plate and having only tested the serum on himself, the intricacies of its varied effects hadn't been a focus. As such, the case of the ANBU agent, Fox, had genuinely caught him by surprise. Once Orochimaru finished his discussion with the third Hokage, their conversation ended amicably, with Hiruzen once again marveling at his disciple's achievements. On one hand, the Hokage felt immense pride, but on the other, a sense of bewilderment. As Orochimaru's teacher, he had always been the one imparting knowledge, particularly in the areas of ninjutsu and combat. However, when it came to the world of scientific research, Hiruzen's understanding was superficial at best, if even that. The depth of Orochimaru's brilliance in this field far surpassed anything he could have taught, which often left the Hokage wondering if he was still truly fit to guide him. But, Hiruzen consoled himself, at least in the realm of combat and ninjutsu, he was still stronger than Orochimaru, with many secrets in his repertoire. And so, he shelved his insecurities, steering the conversation towards the primary reason for their meeting. Orochimaru, there's a mission that requires your attention, Hiruzen said, shifting to the day's business. What kind of mission? Orochimaru asked, ever composed. There's a document that needs to be delivered to the daimyo of the Land of Grass, and you'll need to bring back his response. With everything that's been happening recently, we're stretched thin on manpower, so I'll have to trouble you with this task. Orochimaru nodded, unfazed. No problem. I have some business in the surrounding countries as well. However, considering Tsunade's current state, it looks like Jiraiya and I will handle this mission alone. The third Hokage sighed. Yes, leave Tsunade to me. She needs more time. Just the two of us? Jiraiya asked, blinking in surprise when Orochimaru relayed the mission details. They stood outside Jiraiya's home, and for the first time, it struck Jiraiya how strange it was to have only the two of them going on a mission. Normally, it was always the three of them: Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Orochimaru gave a small nod. Her condition isn't suitable for fieldwork right now. We'll meet at the village gate in an hour. Jiraiya agreed without hesitation, and the two parted ways to prepare for the journey. Orochimaru returned home to gather his equipment, his ninja tools, gear, and the standard-issue Chunin vest. Though genin didn't have formal uniforms, Chunin were provided with vests that had tactical advantages, with multiple pockets for tools and scrolls. These vests served not only as identifiers for Konoha ninjas but also as vital equipment for combat and survival. Back home, after organizing his supplies, Orochimaru pulled out a small scroll. It wasn't just any scroll, it was a space scroll, a useful tool for sealing items into a separate dimension and summoning them when needed. The scroll was covered in black runes with a blank space in the center, which could store one item at a time. Using the technique, Orochimaru sealed a small metal box into the scroll and then stored the scroll in his vest. This process was repeated 3 times: one scroll for a recovery potion, another for the weakened gene enhancement serum, and a final one for a money box. Although Orochimaru could store these items in his system's space warehouse, doing so openly might raise suspicion. To avoid unnecessary questions, he opted to use standard space scrolls, like other ninjas. With his gear packed and scrolls prepared, Orochimaru slung his backpack over his shoulder and made for the door. But as he stepped outside, he found himself face to face with Tsunade. She was fully armed, her expression steely with determination. "Orochimaru, are you going on a mission? Take me with you." Orochimaru paused, his eyes scanning her. Are you feeling better?" "Much better," Tsunade said with a slight nod, though her tone carried a trace of uncertainty. Orochimaru weighed her words for a moment, then gave her a slight nod. "Very well. Let's go." Orochimaru wasn't one to offer many words of comfort, even when Tsunade had been mourning her parents. It wasn't that he didn't care, it was simply that in the harsh world of ninjas, death was far too common. His experiences had hardened him, numbing his emotional responses. Losing family, comrades, even children, it was all too normal for him. "Why are you dressed like that?" Orochimaru asked, noting Tsunade's fully armed state. "I came back to rejoin the team," she explained. "I didn't know you had a mission today." "I see," Orochimaru mused. "Then go pack your things. I'll meet you at the village gate." Half an hour later, at the entrance of Konoha, Jiraiya was waiting. He was visibly stunned to see Tsunade approaching with her gear, though he remained unusually quiet. Normally, Jiraiya would have made some playful remark, but today, the air between them was heavy with unsaid words. None of the 3 spoke much as they set off towards the land of grass, moving swiftly through the forested paths. They had been teammates for years, but there was a silent understanding between them now, a shared acknowledgement of the recent loss. As they ran through the trees, Tsunade suddenly broke the silence. "Orochimaru," she called out. "Yes," he replied, his voice as calm as always. "Can you tell me how you felt when your parents died?" Her tone was eerily calm, a stark contrast to the deep emotions she was grappling with. Even Jiraiya, usually the loudest of the trio, remained silent, not daring to interrupt. Orochimaru's mind briefly flashed back to a distant memory, a time long ago when he first learned of his mother's death. It had been a moment of overwhelming anger. He had wanted to destroy everything, to tear apart the world and make those who had wronged him suffer. The desire for vengeance had consumed him for a long time. But now, those emotions felt distant, muted. "It's been too long. I've forgotten how it felt," he said, his voice emotionless, as if speaking about something trivial. Tsunade looked at him, her eyes searching for something more. But Orochimaru's expression remained impassive, giving her nothing further to hold on to. He didn't see the need to elaborate on his pain. It was part of the past, and he had already moved on. Chapter 83, 1053 words. Hearing Orochimaru's response, Tsunade, still running alongside him, was stunned for a moment. Her expression turned bitter. "Grandma said, maybe you could give me an answer." "So, you don't know either? Grandma?" Orochimaru couldn't help but think of Uzumaki Mito, the dignified woman who, despite her kind appearance, wielded great power. Why would she think so highly of him, enough to tell Tsunade that he might have the answer? What's the answer to something like this? Orochimaru mused aloud, his voice calm. When undergoing psychological training, you should be prepared for this kind of pain. Besides. He glanced briefly at Tsunade, his tone steady but lacking in warmth. You have a younger brother. To Orochimaru, this was simply an objective truth. In their world, loss was inevitable. Most shinobi would eventually lose everyone they cared about, leaving them alone. Yet, despite the harsh reality, they survived. He himself had no family left, he had grown used to the numbness that came with loss. Tsunade, by contrast, still had her grandmother, Uzumaki Mido, and her younger brother, Nawaki. She was, by any measure, far better off than most. Younger brother. Tsunade repeated, a flash of recognition crossing her face. In her mind, the image of Nawaki appeared, his bright eyes and long brown hair, his innocent voice begging her to play games with him. The memory warmed her heart, reminding her that she wasn't completely alone in the world. Yes, I still have my little brother, she thought, her emotion settling somewhat. She glanced at Orochimaru, who was running just ahead. For the first time, she noticed something in his posture, a deep sadness hidden in the calmness of his demeanor. Orochimaru. She whispered, as if realizing for the first time that despite his composed exterior, he had nothing left. He, too, had once had a family. Now, no one remained. The Land of Grass was a small country wedged between the larger nations of Earth and Fire. Its borders touched 4 nations, the Land of Earth to the north, the Land of Fire to the east, the Land of Rain to the west, and the Land of Waterfalls to the south. Caught between these larger powers, the Land of Grass had suffered constant conflict, much like the Land of Rice Fields. Yet, unlike the latter, the Land of Grass had its own shinobi village, Grass Ninja Village, whose strength, while not on par with the 5 great nations, was nothing to be taken lightly. This wasn't Orochimaru's first visit to the Land of Grass. He had come twice before over the past year. His memories of the place were tied to the Third Great Ninja War, where a decisive battle between Konoha and Iwagakure had taken place. The Land of Grass had been devastated by that war, ultimately forced to ally with Konoha due to the overwhelming strength of the Leaf. In a world without telephones or modern communication systems, the exchange of information between countries still relied on letters and scrolls. Documents were delivered by hand, with ninja couriers entrusted with the task. Only in rare instances where both parties were highly familiar with one another could ninja beasts be used for communication. And even then, the process required specialized training and chakra perception abilities. Thus, it fell to Orochimaru and his team to deliver Konoha's message to the daimyo of the Land of Grass. After a week of steady travel, filled with periods of walking and rest, the trio finally arrived at their destination. During the journey, Orochimaru had noted subtle shifts in Tsunade's demeanor. Slowly but surely, her old self was beginning to resurface. He suspected that, in just a few more days, the confident and lively Tsunade would return. Upon arriving at the entrance to the daimyo's mansion, 2 grass ninjas stood guard, their expressions vigilant as they stepped forward to block Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. A ninja from Konoha, one of the guards asked, his tone respectful but firm. The safety of a daimyo was paramount. Even in a small nation like the Land of Grass, the daimyo's bodyguards were highly capable, usually at least at the level of special jounin. Special jounin, while not as versatile as full-fledged jounin, were skilled specialists in particular areas of expertise, making them formidable in their own right. Orochimaru spoke calmly, his gaze fixed on the mansion ahead. We've come to deliver a letter to the daimyo. The guards exchanged glances, then one of them nodded. Wait here. I'll inform the daimyo. With that, the grass ninja turned and disappeared into the mansion, leaving the 3 to wait outside. The daimyo was the political authority that even the Kage had to answer to, much like how generals in ancient times ultimately served emperors. Some might find it strange that powerful ninja followed the orders of seemingly weak civilians like daimyo, but the truth was that governing a country and commanding an army were 2 entirely different things. History had shown that generals who seized power often failed due to their lack of administrative skills. Ninjas, despite their abilities, were essentially tools of the state, not rulers. The daimyo of the Land of Grass, like those of other smaller nations, had long accepted Konoha's influence. He was well aware of Konoha's power, and as such, welcomed Orochimaru and his companions without hesitation. Despite the daimyo's offer of luxurious accommodations, the trio declined. They were accustomed to the freedom of their nomadic lifestyle and found the rigid formality of the daimyo's mansion uncomfortable. Instead, they chose to stay at a small inn in a nearby town, waiting for the daimyo's reply. After settling into the inn, Orochimaru made preparations to leave once again. "You're going out again?" Tsunade asked, puzzled as she watched Orochimaru gather his things. Orochimaru nodded. "I need to attend to some matters while we wait for the daimyo's reply. You two can handle things here." Tsunade frowned slightly. "How long will you be gone this time?" As usual, Orochimaru replied, his tone calm. "No more than 2 days." Tsunade sighed but didn't press the issue. "Alright, but don't be gone too long." With a nod, Orochimaru turned and left the inn, slipping into the quiet streets of the town as he made his way towards the outskirts. Chapter 84, 1288 words. Kyuzugakur wasn't far from the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Grass. Considering the size of the Land of Fire, it only took about a day to walk from Konoha to its capital. For a ninja running at full speed, that journey would be reduced to just a few hours. The distance from the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Grass to Hidden Grass Village was even shorter, barely a half-hour run at ninja pace. However, Orochimaru wasn't in a rush this time, so he decided to take his time, walking leisurely. He found a secluded spot along the way, changed his clothes, and put on a human skin mask, transforming into a completely different person. Soon, he looked like a young man in his 20s, with long flowing hair and pale, yet handsome, features. His appearance was sharp and striking. He was in disguise, but this version of him was simply a slightly older, refined version of himself. Why the disguise? Well, he had business in Kyuzugakur, and this particular identity would be useful. While he wasn't famous yet, Orochimaru preferred to stay cautious and avoid being recognized in case he needed to move in secret. As for why he chose a human skin mask over the transformation jutsu? The answer was simple. The transformation jutsu required constant chakra to maintain. While it was flawless at first glance, it couldn't hold up in battle or under strain. Any serious combat, or even a strong enough attack, would disrupt the chakra flow and force him back into his original form. That kind of instability wasn't conducive to Orochimaru's plans. Orochimaru was currently 13, and though his height had increased due to growth and the strengthening potions he'd been using, he was still shorter than most adults. Jiraiya, for instance, would grow to be nearly 191 centimeters tall as an adult. Orochimaru, through his various experiments and body modifications, would fluctuate in height, but his natural height was around 180 centimeters at best. At 13, however, he had already reached 170 centimeters, thanks to his enhancements. With the human skin mask making him appear older, no one would question his assumed identity as a 20-something ninja passing through. The village leader of Kyuzugakur, Moriyama, was a man in his late 40s or 50s. At the moment, he was pacing through the village's hospital, his mind weighed down with concerns about the future of the village. Unlike the great shinobi villages, which had large populations of ninjas, the smaller villages, like his, were constantly struggling with manpower shortages. With a total population of just over 1,000 ninjas, Kyuzugakur was always short-staffed. Once you factored in those away on missions, the elderly, the injured, and the infirm, they were often left with no more than a few hundred capable fighters at any given time. Moriyama looked around the crowded hospital, where seriously wounded ninjas were groaning in pain. The constant skirmishes in their country had drained their forces, and they were often under siege by their more powerful neighbors. He couldn't help but think of how the future of the village seemed to hang by a thread. It wasn't helping his mood that many of these injuries were apparently the work of rogue ninjas from the nearby Rain Village. The constant pressure from Konoha and Iwagakure had finally subsided for them, and now they were turning their attention to his small country. "This one needs a blood transfusion," a doctor shouted from one end of the room. "That one over there needs surgery. Damn it, this one's not going to make it." The lack of proper medical ninjas in the village meant that most of their wounded had little hope of recovery once the injuries were severe. Watching this scene unfold, Moriyama sighed heavily. His village was dying, and he had no idea how to stop it. Why were so many of our men injured this time? Moriyama asked the ninja captain standing next to him. They were ambushed by the forces from the Rain Village, the captain replied grimly. Rain Village again? Moriyama muttered, irritation creeping into his voice. Those bastards finally get some breathing room from Konoha and IWA, and now they decide to start picking on us? Don't they have better things to do? He exhaled sharply, his frustrations growing. It wasn't easy being the leader of a village sandwiched between three major powers, each one more than capable of crushing Chowin at a moment's notice. The Land of Rain had always been a powerful military force, mainly due to the presence of Hanzo, the ninja demigod who ruled over them. That reputation had only grown stronger in recent years. We're just caught in the middle, the captain said with a bitter smile. Compared to the nations around us, we're practically nothing. Moriyama walked to the second-floor window of the hospital, staring out at the village in the distance. It's hard to believe there was once a time when Kusagakure almost unified the entire shinobi world. The ninja captain blinked in confusion. Unify the world? When did that happen? Moriyama waved his hand dismissively. It was a foolish thought, there had never been such a time. The village was on the verge of collapse, and no amount of wishful thinking would change that. Just then, a panicked Kusagakure ninja in uniform burst into the room. Village chief. Village chief. What is it? Moriyama snapped, his frustration boiling over. There's a young man who calls himself White Snake, and he says he wants to see you. White Snake. Moriyama's irritation gave way to surprise. Could it be him? Where is he? Take me to him immediately. In the reception hall of Chowin Village, Orochimaru, now in his disguised form as the White Snake, sat calmly, his pale face twisted into a slight, amused smile. When Moriyama entered the room, flanked by two jounin, Orochimaru greeted them with a mischievous glint in his eye. Long time no see, village chief, Orochimaru rasped, his voice low and hoarse. His appearance, pale skin, long hair, and a sinister smile made him appear almost serpentine. White Snake. The alias was one Orochimaru had given himself to conceal his identity as a Konoha ninja. While it was a transparent name that anyone could see through, it was still useful for certain dealings. Most people in these smaller villages knew better than to ask too many questions. Moriyama, upon seeing Orochimaru, forced a smile, though there was a clear hint of nervousness in his expression. It's been a while, Mr. White Snake. Orochimaru's smile widened. Let's skip the pleasantries, village chief. I'm here for business. He leaned forward slightly, his voice turning colder. Have you given any more thought to our previous discussion? The medicine you offered is indeed miraculous, Moriyama said hesitantly, but 500,000 ryo per vial? Surely there's room for negotiation. 500,000 ryo too expensive? Orochimaru chuckled, standing as if to leave. If that's the case, then I suppose we're done here. I don't waste my time with those who lack sincerity. Moriyama's expression changed instantly. Wait. Do you think you can come and go as you please in this village? A Kusagakure jounin stepped forward, blocking Orochimaru's path with an aggressive stance. Orochimaru's face remained calm, though his smile became even more unsettling. Oh, he said softly. Village chief, is this how you intend to deal with me? By force? There was an eerie stillness in the room, the tension palpable as Orochimaru's serpentine gaze locked onto the guards in front of him. He didn't raise his voice, but the weight of his presence was enough to make the other men hesitate. Chapter 85, Chapter 85. 939 words. As an adult soul in a teenager's body, Orochimaru's actions and mannerisms naturally mirrored the cold, calculating figure he would one day become. Hearing the thinly veiled threat in Orochimaru's voice, the village chief, Moriyama, quickly raised his hand, signaling his subordinate to step back. The grass ninja hesitated but followed orders. Despite not understanding why his leader was so deferential toward this young man, as a ninja, he knew better than to question orders. Though clearly displeased, he withdrew without further resistance. "Mr. White Snake, surely we can negotiate the price a little more?" Moriyama asked, trying to keep his tone diplomatic. Orochimaru didn't even bother turning around. "Do you really think 500,000 ryo is too much to save a life?" His voice was low, filled with thinly veiled disdain, making it clear he had no intention of haggling. His meaning was obvious: take it or leave it. Moriyama swallowed his frustration and pressed on. "But can you guarantee that every dose of the potion will be as effective as you claim?" Orochimaru finally turned, his golden eyes locking onto the village chief. "Do you think I'd waste my time trying to cheat you out of a few million ryo? Do you take us for fools?" His voice, dripping with sarcasm, made Moriyama flinch slightly. The village chief knew he was in no position to argue. A year ago, this mysterious white snake had appeared out of nowhere, claiming to belong to a powerful organization and offering them a miraculous healing potion for 500,000 ryo per vial. The potion, he promised, could pull a ninja back from the brink of death in less than 3 minutes. At first, no one believed him. Such rapid healing was unheard of, even in the most advanced medical circles. But before leaving, Orochimaru had left a single vial behind, free of charge, and instructed them to test it on a seriously wounded ninja. Skeptical but curious, they eventually tried it on a nearly dead ninja. The results had been nothing short of astonishing. Within minutes, the injured man had recovered to the point where he could stand on his own. Since then, they had been waiting for White Snake's return, knowing that this potion could be a game-changer for their struggling village. Moriyama weighed his options. He could try to negotiate further, but he knew deep down this would only delay what needed to be done. "Fine," he said at last, "I'll take 100 vials to start." "What's the process?" Orochimaru smirked, an amused glint in his eyes. 100, he said, his voice mocking. "I think you overestimate your resources." "What do you mean?" "This medicine is extremely rare and difficult to produce. I can only offer you 40 vials at the moment." "That's all I have." Moriyama paused, then nodded reluctantly. 40, then. "I'll take them." "Good," Orochimaru said smoothly. "Follow me." "Follow you?" Moriyama raised an eyebrow. "You don't have it with you?" "Of course not," Orochimaru replied with a sly smile. "This is your village, after all. If you decide to kill me and take the medicine, what then?" Moriyama chuckled. "Kill you and take the goods? With your strength, I doubt you'd be so easily robbed." Still, Orochimaru said, "Better to be cautious." The two men exchanged knowing smiles. While the conversation remained light, the unspoken tension hung between them. Moriyama had indeed considered killing Orochimaru and taking the medicine for himself. After all, this was a foreigner with no ties to the village. In theory, they could kill him, take what they wanted, and no one would ever be the wiser. But there was always a risk. If Orochimaru truly was as powerful as he seemed, and he'd already proven that much during his last visit, attacking him would be a costly mistake. Worse still, if the organization he claimed to represent was real, any act of aggression could lead to dire consequences for the entire village. In the end, it wasn't worth the risk. "Prepare the money," Orochimaru said as he turned to leave. "Make sure everything is ready," Moriyama instructed his subordinates, turning back to his men. One of the grass ninjas, the same one who had tried to stop Orochimaru earlier, leaned in closer and whispered, "Are we really going to pay him? Couldn't we just handle this another way?" Moriyama glanced at him, understanding the implication immediately. 20 million ryo is a small price to pay, he said calmly. "It's not worth making an enemy out of someone like him." "Someone like him?" The grass ninja was confused. "How strong could he be? Surely some of our jounin could handle him, right?" Moriyama chuckled at the naivety of his subordinate. You weren't here a year ago, so you don't understand. That man, he took down 7 of our best ninjas by himself. The grass ninja's eyes widened in disbelief. 7? That's impressive, but not impossible. Some of our stronger jounin could handle that, couldn't they? Perhaps, Moriyama said, placing a hand on his subordinate's shoulder. But what if I told you one of those 7 was your older brother? The grass ninja fell silent, the weight of those words sinking in. His brother was one of the strongest fighters in the village. If this white snake had taken him down along with 6 others, then this stranger was not someone to be trifled with. Moriyama patted his shoulder once more and left the room, his thoughts already returning to the next steps in their delicate dealings with the mysterious white snake. Chapter 86, Chapter 86. 1055 words. Kusagakure village didn't have any exceptionally strong ninjas. Even the village chief, Moriyama, was just an average jounin at best. The strongest ninja in the village was a man named Sanji, a jounin of comparable strength to Moriyama. When Orochimaru first arrived in Kusagakure, they mistook him for a spy and surrounded him. A fight broke out, but most of his attackers were just chunin. Orochimaru swiftly dealt with them and then had to face Sanji himself. Sanji was indeed powerful, specializing in Kusagakure's signature confinement techniques, which nearly gave Orochimaru more than he could handle. But without using his more advanced jutsu, like the Sharingan or his summoning techniques, Orochimaru still managed to win, proving himself superior. And in this world, only the winner's words mattered. After his victory, Orochimaru was able to explain his real purpose, leading to the business dealings they now had. Back in the Kusagakure reception room, the subordinate who had questioned Orochimaru's strength earlier finally understood why his village chief had been so respectful. If even Supreme had been defeated, then it was clear that this white snake wasn't someone they could afford to cross lightly. Understanding this, the subordinate took a deep breath and followed orders, preparing the money for the transaction. There was no choice. He had to obey. The deal itself took place outside the village. Moriyama, well versed in the unspoken rules of such dealings, brought only 2 trusted guards with him. Orochimaru, despite his confidence in his own strength, knew better than to take unnecessary risks. He used one of his clones to handle the trade, all while secretly controlling his invisible flies to monitor the area for any signs of betrayal. Fortunately for both parties, Moriyama had no intention of double-crossing Orochimaru. The deal went smoothly, and Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a bit of respect for the village chief's pragmatism. With the transaction complete, Moriyama smiled as he held the 2 iron boxes full of potions. Mr. Whitesnake, a pleasure doing business. Orochimaru gave a casual shrug, tucking the money away. Likewise, Mr. Village Chief. Until next time. And with that, Orochimaru vanished using a simple teleportation jutsu, leaving Moriyama standing in the clearing with his new stock of valuable potions. Moriyama wasted no time returning to the village with the potions. Each box contained 20 vials, neatly arranged and wrapped in cloth, giving off an aura of sophistication and high quality. Despite his initial trust in Orochimaru, a part of him had always been wary that the potions could be fake. After all, trusting someone based solely on confidence was a dangerous gamble. Still, there was something about Orochimaru that exuded certainty, and Moriyama had bet on that confidence being real. Now, the time had come to find out if his gamble had paid off. Take one of these to the hospital and test it immediately, Moriyama instructed one of his subordinates, who quickly took a vial and hurried off. As he watched the man leave, Moriyama's heart was racing. 500,000 ryo per dose, that man's practically drinking money, he muttered to himself. But it was a necessary expense, one that could make or break the future of Kusagakure's ninjas. A few minutes later, the test came back positive. The potion worked just as advertised. The wounded ninja who received the treatment showed rapid improvement, his condition stabilizing in mere minutes. Moriyama let out a long, relieved sigh. Orochimaru had delivered on his promise. Number 9. Moriyama called out to one of his aides. Yes, village chief? Price each dose at 600,000 Rio. If anyone wants it, they'll have to come to me personally. Yes, sir. Number 6, he called out to another. Yes, sir? Take a vial to the lab and have them analyze it. I want a full report on its ingredients. Understood. With those orders given, Moriyama allowed himself another moment of relief. The potions were worth the money, and he already had a plan to make a profit. He would charge more than what he paid and recoup the costs easily, all while keeping Kusagakure in the black. However, what he hadn't anticipated was just how much demand there would be for the potions. Even at the increased price of 600,000 Rio per dose, the vials were snapped up by eager jounin who didn't mind spending money if it meant quicker recovery and fewer long-term injuries. Unfortunately for Moriyama, he only had 40 vials. He set 2 aside for analysis, leaving him with just 38 to sell. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, having left Kusagakure village, found a quiet place to rest for the night. By the following morning, he was already back on the move, heading to a secluded location where he knew another deal awaited. He approached a closed iron door and knocked. "Who's there?" a gruff voice called out from the other side. The door creaked open, revealing a bald man with a mustache. The man's eyes narrowed in confusion as he looked at Orochimaru's casually dressed appearance. "Who are you?" Orochimaru chuckled, his familiar hoarse voice cutting through the air. "Don't you remember me?" The man's eyes widened in recognition. "It's you?" "Yes, it's me." The bald man hurriedly stepped aside, letting Orochimaru enter. After a quick glance outside to ensure no one was watching, the man shut the door behind them. Half an hour later, Orochimaru emerged from the building, a satisfied expression on his face. He had just sold 20 weakened basic gene enhancement serum to this black market dealer, pocketing a cool 30 million Rio in the process. The black market was different from places like Kusagakure village. Here, demand was driven entirely by profit and desperation, so pricing could be adjusted accordingly. Orochimaru had settled on 1.5 million Rio per vial, given the rarity of the materials involved and the potency of the product. It wasn't the highest price, but it was more than enough to justify the transaction. As he glanced at the 5 money boxes now stored in his space warehouse, Orochimaru gave a small nod of satisfaction. Each box could hold 10 million Rio, and now with 5 full boxes, he was walking away with 50 million Rio in total. This trip had definitely been worth it. Chapter 87, 1,214 words. 3 years ago, Orochimaru set a clear goal for himself, making money. And he knew that using his scientific breakthroughs was the fastest and most efficient way to achieve it. Sure, contributing technology to Konoha was a noble endeavor, but it wasn't exactly lucrative. When he developed the initial recovery potion, the village gave him 2 million Rio as a lump sum and a modest salary of 100,000 Rio per month. He hadn't complained, but the village wasn't making any real money from the potions either. They sold the recovery potion to Konoha's own ninjas at cost, plus a small fee of 10,000 Rio to cover production expenses. And since the rare medicinal ingredients were in limited supply, the village could only produce about 1,000 units per year. In short, there wasn't enough profit to go around, and Orochimaru had his own ambitions that required funding he couldn't get from Konoha alone. Initially, he thought of working with Danzo to secure more resources, but there were certain technologies he couldn't risk Danzo getting his hands on. He needed his own independent source of funds to build the experimental base he envisioned. This led him to a simple conclusion: he had to start making money on his own. Selling these potions to other nations wasn't just about profit. He could increase the price tenfold and earn a fortune, all without Konoha ever finding out. The village had a limited supply of rare ingredients, but Orochimaru wasn't bound by those constraints. Thanks to his system, Orochimaru could buy the raw materials for his gene repair solution at a fraction of the cost. In the system's marketplace, all the rare ingredients only cost 100 technology points per unit, and the 2 most essential ingredients cost him only 20 points each. T/N, he gets the points by completing researches given to him by the system. For 40 doses, the cost was just 800 technology points, nothing for Orochimaru, who had accumulated a vast amount of points. 3 years ago, he still had 23,000 points. After completing more research and development, that number had grown to 48,200. In other words, Orochimaru had more resources than he knew what to do with. And selling only 40 doses to Kusagakure was hardly going to raise any red flags. The village's ninjas, injured as they were, probably wouldn't last long enough for anyone to notice Konoha-level healing techniques on the battlefield. 3 metal boxes sat in front of Orochimaru, each capable of holding 20 vials. 2 were filled with recovery potions, and 1 contained a weakened version of the basic enhancement fluid. It only took him 2 days to sell out completely. 50 million ryo, an amount that wasn't insignificant by any means. If you considered everyday living expenses, even a modest lifestyle would cost about 200 to 300 ryo per day. That's around 6,000 to 9,000 ryo per month. For comparison, a jounin risking their life on an S-rank mission would receive a reward of 2 million ryo, split among their entire team. So, 50 million ryo? It was a substantial sum. However, the ninja world had a dark underside, the black market. Over the last 3 years, every time Orochimaru traveled, he made a point of learning about the underground dealings in each area, including the black market. Unlike the official shinobi villages, which carefully weighed the political and diplomatic implications of every mission, the black market had no such reservations. It was purely driven by profit. On the black market, one could find all sorts of requests, from mundane tasks to organ trafficking. The latter included things like hearts, kidneys, and even the highly sought-after Sharingan. Assassination contracts were also common, with targets ranging from high-ranking political figures to powerful ninjas from the great nations. These were dangerous missions, often resulting in severe consequences for the assassin, but the rewards were immense. For example, the bounty on the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, was set at 30 million ryo. Hiruzen Sarutobi's head was worth 35 million ryo. But killing either of them would provoke an intense manhunt from their respective villages, making it a risky venture. Orochimaru, of course, had no interest in risking his life like that. Instead, he found the black market to be a perfect place to sell his potions, particularly the enhancement fluid. While ninja villages might hesitate to purchase such items in bulk for fear of boosting their enemies' combat strength, the black market cared only about results. The recovery potions were sold to smaller villages like Kusagakure, while the enhancement serum were distributed through the black market, ensuring they didn't fall into the hands of anyone who could use them against Konoha. Scientific advancements really are the fastest way to make money, Orochimaru muttered to himself as he walked back to town that evening. A single trip had netted him 50 million ryo, far more than any high-risk mission could offer. And with the world constantly at war, selling products that enhanced a ninja's combat potential was like printing money. The tenfold price markup was a goldmine. Of course, some might wonder whether his competitors would try to reverse engineer the potions. But Orochimaru wasn't worried. As someone from a modern world, he understood the importance of a technological monopoly. The potions and materials he sold were directly sourced from his system. Even if someone managed to analyze the ingredients, they wouldn't be able to replicate them because the materials didn't exist in this world. In short, there was no threat to his market dominance. In time, Orochimaru believed the entire ninja world would be operating under the shadow of his technological monopoly. As he made his way back through the forested mountain path toward the town where Tsunade and Jiraiya were staying, something caught Orochimaru's eye. Wait, what is that? Halfway up the mountain, he spotted a figure in the distance, barely visible through the mist. The person was dressed in black armor and carried a large round fan on their back. Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that Uchiha Madara? He blinked, trying to process what he was seeing. It couldn't be. Uchiha Madara was supposed to be long dead, but the figure in the distance matched his iconic look perfectly: the black armor, the fan, everything. Orochimaru's sharp golden eyes, while not as powerful as the Sharingan, had become highly attuned over the years, and he was confident in what he had seen. Why would Uchiha Madara be here? As he mulled it over, the figure vanished into the fog, disappearing as quickly as it had appeared. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, recalling the history of the Third Great Ninja War. It was in the land of grass that Konoha and Iwagakure clashed, and this was also where Uchiha Obito, the future enemy of the world, was supposedly saved by none other than Madara himself. Could it be that Madara is hiding in the land of grass? Orochimaru whispered to himself, already piecing together the implications. Without wasting any more time, he retrieved two tiny, invisible mechanical flies from his sleeve. These insects were one of his recent inventions, designed for covert surveillance. He released them into the air, directing them toward the location where the mysterious figure had disappeared. Chapter 88, Chapter 88. 1133 words. Others in the world of Shinobi may believe Uchiha Madara is long dead, a relic of the past. But as a reincarnator, Orochimaru knew the truth. Madara had indeed fought a legendary battle against the first Hokage at the Valley of the End, but he had escaped death using the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi. Since then, he had been lying in wait, hiding in the shadows while crafting his grand plan for the infinite Tsukuyomi. And while Madara himself was unknowingly a pawn in Black Zetsu's machinations, it was undeniable that much of the chaos in the ninja world could be traced back to him. After some hesitation, Orochimaru made a quick decision. He had to follow Madara. Discovering Madara's whereabouts could give him access to invaluable resources: Madara's genetics, the secrets of the Edo Tensei, reanimation jutsu, and perhaps even Black Zetsu's long-term schemes. If he could harness that knowledge for himself, it would give him a powerful edge in the years to come. With that thought in mind, Orochimaru gathered chakra at his feet and darted after the mysterious figure he had seen earlier. He knew from his knowledge of the future that Madara would supposedly die during the Third Great Ninja War, but that was still decades away. In fact, Nagato, who would inherit Madara's Rinnegan, hadn't even been born yet. That means Madara should still have both of his Rinnegan, Orochimaru mused, excitement creeping into his voice. This could be an opportunity. He adjusted his pace. But I can't get too close. Even for someone like Orochimaru, getting too close to Uchiha Madara, arguably the most dangerous man in the world, was a risk not worth taking. Instead, he relied on his tracking skills, something he had picked up over the years as a ninja. While he wasn't as skilled as the Inuzuka, Aburame, or Hyuga clans in this regard, he knew enough to follow basic footprints. As he reached the spot where Madara had been moments ago, Orochimaru could clearly see tracks in the dirt. Footprints. Madara likely didn't expect anyone would be following him, which explained why they were so easy to find. But after following the trail for a while, the prince suddenly stopped. "Tch," Orochimaru muttered to himself. "It seems I'll have to rely on my little friends." Taking a seat behind a large boulder, Orochimaru released more of his mechanical flies. The sun had set, and darkness was quickly falling over the forest, but the flies, powered by light energy, had a good hour or two of charge left. Through the eyes of his flies, Orochimaru scanned the surrounding area: trees, mountains, rivers. The dense vegetation made it difficult to track, but his patience paid off. Orochimaru squinted through the vision of one of his flies. A dark shadow moved quickly across the landscape, and then the fly's feet abruptly cut out. Something ate it? Orochimaru thought, slightly perplexed. It was unusual for something to prey on a fly in such a specific manner, but it was possible a nocturnal predator had snatched it out of the air. 5 flies left, he reminded himself. As the sky grew darker, the fly's visibility lessened. Still, Orochimaru was relentless, meticulously scanning every possible hiding spot in the area. Finally, after about 10 minutes, he spotted the figure he was looking for. There, on the side of a remote mountain, was Uchiha Madara, his iconic fan strapped to his back. Even from a distance, his presence was unmistakable. Orochimaru's suspicions were correct. Madara had faked his death and survived. Despite being older now, like Uzumaki Mito, Madara was still able to move. His body was aged, but the strength of the legendary shinobi remained. More importantly, Orochimaru realized that Madara had already awakened the Rinnegan, those legendary purple eyes with their ripple patterns. Right now, Madara was practically invincible. If not for his failing body, he could have likely taken over the world by sheer force. But his old age limited him. Madara knew this too. His grand plan required patience and someone else to carry on his will until the time was right. That's why he had crafted his resurrection plan. He would give his Rinnegan to someone capable, and when the time was right, that person would use the power of the Rinnegan to bring him back to life. This was Madara's ultimate strategy, one that no one could possibly foresee. Orochimaru watched as Madara arrived at a mountainside and raised 2 fingers, channeling chakra. The rocks of the mountain began to tremble and shift, revealing a massive hidden doorway. A stone door slowly rose, allowing Madara to enter the hidden cave within. Of course, Orochimaru whispered. A secret lair. Once inside, the stone door fell back into place, sealing Madara away from the outside world. Inside the cave, the air was cool, and faint light emanated from several fluorite crystals embedded in the walls. The chamber was surprisingly spacious, almost like a makeshift hideout. "Ah, you're finally back," a soft, almost ethereal voice echoed from the shadows. Out of the stone wall, a figure emerged, White Zetsu. A creature born from the chakra of the 10 tails, the cells of Senju Hashirama, and Madara's own mastery of yin-yang release. In reality, White Zetsu was the result of humans being trapped in the infinite Tsukuyomi during ancient times, but that history was lost to almost everyone. White Zetsu grinned, his pale face stretching unnervingly. "So, how's everything going on your end?" Madara, looking worn and tired, removed the fan from his back and placed it aside. He sat down on a crude wooden bed and sighed. "Nothing new," he muttered. His voice was calm but weary. The strength he once wielded so easily was slipping away, bit by bit. Zetsu frowned slightly. "Still nothing?" "No," Madara said, shaking his head. "I'm tired. I'll rest here for now." "Got it," Zetsu said nonchalantly. "I'll keep looking around." With that, White Zetsu began to meld back into the stone walls. But just as he was about to disappear, something caught his eye. A small object had fallen to the ground near the entrance. Intrigued, Zetsu floated over to inspect it. "Huh? A fly?" Zetsu picked up the tiny object, examining it closely. "Wait, no. This isn't just a fly. Something's off about this." His curiosity piqued, Zetsu approached Madara, holding up the mechanical insect. "Madara, take a look at this." Madara, who had been on the verge of drifting off to sleep, opened his eyes and glanced over. "What is it?" Zetsu handed him the fly. "Touch it. Something's strange about it." Madara reached out and took the fly from Zetsu, his experienced fingers brushing against its surface. Immediately, his eyes narrowed. "This is no ordinary fly." Chapter 89, Chapter 89. 1166 words. It lost contact? A barrier maybe? Orochimaru muttered to himself, deep in thought. It seems like staying here any longer could be risky. If I get noticed by Zetsu, it could turn into a real problem. With that realization, Orochimaru quickly memorized the surrounding terrain and decided to leave, heading in the opposite direction to avoid detection. The fly he had used to track Madara was a mechanical construct, not a living creature. It didn't have any advanced AI or thinking capability. Instead, it operated solely based on Orochimaru's direct instructions. The orders were simple: remain invisible and follow Madara, keeping a 2-meter distance at all times. Yet, the connection had been severed so abruptly. Strange, Orochimaru mused. It's like the signal just vanished, a barrier, most likely. He had experimented with the flies before, and typically, simple stone doors couldn't block their signals. The fact that it lost contact so suddenly could only mean one thing: some sort of advanced barrier inside the mountain. And knowing that Madara was involved, it had to be something strong enough to prevent any surveillance from the outside. Orochimaru wasn't eager to probe further. Right now, Madara was far too strong, and pushing his luck would be akin to walking into certain death. As powerful as Orochimaru was, facing Madara in his current state would be nothing short of suicide. With a swift motion, Orochimaru pulled away the human skin mask, returning to his original appearance, and quickly disappeared into the jungle under the moonlight. Back in the hidden cave, Uchiha Madara was studying the fly in his hand, his brow furrowed slightly in curiosity. "What is this?" he muttered, not recognizing the small mechanical insect. White Zetsu appeared next to him, his voice as casual as ever. "I've never seen anything like it either. It's strange." Madara's lavender Rinnegan eyes scanned the object. "Are we being watched?" he asked, his voice low and contemplative. White Zetsu's expression shifted as he, too, became serious. "I'll go check around." Without waiting for a reply, Zetsu sank into the ground, using his unique mayfly ability to blend into the environment and scout the area. Madara remained seated, his eyes never leaving the strange device in his hand. He was deep in thought. As far as he knew, no one should be aware of his existence, not yet at least. If someone was tracking him, it could pose a serious threat to his long-term plans. After a while, Zetsu reappeared. "There's no one around," he reported. "I searched within a 2-kilometer radius. There are a few people farther out, but none seem to be a threat or connected to this." Madara's eyes narrowed as he continued examining the fly. "Perhaps I'm overthinking things," he muttered, though there was still suspicion in his tone. With a quick flex of his hand, the small mechanical fly was crushed into scrap metal. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had already put considerable distance between himself and Madara's lair. He knew better than to stay within range of White Zetsu's formidable tracking ability. Zetsu's ability to sense anything on or connected to the earth made him one of the most dangerous trackers in the shinobi world. As long as someone was standing on solid ground, Zetsu could find them with ease, especially if he had already familiarized himself with their chakra. Orochimaru prided himself on controlling situations from behind the scenes, manipulating events to his advantage. The last thing he wanted was to become the one being hunted. Leaving before Zetsu could pinpoint his location was the safest move. He knew he hadn't fully uncovered Madara's hideout, but that was fine. Orochimaru was patient. With cloning technology soon within his grasp and future research into the cursed seal, his own immortality would be assured. He could afford to bide his time. As Orochimaru slipped back into the night, his mind was already focused on what lay ahead. It was late by the time he made it back to the hotel where Tsunade and Jiraiya were staying. Not wanting to draw attention, he quietly scaled the building's exterior and entered through his room's window. The moment he landed, a voice startled him. "Who's there?" He turned to see Tsunade sitting on his bed, wearing nothing but her mesh undergarments, glaring at him suspiciously. The moonlight streaming in through the window gave just enough light for him to take in the scene. "Tsunade?" Orochimaru asked, blinking in confusion. "Why are you in my bed?" Tsunade shifted, her expression flustered. I was waiting for you to come back, that's all," she stammered, her voice not as steady as usual. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she struggled to find the right words. "Waiting for me?" Orochimaru tilted his head, clearly not expecting this. Tsunade had never acted like this before. In fact, she'd always been brash and assertive, rarely shy about anything. There was an awkward silence for a moment before she finally added, "I just wanted to talk to you." Orochimaru regarded her with a raised eyebrow. Something about her demeanor felt different tonight. He wasn't sure what it was, but there was an unfamiliar warmth in his chest as he looked at her, something that made him pause. "Talk?" he echoed, before shaking his head slightly. "It's late. Whatever it is, let's talk about it tomorrow." Tsunade looked like she wanted to say more, but the usual confidence in her voice faltered. Sighing softly, she nodded and stood up to leave. But before she reached the door, Orochimaru spoke again. Wait, Tsunade. She stopped, turning to look back at him. What is it? I changed my mind. I can't sleep now anyway. Stay. Let's talk. Tsunade blinked, momentarily caught off guard. You're serious? Orochimaru gestured toward the bed. Sit. With a half-exasperated, half-amused smile, she returned and sat next to him. Tsunade was only 13, and with her parents gone, she was clearly struggling. Though she tried to focus on her little brother Nawaki, that wasn't enough. She needed someone else. She needed Orochimaru. In her heart, she had always seen him as more than just a teammate. He was her boyfriend, even if he had never explicitly acknowledged it. And while Orochimaru had never been one for romantic relationships, his ambitions and thirst for knowledge always took precedence. There was something about Tsunade tonight that stirred something in him. She'd lost so much, and perhaps, without even realizing it, he had become a significant part of her life. For the first time in a long time, Orochimaru allowed himself to relax in her presence. He still had a long road ahead of him, filled with experiments and grand schemes, but maybe, just maybe, there was something more here with Tsunade than he had originally thought. As the moonlight spilled into the room, two shadows sat side by side, a quiet comfort settling between them. And under the bed, two pairs of shoes sat neatly next to each other. Chapter 90, Chapter 90. 1092 words. What would Orochimaru do to Tsunade now? That's just absurd. First of all, both of them are only 13 years old. And Tsunade, having just lost her parents recently, couldn't possibly be in the mood for anything romantic. Besides, their relationship hasn't developed to that level, and there's no way Tsunade would make a move on Orochimaru. As for Orochimaru, while he doesn't have an aversion to women, he certainly isn't thinking about an underaged, flat-chested girl. So, that night, they really just sat on the bed and talked. From their backgrounds and life goals to the political structure of the ninja world. Of course, Tsunade, being relatively unaware of the situation in other villages, only listened while Orochimaru talked casually about a few things. But even these offhand remarks left her deeply impressed. How could Orochimaru know so much about the political landscape of other nations? After all, their missions only ever took them to small countries, and no one ever discussed this with him. Yet, for some reason, she didn't question it. In her eyes, Orochimaru was now something close to a genius. It almost seemed natural to her that Orochimaru would know this stuff. Sometimes she even caught herself daydreaming. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the window, giving the room a fresh, airy feel. Jiraiya yawned, lazily scratched his head, and got up from the bed. Man, why does Orochimaru always go off on his own during missions? Grumbling to himself, he got dressed, washed up, and headed out of his room. Let's see if that guy's back yet. Their mission was wrapping up soon, so he wanted to check if Orochimaru had returned. But as he stepped out of his room, the sight before him left him stunned. Moments later, Jiraiya's voice echoed through the entire hotel. Ah. Why? Why is this happening? Tsunade. Why did you come out of Orochimaru's room? Why? Why? What were you two doing behind my back last night? This can't be real, it just can't be. I must be dreaming. Yeah, that's it, I'm definitely dreaming. Jiraiya shouted as he slapped himself, as if trying to wake up. Because what he saw was Tsunade stepping out of Orochimaru's room. Not only that, but she had actually spent the night in his room. And to top it off, Orochimaru also walked out right after her, which only added to the shock. They're only 13. How could they already be sharing a room? It's over. My only shot is gone. Tsunade. Hearing Jiraiya's wild yelling, Tsunade instantly understood what the idiot was imagining. Her face twisted with anger, and she balled up her fists. You moron. What's going on in that stupid head of yours? You're dead. Wham. Without any hesitation, she punched Jiraiya square in the face, sending him flying before he even had a chance to react. As Jiraiya's screams echoed in the distance, Orochimaru calmly remarked, "Tsunade, you should probably avoid coming out of my room in the morning. People might get the wrong idea." "Huh?" Tsunade blinked, coming back to her senses. "Oh, yeah. Guess I didn't think about that." Orochimaru silently observed a moment of pity for Jiraiya. Despite that minor incident, the mission went smoothly. Orochimaru completed his business, while the other two received a reply from the daimyo. With everything sorted, they packed their things and began their journey back to Konoha. Jiraiya, still sporting a huge bump on his head, walked in silence, looking dejected. But, at least he knew nothing had happened between the two of them the night before. They had just talked, which eased his mind a little. Even though he had always known he didn't have much of a chance, part of him still clung to some faint hope. As for Orochimaru, he found himself a bit surprised by one thing: he hadn't expected to run into Uchiha Madara in that place. Could this have been where Madara saved Obito? Orochimaru wasn't sure, but he didn't care to investigate further right now. After all, for someone who already knew the plot, there were at least 100 ways he could thwart Black Zetsu's plans. It was nothing that concerned him at the moment. A week later, they finally returned to Konoha. Once back in the village, Orochimaru immediately set out to take care of his personal affairs. First on his list, building his own lab. Current focus, genetic modification. Next target, cloning technology. Genetic modification, as Orochimaru understood it, was a technology that straddled the line between gene fusion and cell transplantation. While weaker than gene fusion, it was far more refined than simple cell transplantation. It allowed the alteration of a person's genes at their very core, enabling them to possess other genetic traits. This was the very process that had produced Captain Yamato. His genes were modified from birth, allowing his body to adapt to Hashirama's wood-style cells. As a result, he naturally developed wood-style abilities as he grew up. This was fundamentally different from the crude method Danzo had used, which merely involved transplanting cells. The catch, of course, was that genetic modification required young, living subjects to conduct experiments on. But that wasn't even the main issue. If it were just genetic modification, Orochimaru could still conduct his experiments in secret. Worst case, he could start by testing on mice. What he truly needed to conceal, though, was his next project, cloning technology. Now, cloning was a whole different beast. This wasn't something a 13-year-old could dabble in without raising suspicions. Unlike other technologies, cloning required advanced equipment, something Konoha didn't have easy access to. And unlike gene modification, which could be carried out with basic lab gear, cloning necessitated specialized tools, such as incubation chambers to house the clones, and various tubes to maintain them. If Orochimaru were simply developing new medicines or performing standard experiments, Konoha might just chalk it up to him being an exceptionally gifted young researcher. But if he started working on cloning? That would cause a massive stir. After all, who had ever heard of a 13-year-old capable of developing cloning technology on his own? At that point, he'd go from being the researcher to becoming the research subject. And that was the last thing Orochimaru wanted. That's why he needed his own lab, far away from prying eyes. But just as he was pondering where to set up his secret lab, something completely unexpected happened. Orochimaru. HM? Lord Danzo? How about it? Ready to work for me? Chapter 91, Chapter 91. 966 words. On this particular day, Orochimaru found himself lost in thought, considering where the best location would be to establish his experimental base. As he wandered aimlessly, he unknowingly drifted into the Konoha village cemetery. This place held significance for him, as it was due to his parents that he had learned summoning techniques. So, he paused in front of their graves to pay his respects. But to his surprise, it was here that Danzo decided to approach him. He hadn't expected this meeting. And now, Danzo was asking him to work directly under him? Orochimaru's gaze shifted from the empty, silent cemetery to Danzo, whose hand and eye were not yet wrapped in the familiar bandages, After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "Work for you, Danzo-sama?" "Exactly," Danzo replied, his voice calm and low. "You're not just talented. You're a genius. Someone like you shouldn't be wasting your potential." Danzo was a master at manipulating people, an expert in playing with their minds. He didn't think Orochimaru would be able to resist his offer. "But, my teacher is the third Hokage," Orochimaru said steadily. He knew that in the ninja world, a student remained under their mentor until something drastic happened, like the mentor dying or becoming incapacitated. Hiruzen had been his guiding figure since his days as a genin. Even if Orochimaru had his own ambitions, agreeing to something like this so easily would be impossible. "The third Hokage?" Danzo said with a hint of disdain in his voice. "This doesn't have to interfere with that. You can report to me when you're not on a mission for him." Orochimaru hesitated, but before he could respond, Danzo continued. "You probably don't know, do you?" Danzo said, cutting through Orochimaru's thoughts. "Know what?" "The death of your parents, it's closely tied to the third Hokage." "What?" Orochimaru froze. He wasn't expecting that. This revelation was not something that existed in his memories, neither from his past life nor his current one. How could the death of his parents be related to Hiruzen Sarutobi? Seeing Orochimaru's reaction, Danzo smirked, knowing he had struck a chord. "The third Hokage is soft. A pacifist at heart. While he didn't personally kill your parents, they died because of his mercy, his softness. His decisions allowed enemy ninjas to kill them." "What?" Orochimaru's shock deepened. "We had already won that battle," Danzo explained, his tone dripping with bitterness. "But the third Hokage decided to spare the enemy in the name of peace between villages. Your parents were ambushed and killed by those very same enemies shortly after their release. I warned Hiruzen countless times. We are shinobi, we should never show mercy to the enemy. But Hiruzen never listens." Danzo's words echoed in Orochimaru's mind. He could feel his heartbeat slowing as his thoughts began to calm. Was Danzo telling the truth? Orochimaru couldn't say for certain, but based on what he knew of Sarutobi Hiruzen's character, it wasn't impossible. The third Hokage was indeed known for his idealism, for trying to balance peace and war. Orochimaru wasn't foolish. He knew he could find out the truth of Danzo's words through his own investigations. But there was no reason for Danzo to lie if he truly wanted to recruit him. Sure, it sounded like Danzo was manipulating the narrative to push the blame onto Hiruzen, but in the end, wasn't there some truth to it? If Hiruzen had acted differently, his parents might still be alive today. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. In his past life, he never understood Orochimaru's motivations during the Chunin exam arc. Why did he enact the Konoha Crush plan? Killing Hiruzen just to prove his strength? It never made sense to him. Why would someone kill their mentor for such a shallow reason? After all, Orochimaru had been a kind-hearted child once. He fought fiercely for Konoha, and despite his ambitions, he wasn't someone who would simply murder his teacher for trivial reasons. Not to mention, Hiruzen had let Orochimaru go after discovering his human experiments. Why would Orochimaru want to kill the person who spared his life? Now, everything made sense. It wasn't just about ambition. Danzo had planted the seeds of darkness in Orochimaru's heart long before his defection. Orochimaru's mind raced. Danzo watched him closely, knowing his words were sinking in. "Orochimaru, everything I've said is to ease your conscience. Working under me doesn't have to be a burden." Danzo then turned to leave, his confidence unwavering. He was certain he had swayed Orochimaru. After all, manipulating talented young minds was his specialty. But in reality, Orochimaru had wanted to cooperate with Danzo for a while now. He had just never had the chance to approach him directly. Now, with Danzo coming to him, the timing couldn't be more perfect. However, he knew better than to let his enthusiasm show. While Danzo's story was surprising, it didn't truly affect him. Orochimaru had long detached himself from emotional ties. His parents' death, while tragic, wasn't a driving force for him anymore. What truly intrigued him was the realization that the power struggles within Konoha's leadership had already begun in full force. If Orochimaru allied with Danzo, Hiruzen would undoubtedly distance himself. But many of Orochimaru's plans required access to resources that only Danzo could provide. Hiruzen, with his pacifist tendencies, would never allow Orochimaru to delve into the kinds of experiments he was planning. Hiruzen would never approve of anything related to the first Hokage's cells or access to the sealed book. And there was a big difference between experimenting on corpses and conducting live experiments. It wasn't long before Orochimaru made up his mind. That very night, Orochimaru made his way to the headquarters of Root, ready to meet with Danzo once more. Chapter 92, 983 words. Root, located in the most secluded corner of Konoha, stood isolated by a thick stone door. From the outside, the place had a dark, ominous feel. Inside, it stretched like a deep well, plunging into the underground labyrinth beneath the village. As Danzo often said, this was the root of Konoha, where the root ninjas lived, hidden from the surface. Danzo, heh. Orochimaru glanced at the massive stone door, a small smile playing on his lips. Without a second thought, he operated the mechanism, causing the door to slowly grind open, revealing the deep abyss within. Once inside, he leaped down the well-like entrance, descending several times before the stone door sealed shut behind him. The darkness here was almost suffocating, with barely enough light to make out the shapes around him. Stop. Who dares to enter Root without permission? Any unauthorized intruder will be killed on sight. As soon as Orochimaru landed, 4 masked ninjas from Root surrounded him. Their masks were more vibrant and sinister-looking than the standard umbu, giving them an even more menacing appearance. The 4 of them held weapons at the ready, their eyes cold and ruthless, prepared to strike at a moment's notice. Orochimaru's brow furrowed slightly, and he was just about to counter when Danzo's voice rang out from the shadows. Stand down. I summoned him. Danzo stepped forward from the dark recesses of the underground. Leave us. Yes, sir. With that, the 4 Root members sheathed their weapons and retreated without another word. Danzo smiled faintly as he looked at Orochimaru. I'm glad you came. I just want to know the full story. And why you've chosen me, Orochimaru replied, his voice calm but lacking the deference one might expect from a subordinate. This casual tone didn't sit well with the nearby Root ninjas, though Danzo himself didn't seem to mind. Danzo smirked. I knew you'd ask that. Let's talk while we walk. Orochimaru nodded, and they began moving deeper into the Root base. As they walked, Danzo once again explained his previous story, how the 3rd Hokage's mercy had led to Orochimaru's parents' deaths. He laid the blame squarely on Hiruzen, painting him as the cause of their untimely end. Orochimaru, for his part, listened carefully. He knew there was some truth to Danzo's words. Whether Danzo exaggerated or not, Hiruzen's actions in the past aligned with what he was saying. Orochimaru, earlier you asked why I chose you specifically, Danzo said as they continued walking through the dimly lit underground corridors. Before I answer that, let me ask you something first. Go ahead, Danzo-sama, Orochimaru replied smoothly. You're familiar with your teammate, the girl Tsunade, right? Danzo asked. Of course, Orochimaru answered without hesitation. He knew Tsunade well, and more importantly, he had a good idea of where this conversation was headed. And you know who her grandfather was? I've heard the stories. Danzo nodded slightly. Hashirama Senju, the 1st Hokage, the man known as the god of Shinobi. He was the legendary wielder of the wood release and even tamed the 9 tails with it. But after him, no one could inherit his wood release abilities. To control a tailed beast like the 9 tails, one would need either multiple Sharingan or wood release. In Konoha, we've tried resurrecting wood release through experiments. However, all tests, which were performed on willing adults, failed. All of the transplant experiments were unsuccessful. Eventually, the experiment was deemed too dangerous and labeled a forbidden technique, sealed away. I had almost given up on it, until I met you. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. You want me to research this forbidden technique? Danzo nodded, a gleam in his eye. You're as sharp as ever. I once suggested to Hiruzen that we continue these experiments, but of course, he refused. Then, are you suggesting we go behind the third Hokage's back? Orochimaru trailed off, his voice purposefully cautious. Orochimaru, don't you understand by now? Danzo pressed. The third Hokage is responsible for your parents' deaths. You owe him nothing. There's no reason for guilt. Danzo leaned in slightly, his voice taking on a more conspiratorial tone. More importantly, if we succeed in this technique, you might even be able to bring your parents back. Resurrect, my parents? Orochimaru echoed, feigning surprise. Yes, Danzo said confidently. This world is full of mysteries. Even resurrection is within reach. I believe that with your genius, you can achieve something great, whether for the village or for yourself. Danzo stopped walking and turned to face Orochimaru, his gaze intense. The weak candlelight flickered around them, casting eerie shadows on the walls. So, Orochimaru, what do you say? Orochimaru pretended to mull it over, his head lowered in thought. If you can guarantee that Hiruzen-sensei won't find out. You don't need to worry about that, Danzo cut in quickly, eager to seal the deal. When the time comes, I'll have you officially transferred under me. You'll be able to work for me openly. Danzo was skilled at manipulating others, always ready to exploit the darkness in someone's heart. If Orochimaru had been the same as he was in the original timeline, perhaps Danzo's words would have led him down a darker path. But things were different now. Orochimaru smiled inwardly. This was all part of the game. He needed resources, and Danzo needed someone with his talents. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Outwardly, Orochimaru feigned deep thought, then replied with a touch of respect in his voice, since Danzo-sama has put it this way, I'll humbly accept your offer. Danzo smiled, clearly pleased. You're as sensible as I thought, Orochimaru. Orochimaru didn't respond, but inside, he couldn't help but chuckle. This was all a dance of mutual exploitation. Each party would get what they wanted, at least for now. As for who would ultimately gain more from this partnership? Only time would tell. Chapter 93, Chapter 93. 1096 words. The next morning, before Orochimaru even woke up, there was a thick stack of documents sitting on the table in his living room. There was no need to guess who had sent them. Dropping off materials in my living room without permission, huh? Orochimaru muttered to himself, eyeing the stack. I'll have to address this later. If someone sees something they shouldn't. Stretching his arms, he casually walked over and began flipping through the materials. He knew they had come from Danzo, sent without so much as a warning. The documents contained data from Konoha's previous experiments on the first Hokage's cells, attempts to replicate the legendary wood release. While some of the information wasn't particularly useful to Orochimaru, it did contain details he hadn't known before. So, he took his time reading through it carefully. After about half an hour of reading, Orochimaru tossed the stack aside, realizing it would take much longer to go through everything. He washed up, dressed, and decided to head to the Hokage's office. After all, Hiruzen was still his teacher, and for now, he had to keep up appearances and check in with him regularly. Hiruzen, of course, had no idea that Orochimaru had already met with Danzo. With no missions to undertake that day, Orochimaru spent his time wandering the village streets. Tsunade was off spending time with her younger brother, slowly recovering from the emotional toll of losing their family. Jiraiya, having accepted that his pursuit of Tsunade was hopeless, threw himself into training even harder. On days without missions, he'd often disappear to Mount Myaboku using reverse summoning, seeking solace in his training. This pattern continued for the next half-month. Then, late one evening, Orochimaru once again made his way to the headquarters of Root. When Orochimaru arrived, Danzo nodded in satisfaction. Orochimaru, have you finished reviewing the materials I gave you? I've gone through them. Good. Tell me, in your opinion, why did those experiments fail? Danzo's question was surprisingly direct, especially considering that Orochimaru was only 13 years old. No one in their right mind would expect a child to offer insight on such a complex matter. Danzo didn't actually expect a real answer, he just wanted to gauge Orochimaru's thinking process and measure his potential. But Orochimaru didn't flinch. According to the data, it's because the first Hokage's cells hold immense power, too much for an ordinary human body to withstand. Orochimaru spoke calmly, explaining the potential causes of cell rejection, detailing the complications the subjects faced. Danzo's eyes widened, though he quickly masked his surprise. How could he understand this much just by reading the reports for half a month? He thought to himself. It had only taken him a short time to not only comprehend the data but to identify the core problem of the experiment. Danzo, always one to hide his emotions, quickly regained his composure. He knew Orochimaru had been immersed in self-study for years, starting from the age of 6. 6 or 7 years of focused learning, paired with an extraordinary natural talent, had turned Orochimaru into an expert in scientific research at an astonishingly young age. Calming himself, Danzo continued with his usual air of authority. You've got keen insight, Orochimaru. But now that you've identified the problem, do you have a solution? Though Danzo had asked, he doubted Orochimaru could answer. The question was even more difficult than the last. Still, Danzo couldn't help but feel that perhaps this boy might surprise him again. Orochimaru was unfazed. According to the data, there are 3 potential solutions. Danzo's heart skipped a beat. 3 solutions? He could hardly believe his ears. This kid's only been reading for half a month, and he's not only figured out the cause of the failure, but now he's suggesting solutions? Go on, Danzo urged, doing his best to contain his rising curiosity. The first method is to dilute the first Hokage's cells. By weakening their power, it could make them compatible with the average ninja's body. Danzo nodded thoughtfully. But if you dilute the cells too much, you lose the strength that made them valuable in the first place. Exactly, Orochimaru agreed. It might only retain 1% of the original power, so it's not an ideal solution. Danzo nodded again. And the second? The second method would be to strengthen the host's body, enhancing their physical endurance until they can withstand the first Hokage's cell energy. We've considered that as well, Danzo responded. But it's nearly impossible. Even with the strengthening potions you've developed, no one's body could reach that level. Perhaps, Orochimaru said, a sly smile crossing his face. Which brings us to the third method. Danzo leaned in, intrigued. What's the third method? Orochimaru raised a single finger. You balance the power of the cells with another form of energy. Danzo's eyes narrowed. Go on. As you know, chakra is composed of both physical and mental energy. The first Hokage's cells contain immense life force, or physical energy. The problem lies in the imbalance. Ordinary ninjas don't have enough mental energy to control that overwhelming life force. Orochimaru paused for a moment, letting the idea sink in before continuing. If we were to implant a source of spiritual energy strong enough to match the power of the first Hokage's cells, they could balance each other out. The two forces could stabilize, creating a perfect equilibrium. Danzo was stunned. Orochimaru was suggesting something no one had even considered, a method to harness the immense power of the cells by balancing them with another source of energy. But, Orochimaru added, this method is extremely risky. Achieving and maintaining that balance would be incredibly difficult. One mistake, and the subject could die. Danzo's breath caught in his throat. Orochimaru, you're a genius. The way Danzo said it wasn't just flattery, it was the truth. Orochimaru's understanding of the situation and his ability to think of such advanced solutions at his age was nothing short of extraordinary. Orochimaru smiled faintly. I'm glad my insights are helpful, Danzo-sama. Danzo, for his part, tried to mask his excitement. He had always known Orochimaru had potential, but this? This was far beyond what he had expected. Both men knew they were entering dangerous territory, but at the same time, each understood how much they stood to gain. In this game of mutual advantage, it would all come down to who could use the other more effectively. Danzo grinned. With your brilliance, Orochimaru, we'll be able to achieve great things, for Konoha, and for ourselves. Chapter 94, Chapter 94. 1107 words. Konoha's researchers weren't ignorant. They had considered the first two methods Orochimaru had mentioned. Diluting the power of the first Hokage's cells was essentially useless, as it stripped away the very strength they sought to harness. Enhancing the physical body, while plausible in theory, was far too difficult. After all, the bloodline of a ninja set natural limits. Without a strong lineage, no amount of training could push someone to withstand such power. Even if the body were somehow enhanced, there would still be cell rejection. That's why the experiments were abandoned. But now, this third method Orochimaru proposed was something entirely new, something they hadn't even dared to think of. Danzo's initial impression of Orochimaru as a genius shifted slightly. Now, he began to see him as something else, a madman. Only someone with a truly radical mind would even suggest this kind of solution. The idea of balancing life energy with mental energy? It was dangerous. Both energies, if too strong, could destroy the human body. Too much life force would cause rapid cellular growth, leading to premature death. And too much mental energy would result in madness, a complete loss of one's sense of self. One force alone was perilous enough. But both? It wasn't that the Konoha researchers hadn't thought of it, it was that they hadn't dared to consider it. Yet now, hearing the idea from Orochimaru, Danzo was struck by a sense of clarity. Perhaps this seemingly reckless method could work. Two forces, equally powerful, constantly restraining and balancing each other. Could it be feasible? As Danzo pondered this, Orochimaru subtly lowered his head, the faintest trace of a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. It seems I've earned Danzo's trust, he thought to himself. To be honest, Orochimaru didn't know how the version of him from the original timeline had initially connected with Danzo, nor did he know exactly when they had first begun working together. What he did know was that in the original story, their collaboration likely didn't happen until after the Second Great Ninja War, when Orochimaru had already started delving into forbidden jutsu. But none of that mattered now. Orochimaru was revealing his scientific prowess earlier, getting Danzo's attention long before those events. The third method he had mentioned was, in fact, something Danzo eventually used in the original series. However, Danzo didn't yet possess the resources or knowledge to implement it at this point, so Orochimaru's words came as a true revelation to him. Of course, Orochimaru had other methods up his sleeve, ways far beyond what he was telling Danzo. Gene fusion, genetic modification, or even advanced genetic enhancement fluids could all unlock the power of the first Hokage's cells. But those were techniques Orochimaru wasn't willing to share just yet. Revealing everything would only diminish his leverage. The more cards he held, the more control he would have in this dangerous game. And Orochimaru was intent on keeping those cards close to his chest. The outcome of the meeting was inevitable. Danzo trusted Orochimaru now. Part of that trust was due to Orochimaru's obvious talent. The other part? Danzo's belief in his own ability to manipulate people, to bend them to his will. Orochimaru's youth was also a factor. Who would suspect that a 13-year-old could not only be a time traveler with vast knowledge but could also be more cunning than Danzo himself? Danzo brought Orochimaru deeper into the Root's inner workings, showing him the hidden facilities and introducing him to his operatives. The layout of Root wasn't as sparse as it appeared from the outside. There were training rooms, relaxation areas, workspaces, everything a secretive organization might need. They eventually arrived at the training hall, where the dim lighting barely illuminated the 30 or so Root operatives practicing within. Their movements were swift and precise, despite the low visibility. Let me introduce you to someone, Danzo said, stopping abruptly. Though his voice was low, it carried a weight that made everyone in the room stop what they were doing. In an instant, all the ninjas dropped to one knee, bowing to Danzo in perfect unison. Orochimaru couldn't help but admire their discipline. No wonder Danzo was so fixated on power. The sheer authority he commanded was intoxicating. Satisfied with the response, Danzo addressed the group. This is Orochimaru. From this day forward, he has the right to come and go as he pleases. You are to treat him as one of your own. Understood? Yes, Lord Danzo, the root members responded in perfect harmony. Though some of them glanced at Orochimaru with curiosity or confusion, none of them questioned the order. Root operatives didn't question. They simply obeyed. Having finished his announcement, Danzo turned back to Orochimaru. This will be your new home. I trust you'll get along with the others. I understand, Orochimaru said quietly. He knew that by stepping into this world, he was becoming more deeply involved in Konoha's inner political struggles. Regardless of who would eventually win or lose, he doubted his own fate would be a peaceful one. But none of that mattered. What mattered was power. Now, I'll have someone show you around so you can get familiar with the place, Danzo said, motioning to one of his subordinates. Tomorrow, if there's no mission, I'll take you somewhere else. Orochimaru nodded but didn't ask where. He understood that in the world of ninja, such questions were unnecessary. Seeing Orochimaru's calm demeanor, Danzo nodded in approval and called over one of his operatives. Gue, take Orochimaru around, Danzo ordered. Yes, Lord Danzo. Gue, a short and thin ninja, stepped forward. He was even more slender than Orochimaru, and stood no taller than 165 centimeters. Like all root members, Gue was silent, following orders without question. Orochimaru walked ahead, with Gue trailing behind him, saying nothing. Though Orochimaru was a well-kept secret within Konoha, root ninjas weren't privy to that knowledge. As a result, Gue looked at Orochimaru with a mix of doubt and curiosity. He didn't understand why someone who appeared even younger than himself had earned such special treatment from Danzo. Well, what is it? Orochimaru suddenly stopped walking, turning to face Gue. Gue blinked in confusion. What do you mean? You're called Gue, right? Orochimaru asked, a slight smile on his face. No, that's just my code name, Gue replied tersely. What's your real name? Orochimaru pressed. I don't have one, Gue answered simply. Orochimaru chuckled softly. Ah, I see. Just as I expected. Show me your tongue, then. Gue looked startled. My tongue? Orochimaru nodded, still smiling. Yes. Let me see it. Chapter 95, Chapter 95. 1142 words. Orochimaru's sudden and strange request left Gue momentarily stunned. He couldn't quite process it. Why would Orochimaru want him to stick out his tongue? And while walking, no less? Did this kid have some odd hobby or quirk? But seeing how much Danzo seemed to favor Orochimaru, Gue didn't dare refuse outright. Can I at least ask why? Gue ventured cautiously. Though both root ninjas and the Hokage's ANBU were categorized as covert operatives, the truth was, their duties were different. Hokage's ANBU often handled missions targeting external threats, so while they wore masks to hide their identities during operations, they didn't have to be as secretive in their daily lives. When not on missions, they could be seen without their masks, walking openly in the village. Root operatives, on the other hand, lived in the shadows. Most of them had no names, no families, and were expected to bury their emotions. Their work was far darker, sometimes involving tasks against their own people. Their faces had to remain hidden even more meticulously than the Hokage's ANBU, as secrecy was paramount to Root's operations. Many had worked together for years without ever knowing what the other looked like under the mask. Orochimaru seemed to sense Gue's hesitation. There's no particular reason, I just want to take a look. You can remove half the mask, it's nothing serious. Gue remained unsure. Don't worry, Orochimaru added, his voice calm yet unsettling. If anyone questions you, you can put the blame on me. I'm sure Danzo-sama wouldn't hold it against you. There was something about Orochimaru's tone that left Gue even more perplexed. Was this kid really confident enough to take responsibility for whatever might happen? Was he really that trusted by Danzo? Or was it something else? Gue's thoughts swirled, but he knew better than to delay for too long. Orochimaru's request wasn't outrageous, just strange. And Gue didn't want to upset someone who seemed so close to Danzo. After a moment of hesitation, Gue nodded. All right. He pulled down half of his mask and reluctantly stuck out his tongue. This bizarre request still had him on edge, but Orochimaru only glanced at his tongue for a second before turning away, satisfied. Good. That's all I needed. Gue blinked, confused but relieved. He had half expected Orochimaru to ask something even stranger, but nothing happened. Orochimaru had just wanted to check, and that was it. Orochimaru, meanwhile, had confirmed his suspicions. As I thought. He had suddenly stopped walking earlier because he recalled that root operatives eventually had a curse mark placed on their tongues, a seal that ensured they could never reveal Root's secrets. However, when Gue showed his tongue, it was clear that the mark hadn't been implemented yet. So the curse mark hasn't been created yet, Orochimaru mused to himself. Which means I'll likely be the one to develop it for Danzo in the future. Orochimaru smiled to himself. Everything was falling into place. The next morning dawned bright and sunny. The village of Konoha was alive with the usual sounds of laughter and bustling activity. After getting up and going through his usual morning routine, Orochimaru headed to the Hokage's office to report in. Despite his secret dealings with Danzo, he still kept up appearances as a loyal student of Hiruzen. And truthfully, Orochimaru didn't feel any guilt about working with Danzo. His loyalty wasn't rooted in personal attachments, it was in his desire for knowledge and power. As long as he wasn't directly betraying Sarutobi by trying to kill him, he saw no conflict. He simply wanted to get what he desired, whether that was from the Hokage or from Danzo. Today, as usual, there were no missions that particularly interested him. Orochimaru had some pharmaceutical business dealings with smaller countries and was hoping for an overseas mission. Even though he had recently secured more resources through his partnership with Danzo, money was still something he could never have too much of. Orochimaru, about your earlier potion, there seemed to be no side effects, Hiruzen remarked as they discussed the mission roster. Orochimaru nodded. Yes, sensei. I've tested it extensively. No side effects have appeared. It had been about a month since the initial field tests of the genetic enhancement potion. Given that potions designed to boost combat effectiveness usually showed side effects within hours, this potion had passed the test of time. Well, the third Hokage continued, the results have been promising. Can this potion be mass-produced? There was no hesitation in Hiruzen's voice. He wasn't asking out of curiosity, he was making it clear that the village needed this potion. Orochimaru hesitated for a moment, feigning difficulty. It's possible, but not easy. The process is far more complex than the recovery potion we developed before. Oh? Hiruzen asked, his interest piqued. What's the main issue? Orochimaru had already prepared for this. First, the production process itself is far more complicated. It requires more precision than the recovery potions. Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully. And the second? The medicinal ingredients are rare, Orochimaru explained. The batch we created was only possible because of a few rare materials we found during that mission. But as of now, no one has been able to locate more. The Hokage rubbed his chin. Why are these ingredients so rare? Orochimaru reached into his pouch and pulled out the two materials he had prepared in advance. One was a dried plant, and the other was the desiccated remains of an animal. These are the two key ingredients, he explained. One is a rare plant, and the other comes from a specific species. Both are incredibly hard to find. Hiruzen examined them carefully. That shouldn't be a problem. If you tell me where you found these, I can send someone to locate more. On Taro Island, to the south, Orochimaru answered smoothly. Taro Island, located to the south of the Land of Fire, was known for its rare medicinal herbs. The ninjas living there referred to themselves as merchant ninjas, specializing in collecting and trading rare ingredients. It wasn't unheard of for Konoha ninjas to pass through the area on missions. Sarutobi nodded. I see. Well, how many doses do we have right now? About 50, Orochimaru replied. 50? The Hokage was visibly surprised. He had been expecting far fewer, maybe 5 at most. But 50? That was an incredible quantity for something so rare. Hiruzen, always measured in his emotions, couldn't help but show a flicker of excitement. He cleared his throat, trying to regain his composure. Orochimaru, you've contributed greatly to the village, the Hokage said solemnly. He reached under his desk and pulled out a box. You deserve this 10 million ryo. He pushed the money box across the table toward Orochimaru. He accepted the box with a quiet nod. Thank you, sensei. Chapter 96, 1,326 words. Even though Hiruzen was being generous, Orochimaru knew better. The black market price for 50 doses of the diluted genetic enhancement fluid was around 75 million ryo, far more than the 10 million he was being handed now. Still, Orochimaru accepted it without complaint. 10 million ryo isn't bad, but the real profit is still ahead, Orochimaru thought. After handing Hiruzen the 2 prepared potions from his scroll, Orochimaru left the Hokage's office. He knew that as the lead researcher on this project, he could control the pace of production and delivery, and Hiruzen wouldn't question him. The Hokage was well aware of how valuable these potions were and trusted Orochimaru implicitly. Hiruzen, on the other hand, understood that the payment was too little for what Orochimaru was delivering. But as his disciple, Orochimaru hadn't asked for any official funding. This was the best Hiruzen could offer as a gesture of appreciation. Meanwhile, Orochimaru casually strolled through the village streets, the 60 million ryo from his black market dealings already resting comfortably in his pocket. He couldn't help but marvel at how easily he was able to make money. Other ninjas take on dangerous missions for mere tens of thousands or, at best, a few million ryo. Meanwhile, I can earn tens of millions with minimal effort. If this were the modern world, Orochimaru thought with a smirk, it would be the ultimate rags to riches story. The weakened versions of his genetic enhancement and healing fluids were already popular, but if he introduced something more powerful, like the gene fusion fluid, the entire ninja world would be thrown into chaos. After all, gene fusion could theoretically create someone with the power of the first Hokage. But Orochimaru knew better than to release such power into the hands of others. He understood that giving too much power too soon would make people uncontrollable. History had already shown what happened when people were given too much strength, like Kagaya's 2 sons who betrayed their own mother after inheriting her abilities. Orochimaru chuckled to himself. Yes, the god-making plan will have to wait. For now, I don't have the strength to control anyone like that. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a familiar voice called out to him. Hey, Orochimaru. Tsunade's voice rang through the street. She glanced at the money box in his hand and raised an eyebrow. Another payout, huh? Did your research succeed again? Orochimaru looked over and saw Tsunade walking toward him, holding her younger brother Nawaki by the hand. She seemed to have recovered somewhat from her recent grief. Yeah, Orochimaru replied, giving her a brief nod. His eyes flicked down to Nawaki. It's been a while, Nawaki. You've grown. Nawaki, hiding behind Tsunade's leg, looked at Orochimaru with wide eyes, clearly intimidated by the man's appearance. Heh, yeah, he's grown a bit, Tsunade replied, smiling at her brother. You haven't visited in a while, Orochimaru. Nawaki, greet him properly. But Nawaki, unnerved by Orochimaru's snake-like golden eyes, shrank back further behind his sister. Seeing his reaction, Tsunade crouched down and tried to reassure him. What's wrong? This is Orochimaru Nii. He used to hold you when you were a baby. Nawaki shifted uncomfortably and mumbled a reluctant response. I know. Tsunade sighed, shaking her head. You're not usually this shy. Orochimaru, observing the boy's hesitation, spoke up calmly. It's fine. Children are often afraid of people they don't know well. It was true Orochimaru had held Nawaki once before, but that was back when he was barely 2 years old, before Tsunade's parents had died. Since then, they hadn't interacted much. Nawaki, a bit embarrassed, puffed up his chest and muttered defiantly, I'm not afraid. I'm just curious. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Curious? About what? The boy hesitated for a moment before blurting out, why are his eyes like that? They're kinda scary. The bluntness of his words caused Tsunade's face to flush with embarrassment. She quickly waved her hands in apology. I'm sorry, Orochimaru. He doesn't mean any harm. He's just a kid. But Orochimaru waved it off with a small smile. No offense taken. Children often say what's on their minds. In truth, Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils did resemble those of a snake. While not exclusively snake-like, many predators shared this characteristic, and it wasn't surprising that a young child would find them unsettling. However, Nawaki's innocent comment didn't bother Orochimaru. After all, he could easily alter the shape and color of his eyes with his abilities if he ever felt the need to blend in. But he didn't bother. There was no point in hiding who he was. I bet if you gave me something to eat, I wouldn't be afraid anymore. Nawaki said suddenly, perking up at the mention of food. Before he could finish, Tsunade placed a firm hand on his head. Nawaki, what did I tell you about manners? You can't just ask people for food like that. But sister, Nawaki protested, looking up at her with wide eyes. Isn't Orochimaru Nii your boyfriend? We're family, right? So it's fine. Both Tsunade and Orochimaru were momentarily stunned by Nawaki's bold statement. Tsunade's cheeks turned red as she tried to find words, and Orochimaru blinked, mildly surprised. Haha, you sure know a lot for your age, Orochimaru finally said with a laugh. Come on then, I'll treat you to some dango. Really? Nawaki's eyes lit up with excitement. Of course, Orochimaru replied, turning on his heel. Follow me if you want to eat. Without a second thought, Nawaki eagerly followed Orochimaru, leaving a flustered Tsunade standing there. After a moment, she let out a small laugh and trailed after them, smiling at the sight of her little brother's happiness. At the dango shop in Konoha, Nawaki was happily devouring the sweet and savory treats while Tsunade and Orochimaru sat nearby. As Nawaki focused on his food, Orochimaru reached into his ninja pouch and pulled out 2 vials of green liquid. Here, he said, passing them to Tsunade. This is the result of my latest research. One for you, and one for Jiraiya. Huh? For us? Tsunade blinked in surprise, holding the vials up to the light. Yeah, Orochimaru confirmed. It's a formula that increases chakra capacity. Tsunade's eyes widened. Wow, that's incredible. How do we use it? Just drink it, Orochimaru replied simply. Tsunade was never one to hesitate. She was about to uncork the vial and drink it right then and there, but Orochimaru quickly stopped her. Not here, he said firmly. Why not? She asked, confused. You'll see when you get home, Orochimaru answered cryptically, not bothering to elaborate. Tsunade gave him a curious look but decided to trust him. After finishing up their meal, the 3 parted ways. Orochimaru went off to continue his own errands, while Tsunade returned to the Senju clan's residence, still wondering why Orochimaru had warned her about drinking the potion in public. 10 minutes later, Tsunade found out exactly why. The moment she drank the potion back at home, she was overwhelmed by the pungent, foul odor that emanated from her body as the potion took effect. Ugh, this smell. Tsunade gagged, rushing toward the bathroom. No wonder he told me not to drink it at the dango shop. I would have cleared the place out. The stench was unbearable. If she had taken the potion in the shop, the owner might have thrown her out on the spot. After the potion's effects settled, Tsunade didn't bother to check her chakra levels immediately. Instead, she made a beeline for the shower. As a kunoichi, and more importantly, a woman with pride, she wasn't going to tolerate smelling like this. As she stripped down and let the hot water wash over her, she caught sight of her reflection in the steamed-up mirror. Huh? Wait a second. Did I just get bigger? She muttered to herself in surprise, glancing down at her body. Chapter 97, 1369 words. Gene enhancement, while primarily focused on augmenting the genetic structure, also involves a large-scale detoxification process before the actual enhancement begins. This detoxification is similar to a deep cleanse, flushing out toxins and impurities from the body through the sweat glands. The smell of these impurities being expelled is, to put it mildly, far from pleasant. Of course, the genetic enhancement process also promotes growth and development. It's all part of the gene strengthening. It wasn't something Orochimaru paid much attention to, as he viewed it as a secondary benefit, but for Tsunade, it was an unexpected and rather welcome surprise. Did I really grow? She murmured to herself, still in disbelief. What? That actually worked? At the door of a nearby house, Jiraiya's eyes widened in amazement as he stared at the light green vial in Tsunade's hand. Wow, Orochimaru actually pulled it off again. Jiraiya exclaimed, thoroughly impressed. Tsunade, always quick to take advantage of a moment, gave him a smug look. Of course. Do you know who my boyfriend is? Her boastful tone made it sound as though she had been the one to develop the potion herself. Jiraiya rolled his eyes. Oh please, like that has anything to do with you. You didn't make this, you're just, wait, hold on a sec. Jiraiya's eyes flicked up and down, and for a second, he froze. You, Tsunade, did you? Where are you looking, idiot? Tsunade's expression darkened, her voice suddenly cold and menacing. And nothing. I wasn't looking. I swear. Jiraiya stammered, his forehead already breaking into a sweat as he frantically waved his hands. It was just an accident. Careless, yeah careless. Tsunade was still dressed conservatively, but the fierce look in her eyes was more than enough to make Jiraiya back down. He knew better than to push his luck when Orochimaru wasn't around to potentially intervene. Tsunade had no problem sending him flying with a single punch. Fine, I'll let it go this time, Tsunade said, rolling her eyes but handing him the vial. Here, this is for you. Jiraiya, not wanting to press his luck, quickly took the potion from her. He held it up to the light, squinting as he examined the strange liquid. This stuff is supposed to increase chakra, right? Are we sure it doesn't have, any side effects? Jiraiya asked, his skepticism evident. What if it kills me? Kills you? Are you serious? Tsunade scowled. Orochimaru gave it to you out of the goodness of his heart, and you're questioning him? Fine, if you're scared of it, give it back. No, I'm not scared. Jiraiya quickly pulled the potion closer to his chest, afraid Tsunade might take it back. I'm just making sure. Thanks for bringing it by, Tsunade. See you tomorrow. With that, Jiraiya practically slammed the door of his home shut, not wanting to give her any more chances to throw a punch his way. For all his bravado, he wasn't stupid. He knew better than to provoke Tsunade when she was already in a good mood. Leaning back against the door, Jiraiya stared at the vial in his hand. He might have been acting overly cautious in front of Tsunade, but deep down, he trusted Orochimaru's work. After all, if this potion really could boost chakra, it would help him immensely with his sage mode training. Jiraiya's grin widened. If this worked, he'd be able to master his techniques even faster. Meanwhile, outside, Tsunade stood in silence for a moment, staring at the closed door. A thought crossed her mind, one she couldn't quite shake. This potion promotes growth and development. Does Orochimaru think I'm too small? Is that why he gave it to me? She blinked, her cheeks flushing slightly. No. That can't be, right? Time passed, and soon night had fallen over Konoha. The bright moon hung low over the village, casting its pale light across the rooftops and streets. Far from the village's center, in a remote part of Konoha, a small stone gate stood hidden away. Several masked root ninjas stood guard near the entrance. Inside the stone gate, two figures spoke in hushed voices. Orochimaru, completely unaware of Tsunade's overthinking, was far more captivated by what lay in front of him, a massive laboratory filled with advanced equipment. This is the laboratory where the previous experiments were conducted, Danzo said, his voice calm and measured. I've had it cleaned up for you. Let me know if there's anything else you need, and I'll have it brought here. Danzo knew he had to show sincerity if he wanted to keep Orochimaru on his side. If Orochimaru was going to help him, the least he could do was provide him with the proper tools and resources. Orochimaru glanced around, inspecting the vast lab. It was filled with various experimental chambers and equipment, everything he needed for his research. I was thinking I'd have to build something myself, Orochimaru mused, but with this space, I could easily carve out 2 secret rooms in here without Danzo ever noticing. Danzo rarely visited the lab himself, so the risk of discovery was minimal. The equipment is mostly sufficient, but there are a few things missing, Orochimaru said after completing his inspection. He walked over to a nearby workbench, picked up a pen and paper, and quickly jotted down a list of additional supplies he would need. Have them get these for me, Orochimaru said, handing the list to Danzo. Danzo glanced at the paper and nodded. Consider it done. But I need to ask, when can you start the experiment? Patience, Danzo-sama, Orochimaru replied smoothly. Scientific research takes time. Rushing it will only lead to mistakes. However, if the materials are gathered soon, I can give it a trial run. Danzo nodded again, accepting the explanation. After briefly discussing the research in more detail, Danzo handed Orochimaru a scroll from within his robes. No matter what it takes, Orochimaru, you must succeed in bringing wood release back to the world. Take this, it should help. I'll leave you to it. Orochimaru accepted the scroll, watching as Danzo left the laboratory. As soon as he was gone, Orochimaru couldn't help but let his curiosity get the better of him. Opening the scroll, a small cloud of white smoke puffed out, revealing a large, transparent glass container filled with an antiseptic solution. Floating inside the solution was a piece of flesh, no ordinary tissue, but a chunk of cells radiating an immense amount of life energy. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed. Just as I thought. The next morning, Tsunade made her way to Orochimaru's house, knocking on the door with force. Orochimaru. You there? Now that she was a chunin, Tsunade had more missions to deal with, and on days when she had a task, her younger brother, Nawaki, was often left in the care of a nanny hired by the 3rd Hokage. Today, however, she had some free time and was feeling restless. When there was no response after the first few knocks, Tsunade knocked again. Thud thud thud. Still no answer. What's this guy doing? Tsunade muttered to herself, furrowing her brow. Without thinking twice, she jumped over the wall surrounding Orochimaru's house with ease, making her way quietly toward the house. She passed through the yard, the living room, and finally came to the bedroom. Still asleep? Seeing Orochimaru's figure lying on the bed, she was a bit surprised. It was already almost 10 a.m., and he was still in bed? That was completely unlike him. Orochimaru was usually up early, and his senses were always sharp. He never let his guard down, even when sleeping. Frowning, Tsunade approached the bed. She raised her hand to wake him, but as she reached out, she noticed something odd. Is it just me, or does he look good when he's sleeping? She thought. Of course, my boyfriend looks great even when he sleeps, Tsunade muttered to herself before reaching out. Hey, Orochimaru, wake up. Let's head out together. Poof. The moment her hand touched the figure on the bed, Orochimaru vanished in a puff of white smoke. What the? A shadow clone? Chapter 98, Chapter 98. 1220 words. Tsunade stood in Orochimaru's room, slightly confused. Why would he leave a shadow clone to sleep in his bed? Before she could make sense of the situation, Orochimaru's voice came from behind her, startling her. Tsunade? Why are you in my room? Ah. Orochimaru. Tsunade spun around, trying to hide her guilt. When did you come in from outside? I had to step out for something, Orochimaru replied casually. Then why leave a shadow clone in your bed? She asked, still confused. It's just a habit, Orochimaru said with a dismissive wave of his hand. He quickly changed the subject. Anyway, what do you need from me? Orochimaru had a way of steering conversations away from anything that might expose too much. His relationship with Tsunade was close, perhaps too close sometimes. If he hadn't returned in time, she might have discovered more than just a clone. Last night had been an important night for Orochimaru. He had successfully started working with the first Hokage's cells. While he hadn't fully perfected the process yet, the progress he made in just one night was astounding. Decomposing, isolating, and fusing the cells was a huge breakthrough. Tsunade, still slightly perplexed, shrugged off the strange situation. I've been feeling a bit bored lately. I thought maybe we could do a mission together. Sorry, I can't. I need to rest today, Orochimaru said, stretching his arms. Plus, I have to finish making the last of the potions tonight. Oh, okay. Tsunade nodded, understanding. She knew Orochimaru's research was important and that their team's mission schedule often revolved around his projects. Suddenly, Tsunade's mood lightened. Hey, Orochimaru, have you noticed anything different about me today? Different? Orochimaru looked at her with mild curiosity, scanning her from head to toe. She was wearing her usual green top, blue belt, and mesh-edged shorts. Did you get new clothes? Nope. Tsunade said with a grin. Changed your hairstyle? Wrong again. She spun around playfully and puffed out her chest slightly. It's so obvious. Can't you see it? Orochimaru's eyes narrowed for a moment before a faint smile formed on his lips. Ah, I see now. Haha, I get it. You've grown a bit, haven't you? Tsunade's face lit up. Exactly. It's thanks to that enhancement potion you made, isn't it? Orochimaru nodded, though he didn't show much excitement. It seems so. The potion promotes overall growth and development alongside its primary function. It wasn't my main focus, but it's a nice side effect. Tsunade pouted slightly. Did you think I was too small before? Is that why you developed the potion? Orochimaru smirked. No, you're overthinking it. Really? Are you sure? You've asked me that at least 8 times now, Orochimaru said, raising an eyebrow. Aren't you tired of it yet? Tsunade laughed, clearly in a playful mood. Hee, I know I guessed wrong, but, as my boyfriend, wouldn't you like to test it out? Test it out? Orochimaru's face remained stoic, though inwardly, he couldn't help but find Tsunade's behavior amusing. Tsunade, eager to show off her improvement, was clearly trying to provoke a reaction. Orochimaru, however, had little interest in engaging with her teasing. Instead, he turned around, walked to the bed, and lay down, pulling the blanket over himself as if he hadn't heard her. Tsunade blinked in disbelief. She had been joking, trying to get a rise out of him, but his complete lack of response left her speechless. Seriously? You're just going to sleep, she muttered, a bit annoyed. With a sigh, she realized there was no point in pushing further. Orochimaru had clearly checked out of the conversation. In the end, she smiled and left the room quietly, leaving Orochimaru to his rest. Orochimaru slept until the afternoon. After waking up, he headed straight to Konoha's testing base to begin work on the genetic enhancement fluid he had promised Hiruzen. His schedule was relentless. In just 5 days, he produced 50 vials of the weakened enhancement fluid. Once he finished, he settled into a routine, spending his days refining genetic modification techniques at Konoha's experimental base, while also crafting potions to sell during future missions. After wrapping up his work in the afternoon, he would head to the secret lab Danzo had provided, where he worked deep into the night, often until 11 o'clock. The details of his experiments were far too complex for others to understand, and Orochimaru wasn't inclined to explain them to anyone. As long as he kept producing results, no one questioned his methods. A month later, Hiruzen stood in his office, looking down at the 3 high-end boxes of genetic enhancement fluids resting on his desk. Inside were the remaining 48 vials that Orochimaru had promised. Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. Orochimaru truly is an invaluable disciple. 50 potions, each one capable of permanently increasing a ninja's combat effectiveness. The implications of such an enhancement were staggering. For the average ninja, these potions were already a powerful asset, but for a jounin, they were game-changing. Not every jounin had a large chakra reserve. Many relied on precise chakra control and skill, often having to carefully ration their chakra in battle. For clans like the Hyuga and Uchiha, where even the jounin sometimes had limited chakra reserves, these potions would be a significant boost in their abilities. And of course, there were other clans like the Aburame, Inuzuka, and Yamanaka, where some of their jounin could greatly benefit from this type of enhancement. Hiruzen, however, decided to reserve the first batch of potions for Konoha's core leadership, starting with himself and the other village elders. These 4 were the true backbone of Konoha, and ensuring their strength came first. After that, the remaining potions would be distributed to various clans based on merit and contributions to the village. Even though Danzo's influence would typically complicate Uchiha's involvement, Hiruzen knew it was essential to include them. A few days later, Hiruzen called a meeting with the clan heads of Konoha. The Hokage conference room was filled with leaders from various prominent clans. The excitement was palpable as Hiruzen explained the benefits of the new potions. These potions can permanently increase chakra reserves, Hiruzen said, smiling as he watched their reactions. It's been tested and verified. It's even more valuable than the recovery potions we've used before. However, the quantity is limited for now. The clan leaders exchanged glances, clearly impressed but also skeptical. Is this really possible? One of them asked. I couldn't believe it either at first, Hiruzen admitted, but I assure you, the results are real. The village's top scientists, including Orochimaru, have confirmed it. That's incredible, another leader exclaimed. However, Hiruzen continued, his tone becoming serious, because of the limited quantity, we've decided these potions will not be sold to outsiders. I've gathered you here today to ensure that each of your clans receives 1 dose, for now. More will be made available as rewards for those who make special contributions to the village. The clan leaders nodded in agreement. No one would turn down a potion that could increase a ninja's combat capabilities. We understand, Lord Hokage, said the head of the Nara clan. We'll follow your decision. Thank you, Sarutobi said, nodding in acknowledgement. Let's start with the head of the Hyuga clan. Chapter 99, Chapter 99. 1,357 words. Hiruzen held the meeting to distribute the weakened genetic enhancement fluid, and it felt a lot like a company CEO handing out bonuses to employees. And in many ways, that wasn't too far from the truth. Konoha had been founded on the strength of 2 major clans, Senju and Uchiha, with the rest of the families and civilian ninjas coming to seek protection and opportunity. The structure wasn't all that different from the early stages of a company being formed. Hiruzen was the 3rd CEO, while Danzo and the other village elders were the board of directors. The clan heads were like shareholders or department heads, each with their own interests and influence. Later that night, after the meeting had ended, Danzo made his way to Orochimaru's laboratory outside Konoha, his face showing a hint of displeasure. Orochimaru, you shouldn't have given Hiruzen so many of those genetic enhancement potions. Danzo complained, his tone dripping with dissatisfaction. Orochimaru, who was busy examining a test tube, barely glanced at him. Oh? And why's that? Danzo scowled. He used them to strengthen his influence with the clans. His position is becoming more unshakable. Orochimaru paused, then gave Danzo a sidelong glance. This guy, he thought, somewhat amused. He's really upset over this? It was clear to Orochimaru why Danzo had failed to surpass Sarutobi for the position of Hokage. His vision was so narrow, constantly getting caught up in small grievances. He lacked the broader strategy needed to secure true, lasting power. Lately, Danzo had begun to believe that he had successfully brainwashed Orochimaru, so he felt more comfortable openly expressing his ambitions in front of him. And Orochimaru had played along, never showing any signs of disloyalty. That may be true, Orochimaru replied, still sounding nonchalant. But even without these potions, Sensei's position would continue to solidify. The village is at peace for now, and his approval is high. Danzo wasn't placated. Even so, you gave him too many. He crossed his arms in frustration, still grumbling. Orochimaru quickly understood where this was going. Danzo's real problem wasn't Sarutobi's increasing influence, it was that Orochimaru had given the Hokage so many potions while seemingly leaving Danzo with nothing. Ah, so that's what this is about, Orochimaru mused silently. He's upset I didn't save any for him. Smiling inwardly, Orochimaru reached under his workbench and pulled out a small iron box, placing it in front of Danzo. Danzo's eyes lit up momentarily, but his face remained as stoic as ever. After all, as the head of Root, he couldn't show his emotions so easily. Orochimaru, you have more of these? Of course not, Orochimaru replied smoothly. This box is just for you, Danzo-sama. I wouldn't deceive my own teacher so brazenly if it weren't to support you. Danzo's expression relaxed slightly, though his suspicion seemed to melt away completely. Orochimaru's words had hit just the right note, and Danzo believed him without further questioning. In truth, Orochimaru had prepared for this. He knew Danzo would become suspicious if he handed everything over to Hiruzen, so he had made sure to keep some potions aside just for him. After all, maintaining good relations with Danzo could be just as useful as aligning with the Hokage. Orochimaru, you never fail to impress me, Danzo said with a slight nod of approval, his tone finally softening. Orochimaru didn't respond, instead turning back to his experiments. He knew when to stay quiet, there was no need to say too much. Danzo had what he wanted, and Orochimaru's silence kept him content. Danzo, satisfied with his share, opened the iron box and found 5 bottles of the genetic enhancement fluid inside. It wasn't as much as Hiruzen had received, but it was more than enough for his purposes. Without another word, Danzo took the box and left the laboratory, his mood considerably improved. As soon as the door shut behind him, Orochimaru allowed himself a small, amused smile. He's treating those defective potions like treasure, Orochimaru thought with a chuckle. It's almost entertaining. In reality, the potions he'd given to Danzo were of lower quality, defective batches that wouldn't work as well as the ones Hiruzen received. But Danzo didn't know that, and he was content with what he'd been given. For Orochimaru, the advantages of aligning with Danzo far outweighed the risks. While Hiruzen was Konoha's official leader, Danzo was the shadow lurking behind the scenes. And one day, Danzo might even grant Orochimaru access to something as valuable as the Scroll of Seals. The potions themselves didn't matter much to Orochimaru. They were defects of the weakened versions that only worked on the first dose and didn't hold any personal value to him beyond their use as a tool for negotiation. Still, it amused him to see how much weight Danzo and the others placed on something that Orochimaru had already moved past. Time passed as Orochimaru continued his research. Konoha gathered statistics on the effectiveness of the genetic enhancement fluids, and the results were generally favorable. The chakra increase varied from 20% to 100%, though there were some fluctuations depending on the individual. Orochimaru had already expected this and offered a logical explanation for the variance. The more someone's chakra increases, the weaker their genetic structure was to begin with. Conversely, those who experience a smaller increase had better genes to begin with. It was a reasonable explanation, and the village accepted it without issue. However, not everyone was pleased. Tsunade, for instance, had her chakra increase by 40%, while Jiraiya's increase was only around 30%. This discrepancy drove her mad. Does this mean Jiraiya's genes are better than mine? Tsunade had complained to Orochimaru, clearly frustrated. Orochimaru had to suppress a sigh. Really? This again? In reality, the potions he'd given to both Tsunade and Jiraiya were the best quality ones he had. His own chakra increase was 50%, and he hadn't complained. Tsunade's 40% boost was actually among the best in Konoha, but she seemed hung up on the idea that Jiraiya's results meant something about their genetic superiority. Still, Orochimaru didn't care too much about the complaints. He was already working on something far more advanced. His personal experiments with the first Hokage's cells were going well, and he was confident that his own genetic enhancements would soon far surpass anything he had distributed so far. Months passed, and soon, half a year had flown by. One afternoon, in a secret experimental base located 5 kilometers outside of Konoha, Orochimaru stood before a small cage, a satisfied smile on his face. Inside the cage was a white mouse, which he had been experimenting on for weeks. "Alright, show me what you can do," Orochimaru said, his voice calm but expectant. The mouse seemed to understand his command. It stood upright on its hind legs, put its front paws together, then stretched out one paw suddenly. Whoosh! A small wooden splinter, no bigger than a chopstick, shot out from the mouse's paw. Finally, Orochimaru whispered, a smile spreading across his face. Would release. A system notification rang in his mind. Ding, the genetic modification experiment was successful. Technology at this stage, cloning technology. The next stage of technology, advanced genetic enhancement fluid. Haha, it's finally done. Orochimaru laughed softly to himself, watching the mouse carefully. Although it had only produced a small piece of wood, it was still would release a testament to the success of the genetic modification. For this particular experiment, Orochimaru had opted to use mice as his test subjects. Since the purpose was simply to unlock the next stage of technology, he didn't need to perform the modifications on humans. Mice had shorter life cycles and grew faster, making them ideal for testing. Out of the 102 mice he had used in the experiment, only one had survived to adulthood and successfully demonstrated the ability to use wood release. While the success rate was low, one survivor was enough for Orochimaru's purposes. With this experiment completed, the cloning technology was unlocked, and more importantly, the advanced genetic enhancement fluid was now within reach. Chapter 100, Chapter 100. 1,218 words. Orochimaru had been puzzled before. Why was the first technology he unlocked a basic gene enhancement solution instead of something simpler and more basic, like a gene repair solution? Now it all made sense. The system worked in a way that catered to his desires. Whatever technology he needed, the system would place that technology or a prerequisite for it alongside his current one. The moment he unlocked the existing technology, the next would naturally follow. This process was driven by what Orochimaru needed most at the time. For instance, when he sought to obtain the Sage Body, the system's first response was to give him the basic gene enhancement fluid. Why? Because the primary enhancement was the foundation required to obtain that level of physical ability. Now, Orochimaru wanted to create an advanced genetic enhancement fluid, so after mastering the intermediate enhancement fluid, his current task of genetic modification was the key to unlocking the next stage and even more potent enhancement formula. Why was he so focused on this? The answer lay in the first Hokage's cells he had recently fused with. Without a body enhanced to a high level, the full power of the first Hokage's would release couldn't be accessed. All Orochimaru could manage right now were weaker versions of the legendary jutsu. This was the problem Orochimaru encountered after merging with the first Hokage's DNA. And as a researcher, how could he leave such an issue unresolved? Naturally, he needed to move forward and unlock the advanced genetic enhancement fluid to push his body to its limits and fully unleash the first Hokage's abilities. However, the next step required cloning technology to be completed first. And this is where Orochimaru encountered a slight annoyance. Cloning was a straightforward process, copying someone exactly as they were, down to the smallest detail. But the system required him to clone a person for the experiment to be deemed successful. It didn't matter who he chose to clone, but it had to be a person. Cloning, as everyone knew, was about replicating the original person. Physically, the clone would be identical to the original, with the only differences being in memories or skills that weren't inherently physical. The challenge now was, who would Orochimaru clone? Logically, when creating a clone, it would take as long for the clone to mature as it did for the original to grow. For instance, if the original subject was 15 years old, the clone would need 15 years to grow as well. But Orochimaru knew that this was just theoretical. Any competent researcher could accelerate the growth of a clone through scientific manipulation, and he was certainly no exception. Orochimaru planned to use the immense vitality contained within the first Hokage's cells to speed up the growth process. However, the first Hokage's cells were incredibly potent, so to ensure the clone grew stably, he would need to suppress their power and carefully control the growth rate. Based on his calculations, it would take about half a year to grow a stable clone using the first Hokage's cells, and even then, success wasn't guaranteed. And of course, there was the issue of memory manipulation for the clone, something that would require additional work. Considering all the effort, it would be a real waste if the process only produced a single failure. Therefore, Orochimaru needed to choose the perfect candidate for cloning. Clone myself, he thought. Absolutely not. Although he met all the criteria physically, Orochimaru's ambition and vision went far beyond being a mere mass-produced version of himself. As a true scientist and leader, he aimed to be the mastermind pulling the strings, not the subject of replication. So, the candidate for cloning had to be someone else. Someone who wouldn't disrupt his plans or feel too personal. Imagine seeing multiple clones of Jiraiya walking around. Orochimaru grimaced at the thought. That would be the stuff of nightmares. But who would make the perfect clone? Orochimaru pondered the question for a long time. He couldn't come up with anyone immediately, so he decided to return to Konoha first and think it over. But before that, he crushed the transformed rats he had experimented on, making sure Danzo never learned of the full extent of his progress. Konoha, a place Orochimaru knew too well, felt almost mundane as he wandered through the streets. Despite the fact that he, Tsunade, and Jiraiya had made quite a name for themselves during their Chunin exams, half a year had passed, and it seemed people had already forgotten about them. The three young shinobi weren't ones for excessive public attention, especially Orochimaru, who kept a low profile. Walking through the village, Orochimaru continued to mull over who would make the best subject for his cloning experiment. If worse came to worst, he could always pick someone at random. With his current level of skill, even an ordinary genin could be turned into a formidable force. Strengthen their genes, fuse them with superior traits, and clone the enhanced version. It would be a simple process, really. The more he thought about it, the more feasible the idea seemed. Orochimaru, how is the experiment progressing? The moment he entered the headquarters of Root, Danzo's voice greeted him. There was a sharp edge to it, almost desperate. Wood release was too important to Danzo, and he couldn't afford to be patient. Orochimaru responded casually, cell cultivation takes time. I've hit a bit of a bottleneck, so I thought I'd go for a walk and maybe get some inspiration. You think walking around will bring you inspiration here? Danzo asked, his tone calm but clearly skeptical. Orochimaru shrugged nonchalantly. Who knows? Sometimes stretching your legs helps clear the mind. Danzo gave him a steady look, as if weighing Orochimaru's words. He knew Orochimaru wasn't someone to openly disrespect him, but at the same time, the younger shinobi never showed the kind of subservience Danzo expected from his subordinates. That imbalance in their relationship always grated on him, but what choice did he have? Too much of his current plan hinged on Orochimaru's success. Are you looking for a sparring match? Danzo asked, catching on to Orochimaru's vague request. Something like that, Orochimaru replied, his voice still light. I've been here for a while, and I haven't had the chance to test the strength of your subordinates. Danzo nodded slightly. Very well. Let's see if your skills have deteriorated. He led Orochimaru deeper into the root headquarters. They entered the training room, where 40 to 50 masked operatives were training. Danzo gestured toward the group. Pick anyone you'd like as your opponent. Orochimaru glanced around the room quickly, then pointed to 3 individuals. You, and... You, His eyes stopped on a small girl with brown hair and glasses. Why is there a little girl here? He asked curiously. She's my latest recruit, Danzo said, his tone still measured. Just completed her basic training. Is that so? Orochimaru asked, his interest piqued. He looked the girl over, something about her standing out in his mind. What's her name? No, Danzo replied. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly as something clicked in his mind. So, this is where it starts. He thought, already piecing together how this girl could be useful in the future. Chapter 101, 1112 words. Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a strange sense of satisfaction. He had been right. The little girl standing before him, Yakushi Nono, was none other than the future director of the orphanage who would go on to raise Kabuto Yakushi, one of Orochimaru's most brilliant and loyal subordinates. Known as the Wandering Miko, Nono would eventually become an expert spy and a highly skilled medical ninja. Seeing her at this age gave Orochimaru an idea. Perhaps, instead of waiting for Kabuto to come into the picture, why not start earlier and groom Nono as his assistant? Orochimaru nodded to himself thoughtfully. He had considered countless individuals to become his assistant. Among them, Tsunade had always been the most fitting candidate. She had the strongest medical expertise, a deep knowledge of poisons and antidotes, and the ability to heal even the most fatal injuries. She was, in many ways, the perfect assistant. But she had one fatal flaw, her loyalty to Konoha and her bloodline as a member of the Senju clan. Tsunade would never betray Konoha, not even for him. If Orochimaru ever became an enemy of the village or was forced to conduct more extreme experiments, she would undoubtedly be the first to stand against him. And that was something Orochimaru couldn't afford. Nono, on the other hand, was still young, impressionable, and full of potential. She was already en route, being trained in the art of espionage, and showed early signs of medical proficiency. If he could mold her from this young age, she might become the perfect assistant, loyal only to him. Maybe it's time to give this a try. Orochimaru thought to himself as he observed the girl. At the moment, Yakushi Nono was just a 4 or 5-year-old child. An orphan picked up by Danzo for her unique talents and brought to Root for training. She was still adjusting to her new life, looking around with innocent curiosity. Orochimaru noticed her staring at him with wide eyes, wondering who this unfamiliar man was. Unlike the others en route, who wore the standard armor and masks, Orochimaru was dressed like a normal chunin, which made her all the more intrigued. Who is this person? Nono thought. He's not dressed like the others here. He must be important if he's walking around with Danzo-sama. She had only been here for a short time, but she understood the hierarchy well. Danzo and his subordinates were the silent protectors of Konoha, operating from the shadows. The Root ninjas were elite, always masked and armored. Yet here was Orochimaru, walking freely without any of the standard Root attire, alongside Danzo, the leader of Root himself. That meant something. Danzo, noticing Orochimaru's momentary silence, asked, "What's wrong? Did you want to pick the little girl as your opponent?" Orochimaru snapped out of his thoughts. "Of course not," he said with a faint smile. You, and the others I picked earlier, come at me together." Together? Danzo raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure?" The ninjas under Danzo's command weren't ordinary. Every Root member was handpicked by Danzo himself, and even the weakest among them were elite chunin. Orochimaru had just called out 5 of them. Even if Orochimaru had the strength of a high-ranking ninja, it would still be difficult to handle all 5 at once. Orochimaru simply nodded. "I'm sure." Danzo, after receiving confirmation, gave the order. Everyone else, clear the room. Those who were called, stay behind. The room quickly emptied, leaving Orochimaru and the 5 root operatives. The 5 ninjas glanced at each other, unsure of what to make of the situation. Many of them looked down on Orochimaru. To them, he was simply the disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Hokage. None of them knew about his performance during the Chunin exams or his prowess in scientific research. They certainly didn't understand why Danzo was so keen on keeping Orochimaru close. There was a shared thought among the 5, why does Danzo-sama favor him so much? They didn't see Orochimaru as anything special, and now he was challenging 5 of them at once. They exchanged glances, silently asking if they should go all out. After all, they didn't want to accidentally harm someone Danzo clearly valued. Seeing their hesitation, Orochimaru smirked. If you don't have the intent to kill, you won't stand a chance against me. That statement caused the root ninjas to stiffen. Is this guy for real? If Danzo-sama gives the order, I have no problem fighting you, another said, stepping forward. Danzo-sama, please permit us to engage fully, the female ninja added. Danzo looked at them, narrowing his eyes. He was in a tough spot. He couldn't let them hold back, or the sparring session would be pointless. But at the same time, if Orochimaru got seriously injured, it would set back all the progress he had made with him. After a moment's thought, he said, do your best, but control the severity of your attacks. With that, the root ninjas bowed and turned their full attention to Orochimaru. They had received the order. Now they could fight properly. They thought this battle would be easy, but they were about to find out just how wrong they were. Orochimaru didn't waste any time. The moment the match started, his movements were fluid and fast, almost unnaturally so. He's faster than expected. Careful, don't engage him head-on, one shouted. His strength is no joke. Before the root ninjas could regroup, Orochimaru acted. Summoning Jutsu. Bang! A cloud of white smoke filled the room, and as it cleared, one of the ninjas found himself face to face with something moving at high speed too fast for him to react. Whoosh! A black shadow darted out of the smoke, striking him in the neck before he could defend himself. The shadow retreated just as quickly, leaving him stumbling back, clutching his neck in shock. A snake? The ninja couldn't believe it. He had been struck down by a snake once summoned by Orochimaru, no less. And it wasn't just any snake, it was abnormally fast, faster than any summon he'd ever encountered. The other root ninjas froze in disbelief. What just happened? How could a snake take him out that easily? As they stood there in shock, the snake, now coiled around Orochimaru's waist, poked its head out and looked up at him, speaking in a voice full of flattery. Master, did I do a good job? Not only had the snake spoken, but it had expressed emotions. It was fawning over Orochimaru? This is insane. One of the root ninjas muttered under his breath, trying to make sense of what was happening. Chapter 102, Chapter 102. 976 words. There are many kinds of summoned beasts in the ninja world, but the ones capable of speech are generally of a higher rank. Normally, a talking summoning beast wouldn't be anything too surprising for a ninja. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen's Monkey King, Enma, could both speak and express emotions. However, a snake known for being cold-blooded and expressionless, showing emotions while speaking? That was certainly something unusual. The root ninjas watching were visibly unsettled. It simply felt off. The snake, coiled around Orochimaru's waist, continued speaking, its voice surprisingly childlike. Thank you, Master. It's all because of your help that I've become so much faster. Orochimaru smiled at the flattery. Indeed, your speed has improved significantly, he said, casually stroking the snake's head. This snake, now named Yamada, inspired by Yamada no Orochi, the legendary 8-headed serpent in Japanese mythology, was no ordinary snake. Originally, it had been just a regular python. But after using 3 doses of Orochimaru's evolutionary fluid, it had shed its skin 3 times, each time becoming darker, smaller, and more powerful. What was once a thick flower python, the size of an adult's leg, had now evolved into something more dangerous, with its body as thick as Orochimaru's arm and its scales black as night. The root ninja who had been bitten by Yamada was starting to panic. His body was completely immobilized, and the bite was on a major artery. The black color of the snake, combined with the bite's location, sent his mind spiraling into thoughts of venom and impending death. His teammates, witnessing this, couldn't help but voice their concern. "What's happening to Ryo? That snake, it looks deadly. Shouldn't you heal him?" Even Danzo, usually composed, furrowed his brow. He had told his subordinates to control their attacks, but it seemed Orochimaru's snake had gone straight for a kill shot. "Orochimaru, wasn't that a bit much? Biting an artery directly?" Danzo questioned. Orochimaru waved it off with a smirk. "Relax, Yamada's bite only paralyzes the body. He's not in any real danger." "Paralysis?" One of the other root ninjas raised an eyebrow in disbelief. "That can't be right. Look at the snake's color, it's pitch black. That's a sign of poison." Ryo, who had been holding on to his neck in terror, realized there were no signs of poisoning. No blackened skin, no frothing at the mouth, just complete immobility. Danzo, who had been watching closely, knew Orochimaru wasn't one to lie or exaggerate. If Orochimaru said the snake's bite only caused paralysis, it was likely true. Orochimaru shrugged, clearly not bothered by the skepticism. "Well, if you don't want to believe me, why don't you come find out for yourselves," he said, gesturing toward Yamada. "But be careful. If Yamada gets you, you'll end up like Ryo." As he spoke, Orochimaru kicked Ryo lightly in the stomach, sending him flying across the room. Ryo landed with a heavy thud, powerless to break his fall. The rest of the root ninjas exchanged glances, now even more wary. It wasn't just Orochimaru they had to contend with, but also the snake, which was small enough to slither around unnoticed and quick enough to strike without warning. The battle continued, but within 3 minutes, all 5 root ninjas found themselves bitten by Yamada. Each one experienced the same paralyzing effect, their bodies betraying them as they collapsed to the ground, unable to move. One of the ninjas, struggling to speak through the paralysis, managed to whisper, This isn't poison. It's like a body-binding technique?" A realization dawned on the group. The snake wasn't using venom, but something far more insidious, a jutsu similar to the body-binding technique, a skill typically used by elite ANBU or those skilled in genjutsu. But this was coming from a snake. Orochimaru looked down at Yamada, who had slithered back onto his shoulder. "Indeed. Yamada has evolved to develop a form of spiritual power. When it bites, it injects spiritual energy that immobilizes the target, much like a genjutsu." The root ninjas were stunned. A snake capable of performing something akin to a body-binding technique? This was no ordinary summoning beast. Danzo, observing from the sidelines, now understood just how deep Orochimaru's research had gone. Orochimaru wasn't just experimenting with ninja techniques, he was pushing the boundaries of nature itself, evolving creatures into something far beyond their original form. Why not make it more aggressive? "You could have developed a neurotoxin or something more lethal," one of the root ninjas asked, trying to mask his disbelief. Orochimaru smirked. "Because a living enemy is more useful than a dead one. Capturing an opponent alive opens more possibilities." This had always been Orochimaru's philosophy. Dead subjects had limited utility. The living, on the other hand, could be experimented on, interrogated, and used in future research. Immobilizing them without killing them was far more valuable. Orochimaru surveyed the 5 fallen root operatives with a bored expression. "I had hoped one of you would show me something interesting, but it seems I overestimated you. Common ninjutsu, basic elemental techniques, nothing noteworthy at all." His tone dripped with disappointment. None of these can be used for cloning, Orochimaru thought to himself. If he was going to clone someone, he needed them to be exceptional in more ways than just basic ninjutsu proficiency. Letting out a small sigh, Orochimaru called Yamada back to his side and gave a slight nod to Danzo. I suppose I'll leave it at this for now. Danzo didn't seem bothered by the fact that his 5 root ninjas were lying paralyzed on the floor. He nodded, signaling for other root members to take care of their fallen comrades. Before leaving the training room, Orochimaru's eyes briefly flickered toward Nono Yakushi, who stood silently off to the side, observing everything with wide eyes. Chapter 103, Chapter 103. 1197 words. Yakushi Nono, you're someone to reach out to, but not just yet. Right now, Nono was too young and inexperienced to be of any use. Orochimaru decided it would be best to let Danzo mold her a little first. When the time came, he could step in and take her under his wing, already shaped and prepared, without having to waste time cultivating her himself. After leaving the root training room, Orochimaru noticed the other ninjas exchanging confused glances. They couldn't figure him out. Why did he just leave after the sparring match without a word? It seemed strange, but one thing was clear, Orochimaru's strength had surprised them. Defeating 5 of them, even with the help of Yamada, wasn't something they had expected. They had grossly underestimated him, and it had cost them. As for Nono, she was still puzzled. The young man who had just fought them looked so much younger than many of the elite ninjas at Root, yet his skills were clearly on another level. And why didn't he wear a mask like the rest of them? It was strange, really strange. But Orochimaru didn't dwell on this. After leaving Root, he returned to his home, his mind already racing with thoughts. It only took him one night to make a decision. He couldn't afford to waste any more time. Even if it meant using up more resources, he needed to move forward. The idea was simple: find a ninja to clone. The person didn't have to be special, just suitable for the experiment. But whoever it was couldn't be from Konoha. The last thing Orochimaru needed was for someone to recognize the clone and start asking questions. That would lead to complications. With that in mind, Orochimaru went to the Hokage's office early the next morning. He wanted to take on a mission that dealt with rogue ninjas. His plan was to capture one of them, strengthen their genes, and start experimenting right away. But after thinking it over, he realized a flaw in his plan: Tsunade and Jiraiya would likely join him on the mission. If they were with him, how could he discreetly kidnap someone for his experiment? That would be difficult to explain, especially if they found out. After weighing his options, he decided to abandon the mission and turn to Danzo instead. A few more days passed. Orochimaru spent that time in his lab, finalizing the details of his plan before heading back to Root. When he arrived, he approached Danzo directly. The cell transplantation technology is almost ready. But I need a living subject to test on, Orochimaru said bluntly. Danzo's face lit up with satisfaction. That's excellent news, he said. We've captured a few rogue ninjas recently. You can use one of them for your experiment. Orochimaru was slightly taken aback. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have wasted so much time. It seemed that Danzo, ever the planner, had anticipated this need long before. Capturing ninjas alive was no easy task, given that many would rather die than be taken prisoner. But Danzo had his ways, and it wasn't surprising that he managed to capture a few. He led Orochimaru down a dark, narrow corridor within the Root headquarters. At the end of the hallway was a wooden door. Danzo pushed it open, revealing several small cells inside. This area was typically used to detain Root ninjas who had disobeyed orders, but now it served as a temporary holding area for the rogue ninjas they had captured. There were only 3 prisoners. They looked half dead, lying weakly on the ground, their bodies beaten and broken. To prevent them from using ninjutsu, Danzo had ordered that their right hands be cut off, making it impossible for them to form hand signs. These men have been here for a while, Danzo said in a matter-of-fact tone, as though discussing the weather. If you hadn't come soon, they wouldn't have lasted much longer. Orochimaru glanced at the prisoners. They were in terrible condition, half-starved, missing limbs, and shackled. It was clear they had no hope of escape. Why not just use a chakra sealing technique? Orochimaru asked casually. Cutting off their hands seems a bit crude. Danzo shook his head. Konoha isn't proficient in sealing techniques. Aside from the Hyuga clan's gentle fist, there's not much we can do to restrict chakra like that. Orochimaru nodded in understanding. Most sealing techniques came from the Uzumaki clan, and with the clan's decline, such techniques had become rare. Naturally, Danzo wouldn't go asking Uzumaki Mito for help. He turned his attention back to the prisoners. What kind of abilities do they have? Danzo pointed to each in turn. The man on the left is more of a brute, strong, but not much else. The one in the middle uses genjutsu, and the boy on the right can absorb chakra. Absorb chakra? Orochimaru's interest piqued. As in, he can drain it from others and use it for himself? Danzo nodded. That's right. Then I'll take him, Orochimaru said decisively. Chakra absorption wasn't an extremely rare ability, but it was certainly useful. Orochimaru remembered two individuals from his own ranks who had this power in the original timeline. One was Jirobo from the Sound 4, and the other was a minor character, Yoroi Akato. Even powerful figures like Kisame and Pain had variations of this ability. While it wasn't a groundbreaking talent, it had its uses, especially in situations where chakra management was critical. Danzo, however, had concerns. Orochimaru, many of the strong ninjas we've captured in the past couldn't withstand the power of the first Hokage's cells. This boy might not be strong enough either. It doesn't matter, Orochimaru replied calmly. These early tests are bound to fail. It's all part of the process. Besides, this is cloning, not cell transplantation. The physical strength of the subject is less important. Danzo seemed reassured by this logic and signaled to his subordinates to bring the boy out. The prisoner, a young man in his early 20s, was dragged from the cell. Despite his pale skin and handsome face, he looked half dead from hunger and blood loss. His missing arm had long since stopped bleeding, but his eyes were dull, showing the weight of his despair. Orochimaru didn't care about any of this. All he needed were the young man's cells. An hour later, the young man lay immobilized on an operating table in Orochimaru's secret lab. Danzo's men had left, leaving only Orochimaru and his soon-to-be experimental subject. The boy, seeing the syringe in Orochimaru's hand, was filled with fear. What are you going to do to me?" he stammered. Orochimaru glanced at him, slightly surprised that the boy still had enough strength to speak. "You're still conscious?" "Impressive," he said with a dark chuckle. "Why you Konoha ninjas? I'll curse you to hell, you bastards." The boy spat, his voice weak but filled with venom. Before he could continue his curses, Orochimaru calmly injected him with the syringe, plunging the needle into the young man's artery. Within moments, the boy's body went limp, his consciousness slipping away as the anesthetic took effect. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.